Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 1201. Chapter 1201, 1201. Chapter 1201, the task is getting more complicated. Lin Moya did not answer Meng Gang's question. Meng Gang seemed to realize that he had asked an inappropriate question, so he immediately closed his mouth when Lin Moya remained silent. Wang Zhengao and Rong Jia both showed expressions of relief, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death. Yuzhu was also very curious about Lin Moya's law domain, which could actually block the toxin explosion. Is it that his law is not afraid of toxins, or does he have some other ability? Yuzhu pondered in her heart. She had read many family records and was familiar with various laws, but she couldn't find a corresponding law. Yuzhu instinctively felt that the law Lin Moya used was not recorded in her family's archives, or it was one of those extremely powerful laws that she had not yet had the privilege to access. Yuzhu's eyes were filled with brilliance, and Lin Moya appeared increasingly mysterious and powerful in her eyes. At this moment, Lin Moya was calm and unhurried, ignoring the toxic powder surrounding his law domain. As I expected, toxins without laws are nothing. But the intelligence of the gold-eating beasts is stronger than I imagined, making things tricky. That half-dead guy wasn't someone who escaped, he was deliberately released by the gold-eating beasts for me. They must have a way to communicate. My combat power has already been known to them, so they want to find another way to kill me. They sent a half-dead cultivator, and when we entered the bismuth gold area, they detonated the gold-silver stone, trying to kill me with a toxin explosion. And to be safe, they even guided us along the way, which is why we were always a step too late. This means I can infer that the gold-eating beasts must still have many cultivators in their hands. With intelligence, they no longer kill indiscriminately but kill rationally and usefully. They create anomalies to attract people from various races to come and rescue, and eventually, they will attract armies. If they trigger a toxin explosion at that time. Lin Moya pondered, gradually piecing together the entire event. At the same time, he had a bad premonition. If his guess was correct, once the armies of various races entered, it would inevitably cause significant casualties. A toxin explosion is not unsolvable, but it is very troublesome. Even a god sovereign, caught off guard, could only save a portion of the people. What exactly are these guys trying to do? Lin Moya didn't care about the casualties of other races. If they died, especially the hostile races. The more that died, the better. But if the human army entered, it wouldn't be so pleasant. The human race was well prepared this time and was very likely to win in the conflict and be the first to rush in. At this point, his promotion task no longer had any meaning. Having figured out the cause and effect, Lin Moya also knew what he had to do. He glanced at Meng Gang, Yuzhu, and the others, and said in a low voice, "Meng Gang, let's go." Go? Meng Gang had long wanted to leave. Although they were protected by the law domain, the outside was filled with deadly toxins. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it became. But when Lin Moya said to go, he didn't know where to go. Lin Moya supported the law domain and quickly led them away. After flying tens of millions of kilometers, they finally left the range of the toxic powder. Lin Moya then retracted the law domain and took out the Battle King Tower. Get in. No one dared to disobey his order, not even daring to ask why. At this moment, Lin Moya's expression was serious, and his authority was heavy. Everyone knew the situation was serious. The Battle King Tower started, carrying everyone and flying into the distance, disappearing into the starry sky in an instant. After they left, pairs of eyes glowing blue appeared in the toxic powder. Hidden in the toxic powder were gold-eating beasts. Among them, a giant gold-eating beast had a tiny gold-eating beast soul standing on its head. It looked in the direction Lin Moya and the others had left and slowly spoke. "Master, that person is not afraid of the toxin explosion and has already left. We did not take action." After speaking, it seemed to be listening to something. After more than 10 seconds, it spoke again, "I understand." Then it emitted a soul sound, and all the gold-eating beasts left the toxic powder and flew in another direction. The Battle King Tower flew quickly, and after half a day, they had reached the position where they had entered, at the edge of Area 6 to 99. This was the end of the blue light, with an invisible barrier blocking the way. If there was an exit, it would be in this area. But now, this area was very quiet, with nothing there. Meng Gang's face didn't look good. "Captain, we can't get out for now." Lin Moya nodded. "I know. The task has changed. Leave the rest to me. You stay here and wait for me." Yuzhu exclaimed, "What are you going to do?" Her question had two meanings. 1. What exactly was Lin Moya going to do alone, and would it be dangerous? 2. If they stayed here and the gold-eating beasts came, what would they do? Relying on Meng Gang alone, they would probably be doomed. Meng Gang also had no confidence in himself at this moment. The events this time were too terrifying, completely different from when he had come before. Lin Moya naturally understood the meaning behind Yuju's words. I'm just guessing for now, so I can't tell you. As for your safety, with them here, as long as you don't run around, you'll be fine. With a thought, Lin Moya summoned 100 skeleton god generals, surrounding them from all sides. The presence of 100 skeleton god generals was like a calming pill, instantly making everyone feel much safer. With their protection, nothing should go wrong, but Lin Moya was still not at ease. After all, he was the captain, and he had to ensure the safety of his team members. After thinking for a moment, he summoned another 100 skeleton god generals. With 200 skeleton god generals forming layers of protection around Meng Gang and the others, Yuju's eyes lit up. She had thought that Lin Moya having 100 skeleton god generals was already the limit, but it turned out it wasn't. It seemed that 200 was not the limit either. So many puppets, where did he get them? Could it be that he found some ancient ruins? These skeletons don't look like our human race's puppets, so mysterious. Yuju was filled with interest in Lin Moya, wanting to explore further. Lin Moya said, with their protection, safety shouldn't be an issue. You stay here. As long as they don't die, it means I'm still alive. If I die, then you're on your own. Meng Gang nodded, understanding that Lin Moya intended to complete the task alone, and they were just burdens. It made sense without Lin Moya's protection, they would probably be dead by now. Meng Gang raised a question, if an exit appears, should we leave first? Lin Moya thought for a moment and shook his head, if there's no danger and only an exit appears, wait for me to come back. If I'm already dead and an exit appears, then you can leave. Lin Moya wasn't sure what the situation outside was. If a battle had already broken out, they might become cannon fodder before figuring out what was happening. Moreover, it was uncertain where the exit would lead. If it led to an enemy race's territory, they would still be dead. Meng Gang nodded, I understand. Captain, be careful. Yuju also quickly added, be careful. I'm still waiting to trade with you. Chapter 1202. Chapter 1202, 1202. Chapter 1202. It would be easier if they were all killed. Shu Lin Moyo held the search array plate but did not activate it. Lin. After leaving Meng Gang and the others behind, the search array plate returned to Lin Moya's hand. Using it not only helps find people but also points the way. Lin Moyo had a vague suspicion in his heart. He felt that the human cultivators, and even the cultivators of other races, were not all dead. If the gold-eating beasts had no intelligence, these people would undoubtedly be dead. The gold-eating beasts, like a storm passing through, would not leave a single survivor. But once they had intelligence, especially if it was not weak and could set traps and launch sneak attacks, then the missing human cultivators might still have a chance of survival. It's just unclear what the gold-eating beasts are planning. Based on the current situation, it is impossible to analyze further. Lin Moya flew towards the center. If the gold-eating beasts were indeed planning something, it would certainly be in the central area. There, the most bismuth gold and gold-silver stones are found, making it the best place for the gold-eating beasts. He continuously pondered the information about the gold-eating beasts, combining what he knew with what Yuju and Meng Gang had said. No one knows where the gold-eating beasts come from. They always appear suddenly and disappear just as abruptly. But some have speculated that it might be related to the bismuth gold essence in the center. If the gold-eating beasts are indeed related to the bismuth gold essence, then the most likely place for them to be now is there. Lin Moya sat in the Battle King Tower, flying at high speed. After half a day, he saw the area covered by the toxic powder formed after the gold-silver stone explosion. This vast area, covering tens of millions of kilometers, had become a dead zone. Even with the Genjin pill, entering it would be a dead end. Even a third-rank god king couldn't last long. The probability of a toxin explosion is very low, but once it happens, you can only wait for it to dissipate on its own. There is no other way. The entire process could take hundreds of years, during which this area would be a forbidden zone for life. A forbidden zone for others, but completely ignored by Lin Moyo. This time, he didn't even bother to unfold his law domain and flew rapidly through the area of the toxin explosion. The powder was scattered, causing no harm to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo looked around, his fingers glowing slightly. A million-meter-long eye of the undead appeared in the starry sky. Stellar-level spell, Gaze of the Undead. It had been a long time since he used this spell. The enemies he faced were too strong, and the Gaze of the Undead, without the enhancement of multi-star spells, gradually revealed its insufficient power. Later, Lin Moyo only used it for auxiliary attacks, no longer as a primary means of attack. However, the Eye of the Undead could cover a range that the skeleton god generals couldn't match. Even if not used for attacking, it was a good means of observation. Connecting to the perspective of the Eye of the Undead, Lin Moyo observed the starry sky within 1,000,000 kilometers. It was quiet, with nothing but the toxic powder. They're gone. Lin Moyo murmured. He had previously discovered the gold-eating beasts hidden in the toxic powder. But at that time, he only wanted to send Meng Gang and the others away, so he didn't attack the gold-eating beasts. Moreover, the situation then was that although the gold-eating beasts were hidden and half surrounded him, they also didn't take the initiative to attack. Perhaps they wanted to see him poisoned to death, but unfortunately, they were disappointed. Now that he had returned, the gold-eating beasts were gone. It seems they have left. Thinking this, since the gold-eating beasts were no longer there was no need to waste time. A lightspeed law ring appeared under his feet, and Lin Moya flew towards the central area at a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second. He had already reached the bismuth gold area. Bismuth gold flew everywhere in the starry sky like cannonballs. There were also gold-silver stones like stars, flying around with the bismuth gold. Gold-silver stones are not only toxic but also extremely hard. The closer to the central area, the denser the bismuth gold and gold silver stones become. It was not suitable to use the Battle King Tower for flying here. Lin Moyo could only fly with his physical body. Although not as fast as the Battle King Tower, his flexibility was unmatched. Moreover, Lin Moya's physical body was strong. Even if he accidentally got hit, it wouldn't matter much. A skeleton god general closely followed Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo occasionally connected to the skeleton god general's vision, using the undead perspective to observe the surroundings. After flying for half a day, Lin Moyo felt something was wrong. It was too quiet. Here, apart from the whistling bismuth gold and gold silver stones, there was nothing else. No gold-eating beasts, no cultivators from various races. According to the information, there should be many collectors in the bismuth gold area, and conflicts among cultivators of various races often erupted here. But now, after flying for half a day at a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second, covering over 1 billion kilometers, he hadn't encountered a single living being. 1 billion kilometers is not much on the scale of the Great World, but it is comparable to the diameter of a small galaxy. Covering such a distance without encountering any living beings was abnormal. Lin Moyo took out the search array plate and activated it. The array plate emitted a bright light, which flickered a few times before going out, without showing any arrows. There were no surviving human cultivators within millions of kilometers. This situation was different from before. Previously, they could always find a few human cultivators, even if they died before they arrived. This further confirmed Lin Moya's suspicion. Previously, they could find human cultivators because the gold-eating beasts guided them into the toxin explosion range. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Lin Moyo kept the search array plate activated and continued flying towards the central area. The information says that the area where bismuth gold appears has a diameter of about 60 billion kilometers. At my speed, it will take about 30 days to fly across. The speed is really a bit slow. 30 days is too long. I don't know what will happen outside. Lin Moyo felt a bit helpless. His speed was already very fast for a true god realm cultivator. Even a peak true god, unless they also mastered speed laws, would be slower than him. So it wasn't that he was slow, but the starry sky was too vast. Suppressing his slight restlessness, he could only fly with all his might. Ignoring the bismuth gold and gold silver stones, he flew towards the central area like a stream of light. He occasionally connected to the skeleton god general's vision, observing the surroundings. As he flew deeper, the density of bismuth gold and gold silver stones increased, causing his speed to gradually decrease. To maintain speed, he summoned a few more skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals, wielding bone swords, used sword energy to clear the way, carving a straight path for Lin Moyo. In 5 days, he flew over 10 billion kilometers. During this time, the search array plate showed no reaction, further confirming Lin Moya's suspicion that the cultivators were either all killed or captured. If they were all killed, it would be easier. He would just need to find the gold-eating beasts and kill as many as possible. If they were captured, it would be a headache. Habitually connecting to the skeleton god general's vision, Lin Moyo suddenly saw a soul flame. Chapter 1203. Chapter 1203, 1203. Chapter 1203, Out of the Wolf Pack, into the Tiger's Den. The deep blue light waves surged like layers of waves. Lin. The visibility was greatly affected, and the visible distance became very short. With the eyesight of a true god, one could only see within a range of 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers was too short. The flying speed of bismuth gold was astonishingly fast, and 1,000 kilometers was just a blink of an eye, or even less. The soul was also affected by the gold-silver stone, unable to sense the surroundings. The toxicity of the gold-silver stone was increasing, even capable of poisoning the soul. Although Lin Moyo was not afraid of toxins, his soul sensing was not as effective as the undead vision of the skeletons. In the past few days, Lin Moyo had increasingly relied on the undead vision. Unfortunately, he still hadn't discovered anything. But now, in the undead vision, he saw a flickering flame. In the undead vision of the skeletons, souls appeared like flames, constantly flickering, just like the flames in the skulls. Even if someone died, as long as the soul remained, the flame would exist. This time, Lin Moyo saw a cluster of flames. It was a cluster of flames composed of 23 soul flames. This indicated that there were 23 living beings there. And outside this cluster of flames, there were countless other flames. The flames were either scattered or gathered, forming groups. Without even looking, Lin Moyo knew the situation. Someone was surrounded by gold-eating beasts, but the search array plate did not respond, indicating they were not human. While Lin Moyo was observing, one of the soul flames extinguished, indicating someone had been killed. The remaining 22 people seemed to huddle closer together, forming a tighter group. The encirclement of the gold-eating beasts also tightened. Lin Moyo knew that their time was running out. He immediately flew over. Although they were not human, Lin Moyo thought he might be able to get some information from the living beings he encountered. A distance of 1,000,000 kilometers took less than a minute for Lin Moyo to cover. The gold-eating beasts noticed Lin Moyo and, from tens of thousands of kilometers away, launched attacks. Deep blue beams of light, covered with mottled spots, carrying the deadly poison of the gold-silver stone, came crashing down. As the gold-eating beasts attacked, Lin Moyo also made his move. White light flickered around him, and 1,000 skeleton god generals appeared out of thin air, wielding swords and shields, charging forward. The combat power of the skeleton god generals had reached the second rank of the god king realm, making it a slaughter against ordinary gold-eating beasts. Sword energy tore through the starry sky, and large numbers of gold-eating beasts were killed on the spot, leaving behind pieces of highly pure refined gold. In the undead vision, large numbers of soul flames extinguished. The gold-eating beasts hid themselves using the blue light of the refined gold, avoiding detection by the naked eye and soul sensing, but they couldn't escape the undead vision. The skeleton god generals charged forward, and the battle quickly turned one-sided. Lin Moya followed closely and saw the beings surrounded by the gold-eating beasts. Golden Eagle Clan. Seeing the Golden Eagle Clan members, each with wings and a body covered in golden light, Lin Moya's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Golden Eagle Clan, like the Demon Clan, were mortal enemies of the human race, with no possibility of reconciliation. During the invasion of the human race by various clans, the Golden Eagle Clan caused as much damage as the Demon Clan, if not more. The Golden Eagle Clan even claimed that humans were merely their blood food. Countless life stars and galaxies, and billions of humans, became their food. They even raised humans, treating them entirely as food. Later, when Xiao Zhantian rose to power, he fought back, not only driving the Golden Eagle Clan away but also slaughtering many of them. It was said that Xiao Zhantian single-handedly stormed the ancestral land of the Golden Eagle Clan, causing rivers of blood. Since then, the Golden Eagle Clan had been in hiding for 1,000 years. However, Lin Moya did not know why Xiao Zhantian did not exterminate the Golden Eagle Clan back then. The blood feud between the two sides could never be resolved. Among the 22 Golden Eagle Clan members, the strongest was a second-rank God King, but he was severely injured, with only one wing left. There was also a first-rank God King, and the rest were all at the True God realm. Their auras from the previous battle had not yet dissipated, making it easy for Lin Moya to sense their realms. With his keen soul, this was not difficult for Lin Moya. Lin Moya's gaze was cold, filled with killing intent. When the Golden Eagle Clan members saw Lin Moya, they were all stunned. Seeing the skeleton god generals slaughtering the gold-eating beasts, they were even more incredulous. They couldn't believe Lin Moya was there to save them. If the gold-eating beasts were wolves, then Lin Moya was a tiger. Their future looked bleak, and they were doomed. Although the skeleton god generals were fighting the gold-eating beasts, they left no escape route for the Golden Eagle Clan members. Escape was impossible. Several gold-eating beasts charged out, larger than ordinary ones, exuding the aura of first-rank god kings. These were elite gold-eating beasts. Lin Moya had encountered elite gold-eating beasts in the passage before, but at that time, he was only fighting and didn't get a clear look at them. Now, he saw them for the first time. The elite gold-eating beasts had scales emitting a hazy blue light, larger in size, and their scales had more gold-silver spots. Just from their appearance, the elite gold-eating beasts looked more formidable than ordinary ones. However, they were still only first-rank god kings, and against the skeleton god generals, they were doomed. In just one encounter, dozens of sword energies slashed through the starry sky, and several elite gold-eating beasts were beheaded, their bodies torn apart by the sword energy. As the elite gold-eating beasts' bodies dissipated, even purer refined gold appeared in the starry sky. At this moment, Lin Moya saw 5 even larger gold-eating beasts appear in the starry sky. These gold-eating beasts were larger than the elite ones, with thicker scales and denser gold-silver spots. Captain-level gold-eating beasts, second-rank god kings. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't care about the 5 captain-level gold-eating beasts. His gaze was fixed on the head of the central gold-eating beast. On its head, a small gold-eating beast was perched. The palm-sized gold-eating beast existed in soul form, looking at Lin Moya with interest. In its gaze, Lin Moya saw curiosity and wariness. Then it let out a soul sound, like a beast's roar, echoing through the starry sky. The gold-eating beasts fighting the skeleton god generals all turned and disappeared into the starry sky. The 5 captain-level gold-eating beasts also faded away, along with the palm-sized gold-eating beast soul. The blue light of the refined gold was the gold-eating beast's vehicle. Under its cover, they could attack or retreat at will, even appearing and disappearing like ghosts. When they wanted to escape, it was hard to pursue them. The small gold-eating beast soul surprised Lin Moya. It has intelligence. Could it be the one setting the traps? The gold-eating beast group clearly follows its commands. Lin Moya thought to himself. During their first encounter, he didn't have this feeling, but now, it seemed he had overlooked something. After thinking for a couple of seconds without coming to a conclusion, Lin Moya temporarily set it aside. Having dealt with the gold-eating beasts, it was time to deal with the Golden Eagle Clan. Chapter 1204. Chapter 1204, 1204. Chapter 1204, the beast tide may exceed 100,000. The Golden Eagle Clan members huddled together, completely in despair. Lin Moya was so powerful, and those skeletons were so terrifying. After the gold-eating beasts retreated, the skeleton god generals quickly surrounded the Golden Eagle Clan. Lin Moya's eyes carried a cold smile. He did not use the space-fixing pearl, because within the range of the bismuth gold light, space appeared wavy and unstable. All teleportation items would lose their original effect here, similar to the effect of the space-fixing pearl. This was also why they couldn't escape. Human races. The Golden Eagle Clan's god king, who had lost a wing, was about to speak but was interrupted by a sharp sword light. The skeleton god generals launched a deadly attack. The Golden Eagle Clan's god king's face changed dramatically. His law domain unfolded, and his soul leaped out, with all his feathers falling off and merging into the law domain. The feathers formed a shield, greatly enhancing the strength of the law domain. The sword energy of the skeleton god generals struck the law domain, producing a sound like iron being struck, echoing in the starry sky. The powerful attack of the sword energy made the law domain tremble. The Golden Eagle Clan's god king shouted loudly, "I can tell you about the gold-eating beasts." His voice reached Lin Moya's ears. Lin Moya shook his head and laughed lightly. "I don't believe the words of the living. Not believing the words of the living. What does that mean? Does he believe the words of the dead? But at this point, the Golden Eagle clan's God King knew that Lin Moya would not spare them. He roared, "Break through!" Since that was the case, they could only choose to break through. Whether they could succeed or not, they had to try. After all, he was a second-rank God King. If he fought to the death, there was a chance. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with cold light. Impossible. With a thought, tens of thousands of skeleton god generals appeared in the starry sky, surrounding them even more tightly, leaving no gaps. The Golden Eagle clan's God King felt utterly hopeless. With tens of thousands of skeleton god generals, there was no chance at all. Sword energy swept through, and in the storm-like attack, his law domain shattered. 22 Golden Eagle clan members were simultaneously engulfed by the sword energy, turning into countless pieces of flesh. If Lin Moya hadn't held back, not even pieces of flesh would have been left. He put away most of the skeleton god generals, leaving only 100 outside for vigilance. One of the skeleton god generals brought back a piece of flesh. It was from the Golden Eagle clan member killed by the gold-eating beasts before Lin Moya arrived, almost entirely eaten, with only a part left. But for Lin Moya, it was enough. He glanced at the flesh floating in the starry sky and waved his hand. A silver-white flame exploded in the starry sky. In the blue starry sky, a flame appeared, floating in the blue light. Blood and flesh regenerated, and the soul reformed. The just-dead Golden Eagle clan members were resurrected one by one. After their resurrection, they respectfully knelt before Lin Moya. As resurrected beings, they retained their consciousness from life but were utterly loyal to Lin Moya. The newly resurrected God King finally understood what it meant not to believe the words of the living. Indeed, with such a spell, there was no need to exchange information with the living. Lin Moya looked at the Golden Eagle clan's God King. "You can speak now." "Yes, sir." As a resurrected being, the Golden Eagle clan's God King would never disobey Lin Moya's orders and immediately told everything he knew. From his account, Lin Moya roughly understood the whole situation. He had originally been collecting bismuth gold in a deeper area, even trying to collect some bismuth gold essence to enhance his soul. It is well known that bismuth gold essence is only born in the core of bismuth gold stars, and bismuth gold stars only exist in the deepest areas. He had collected enough bismuth gold and was preparing to go deeper when he saw a large number of gold-eating beasts flying out of a bismuth gold star, numbering in the tens of thousands. At that time, there were many cultivators nearby. When the gold-eating beasts appeared, they began to hunt the nearby cultivators. They had no specific target, any living being was their prey. The Golden Eagle clan's God King was one of them. The gold-eating beasts were very fast, but the Golden Eagle clan was also a speed-specialized race, not slow either. So he fled frantically, using his racial talent to escape wave after wave of pursuit. During days of fleeing, he saw more scenes of despair. There was not just one bismuth gold star, almost every bismuth gold star had groups of gold-eating beasts flying out, each group numbering in the tens of thousands. He roughly counted and estimated that at least 50,000 gold-eating beasts had been mobilized, an unprecedented event. Realizing something was wrong, he began to search for his clan members to escape together. The gold-eating beasts also pursued them madly, and they suffered continuous casualties, with clan members dying one after another. From the initial over 100 people, only 22 remained. Originally, there were 5 second-rank God Kings in the team, but now only one was left. After hearing his account, Lin Moya gained a deeper understanding of the gold-eating beast incident. This was an unprecedented gold-eating beast tide, not only in scale but also in the number of gold-eating beasts mobilized, which exceeded 50,000. This was just what the Golden Eagle clan's God King had seen. There might be more he hadn't seen. Lin Moya speculated that the number might double, with the total number of gold-eating beasts exceeding 100,000. For every 10,000 gold-eating beasts, a gold-eating beast king is born. The combat power of a gold-eating beast king is about the 4th rank of a god king. But if there are 100,000 gold-eating beasts, will there be even stronger gold-eating beast kings, and what will their combat power be? Besides, there is an even more serious problem. That is, the gold-eating beasts have given birth to intelligent members. Once they have intelligence, the combat power of the gold-eating beasts can increase several times. Coupled with the special environment here, if the army enters, it could cause massive casualties if not careful. Unfortunately, the Golden Eagle clan's God King was too focused on escaping and didn't notice whether the people were all killed or captured by the gold-eating beasts. But after so many days, even if they were captured, they were likely in grave danger. Lin Moya decided not to think about this for now and ordered, "Search the outer area for human survivors. Do not harm humans. Report any findings to me. As for you," Lin Moya looked at the Golden Eagle clan's God King, "take me to the core area." The Golden Eagle clan's talent is speed, and they are very fast, comparable to flying artifacts. A second-rank God King of the Golden Eagle clan can fly at least 80,000 kilometers per second, or even faster. Moreover, they are both fast and agile, making them the best mounts. With him as a mount, it could save half the time. Resurrected beings would never disobey Lin Moya's orders, so he immediately flew to Lin Moya's feet. The other Golden Eagle clan members quickly dispersed, flying towards the outer area. A golden light shot towards the central area like lightning. The Golden Eagle clan's God King, who had just escaped from there a few days ago, now had to return. The Golden Eagle clan can rely on their speed talent to escape. The human race is not weaker than the Golden Eagle clan. Although not specialized in speed, they have artifacts and other means, so there might be survivors. I don't know the purpose of this gold-eating beast tide. It's really strange. Lin Moya had a vague feeling that this gold-eating beast tide was different from previous ones and not simple. There might be deeper reasons behind it. Chapter 1205. Chapter 1205, 1205. Chapter 1205, you just say it, whether to listen or not is up to you. A golden light pierced through the blue starry sky, the blue gradually deepening, and the visibility worsening. Lin Moyo, riding on the transformed mount of the Golden Eagle God King, charged into the core area of the beryllium gold. It was like a stone falling into the ocean, causing insignificant ripples, until a deeper blue light shot from afar, shining on the body like the light of a star, faintly feeling a bit of warmth. In the field of vision, a dark blue star appeared. Unlike the bright and hot blue Mars, it had its unique color. At this moment, light smoke emerged from the Golden Eagle God King, as if bathing in flames, with feathers sizzling. Poison. Lin Moyo was slightly stunned. The toxicity of the gold-silver stone here was more intense, only slightly better than the poison explosion. This also indicated that the beryllium gold star in sight contained an astonishing purity and quantity of gold-silver stone. This toxin could make Lin Moya's skin feel extremely intense. Even the God King couldn't last long. Lin Moya squinted his eyes. If the beryllium gold star exploded like a poison explosion, even the God King would be instantly poisoned to death. No matter what kind of shot gold pill, it would be useless. Moreover, the explosion range could cover at least billions of kilometers, and any army coming over would be dead. After all, the highest level that could enter was only the third rank of the God King. In summary, it was simply an unsolvable dead end. The Golden Eagle God King took out a golden feather, which exploded into a golden light, covering the whole body like flowing water. His body became brighter, blocking the toxin. Each race had its methods, and the human race's shot gold pill was just one of them. The Golden Eagle God King said, "Back then, the kid encountered a group of gold-eating beasts here." Lin Moya nodded, looking down at the search array. The search array had no reaction. Lin Moya lightly tapped his finger, and a million-meter undead eye appeared in the starry sky. Through the vision of the undead eye, there was no discovery either. There were no gold-eating beasts or any living beings here, but there was still a discovery. Through the undead eye, Lin Moya saw countless holes on the surface of the beryllium gold star. Under Lin Moya's command, the Golden Eagle God King landed on the nearest beryllium gold star. There were many holes, covering the entire beryllium gold star. Lin Moya could imagine that the gold-eating beasts came out of these holes. The holes not only emitted the aura of beryllium gold but also contained the toxin of gold-silver stone, and the deeper it went, the more intense the toxin. Looking into the hole, an unusual color appeared in the eyes. Beryllium gold essence. The data said that the core of the beryllium gold star would produce beryllium gold essence. Beryllium gold essence was not a material but a pill that could enhance the defense of the soul, greatly benefiting the safety of the soul. Lin Moya originally planned to complete the task and then take the beryllium gold essence. You wait here. Lin Moya gave an order and flew directly into the hole, heading towards the core of the star. At the edge of Area 6 to 99, Meng Gang and the other three waited quietly. Around them were skeleton god generals, protecting them firmly. With their protection, there was no need to worry too much even if they encountered a group of gold-eating beasts. Yuzhu looked slightly serious, standing straight, looking in the direction Lin Moya left, as if trying to see through billions of miles of space to see Lin Moya. She pondered, I wonder if Captain Lin has encountered a group of gold-eating beasts. She originally wanted to call Lin Moya by name, but changed to calling him Captain at the last moment. After all, they were still on a mission, and some rules couldn't be broken. After the mission, she could call him whatever she wanted. Meng Gang said in a low voice, the captain should be fine, after all, the skeleton is still there. Yuzhu's eyes turned, Meng Sergeant, have you ever heard of any puppet that dies with its master? Meng Gang pondered for a few seconds and then shook his head, never heard of it. Meng Gang's answer did not surprise Yuzhu. Yuzhu grew up in a family with a long heritage and rich information. She had read those materials since childhood, and if there was such a puppet, she would have heard of it. If it wasn't a puppet, Yuzhu suddenly thought of a possibility. Her heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, if it's not a puppet, could it be a spell? Summoning spells, could there be such a powerful summoning spell? Our human race doesn't seem to be good at summoning spells, even the spirit race, which is good at summoning spells, doesn't seem to have such a powerful one. Just as Yuzhu couldn't figure it out, the space in the distance suddenly fluctuated violently. The space fluctuation immediately caught the attention of several people, and they saw a passage appear thousands of kilometers away. After the passage appeared, a team rushed out. After the team rushed out, they immediately formed a square formation in the starry sky, guarding all directions. This alone showed that the team was well disciplined. Meng Gang was delighted, it's our human army. A square formation was a team of 10,000 people. Based on Meng Gang's understanding of the military, there were 10 teams in this 10,000-man square formation. Each team had a captain and a vice-captain, both of whom were at the God King level, and the team members were at least at the 8th level of the true God. Each 10,000-man square formation also had a commander, the strongest in the formation. To become a commander in the military, the realm was not the most important, but the combat power was. Such people were geniuses, capable of super combat, even if only at the 2nd rank of the God King, their combat power would not be weaker than the 4th rank of the God King. Seeing the army, Meng Gang immediately relaxed. Wang Zhengao and Rong Jie, behind him, also breathed a sigh of relief, saying in unison, finally here. Yes, finally here, Meng Gang said in a low voice. As soldiers, they had an inexplicable trust in the military. Since the military had arrived, there was nothing to worry about. Yuzhu's beautiful eyes moved, thinking of what Lin Moya said before leaving, and said in a low voice, he was right. Lin Moyo had made various predictions, one of which was that the army might come in. At this moment, Meng Gang got up and flew towards the square formation. Yuzha did not move but reminded, "Don't forget what the captain said." Meng Gang paused slightly, "I know." Meng Gang, wearing a military uniform, exuded the aura of the God King realm. After revealing his identity, the commander of the square formation immediately came out to inquire about the situation from Meng Gang. Meng Gang didn't know much, just told what he saw and heard after coming in, including some words Lin Moyo had told him. After a while, Meng Gang flew back. Wan Zhenghao and Rong Jie immediately asked, "Boss, what did they say?" They were Meng Gang's subordinates and called him boss in private. Meng Gang said, "I told them the situation and what the captain said." Yuzhu chuckled, "They won't listen." Meng Gang nodded, "Yes, they won't listen." The military was like that, Meng Gang knew it long ago. Lin Moyo also predicted it. At that time, Lin Moyo said he would just say it, whether they listened or not was their business. Yuzha said, according to the captain, if the gold-eating beasts really set up a trap, a poison explosion would be enough to kill them. Meng Gang knew the power of the poison explosion but felt helpless. He had no influence. Yuzha said, "Anyway, we won't move as long as the skeleton is not dead." She chose to trust Lin Moyo. Wan Zhenghao and Rong Jie looked at Meng Gang, "Boss, what do you think?" Chapter 1206. Chapter 1206, 1206. Chapter 1206, Skeleton God General vs. Demon Army. Shu Meng Gang was in a dilemma. Lin, looking at the slightly nervous expressions of the two, it was clear that they were saying, "Whatever you do, we will follow." Actually, Meng Gang had two choices, either follow the military's actions or listen to Lin Moyo and stay here. He trusted the military, anyone from the military would. But he also trusted Lin Moyo, who had saved his life multiple times. Just as Meng Gang was struggling to make a decision, Yuzhu's voice came from the side, "Think about the toxin explosion." Meng Gang shivered, and his mind suddenly cleared. He believed the military had ways to deal with the toxin explosion, but why should he take the risk? Here, it seemed safe for now. Meng Gang made his decision, "We won't leave, we'll stay here and wait." Wan Zhenghao and Rong Jie chose to trust Meng Gang. After resting for half an hour, the military began to move. A third-rank God King warship appeared in the starry sky, and a formation of 10,000 soldiers quickly boarded the ship, flying towards the Bismuth Gold area. The military's warship was very fast, almost as fast as the Battle King Tower, and would reach the designated area soon. Meng Gang's eyes flickered, but he ultimately sat down cross-legged, waiting for the outcome. However, after a while, spatial fluctuations came from several thousand kilometers away. The four of them turned their heads simultaneously and saw another team rushing in from outside. This time, it was the Demon Clan, dressed in military uniforms. The four's faces changed dramatically, and Yuzha's face turned pale. "It's the Demon Clan." Without thinking, she took out an item resembling an array plate. Meng Gang drew a long sword and said in a low voice, "Things have gotten worse." Wan Zhenghao and Rong Jie also drew their weapons. As soldiers, they were not afraid of battle. Thousands of Demon Clan soldiers rushed in, numbering around 5,000. Among them were captains and commanders. The captains were at the God King realm, and the commanders were even stronger. The demons did not form a formation although they were all demons, they came from different demon species. Their sizes varied greatly, some had wings, some had 4 or even 6 limbs, some were 10 meters tall, and some were less than a meter. Such a bizarre team couldn't form a formation. As soon as they entered, they spotted Meng Gang and the others and charged at them with sinister smiles. The vast starry sky offered no place to hide, and Meng Gang and the others knew this. Although their faces were grim, they were not desperate. The skeleton god generals were not to be trifled with. Sure enough, when the distance was reduced to 1,000 kilometers, the skeleton god generals made the first move. Terrifying and sharp sword energy almost tore the starry sky apart. Hundreds of sword energy swept across, killing several demons on the spot. Their bodies were devoured and obliterated by the sword energy, leaving no trace. The demons behind were startled, they hadn't expected the skeletons to be so powerful. But there was no time to think. Once the skeleton god generals started, it was a fight to the death. 100 skeleton god generals charged out, forming a formation, and their sword energies intertwined like a dense net. The demons screamed, their god king realm puppets. "Warship! Deploy the warship!" The demons shouted as they unfolded their law domains, hoping to resist. But the skeleton god generals' attacks were too strong, tearing their law domains like paper, killing another batch of demons on the spot. After unleashing their sword energies, the 100 skeleton god generals quickly charged, killing their way into the demon ranks in an instant. Like wolves among sheep, the terrifying sword energies erupted among the demons. The true god realm demons stood no chance against the second-rank god king skeleton god generals. Meng Gang and the others were stunned, their understanding of the skeleton god generals refreshed once again. At this moment, starlight flickered among the demons, and 2 massive warships appeared. The warships were pitch black, covered in sharp spikes. One emitted an inky glow, while the other was shrouded in abyssal fire. These were the demon clan's warships, weapons of war. The appearance of the demon warships made Meng Gang and the others tense up again. The demon clan's warships were very powerful, comparable to human warships. As the warships appeared, the demons flew into them, no longer fighting the skeleton god generals head-on but using the warships to battle them. The skeleton god generals and the warships clashed fiercely. The sword energies struck the warships, causing only minor damage. The warships' defenses were strong, and their attacks were powerful, injuring the skeleton god generals with each strike. Meng Gang and the others' faces turned grim again, gripping their weapons tightly. If the skeleton god generals couldn't hold off the demon warships, they would be in trouble. Suddenly, a bright white light shone from the skeleton god generals, rapidly healing their injuries. The four turned to see a peculiar figure among the skeletons, previously unnoticed. It was a lich general. Though not as powerful as the skeleton god generals, it had the abilities to enhance and heal. With it, the combat power of the undead army increased significantly. The battle reached a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. However, Meng Gang and the others knew they were safe. Meng Gang said, "If I'm not mistaken, they'll retreat soon." After all, the demon army had a mission and wouldn't waste too much time here. Indeed, as Meng Gang predicted, after half an hour of fighting, the two demon warships suddenly turned and flew deeper into the starry sky. The battle ended inconclusively, with the demons losing over 1,000 soldiers. Of the 5,000 demons that entered, 1/5 were lost, making it a victory for Meng Gang's side. As the demons left, Meng Gang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yuju's eyes sparkled, her interest in Lin Moya growing stronger due to the skeleton god general's formidable combat power. Lin Moyu, bathed in blue light, reached the deepest part of the bismuth gold star. Here, the space was not small, filled with blue light and a hint of purple. Lin Moya's eyes opened slightly, his consciousness returning. Through the skeleton god generals, he had learned about the battle between the human army and the demon clan. They still came in. It seems the situation outside has changed. They must be fighting. I need to speed up. Lin Moya looked at the blue-purple area, believing it to be the resting place of the gold-eating beasts. But after thinking, he felt something was off. If the gold-eating beasts really lived in the bismuth gold star, how could those who came to collect bismuth gold essence not have discovered it? The records didn't mention this. The records stated that the appearance and disappearance of the gold-eating beasts were unknown. But the presence of the gold-eating beasts' aura here was undeniable, and Lin Moya was certain they came from here. However, the space, though not small, couldn't possibly hold tens of thousands of gold-eating beasts, even if they were packed tightly. Truly strange. Lin Moya was puzzled. At this moment, a wisp of purple light floated by, and he reached out to catch it. It was a thread thinner than a hair, with purple light flowing like water ripples. This must be bismuth gold essence. Thinking this, Lin Moya's soul gently inhaled, and the purple light was absorbed into his soul. His soul felt a slight comfort, and Lin Moya sensed a tiny increase in its strength. Indeed, it's bismuth gold essence. Chapter 1207. Chapter 1207, 1207. Chapter 1207, Cages hanging in the starry sky. The bismuth gold essence danced like a beautiful dancer, carrying a purple glow as it floated in the small cave. Lin. The records only mentioned the bismuth gold essence's miraculous effect on enhancing soul defense, but they did not describe its specific appearance. Now Lin Moya knew that the bismuth gold essence existed in the form of fine threads. Unfortunately, there wasn't much bismuth gold essence left here, only less than 100 strands. Most of it had probably been eaten by the gold-eating beasts. Lin Moya thought of the palm-sized gold-eating beast soul and felt that it must have eaten a lot of the bismuth gold essence. Could the gold-eating beast's intelligence be related to the bismuth gold essence? In the great world, although there are countless treasures, those that can directly affect the soul are not many. Bismuth gold essence is one of them, but it only enhances soul defense. Lin Moya thought of a possibility and muttered to himself, what if the records are incomplete? What if the bismuth gold essence can help unlock intelligence? For cultivators like us, who already possess intelligence, even if the bismuth gold essence has the ability to unlock intelligence, it wouldn't be noticed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. With a wave of his hand, all the less than 100 strands of bismuth gold essence in the cave were absorbed into his palm. Even a small amount is still valuable, and Lin Moya wouldn't waste it. He turned and left the cave, leaping onto the back of the Golden Eagle God King, and continued flying towards the central area. At the speed of the Golden Eagle God King, it would take a few more days to reach the true center. It was said that there was an enormous bismuth gold star there, but the records did not describe its exact size. Some people had seen it from a distance, and the enormous bismuth gold star was accompanied by terrifying poison. Even the Genjin pill couldn't neutralize the poison, and a third-rank God King couldn't last long near it. The strongest beings here were only third-rank God Kings, so it became a mysterious area. Half a day later, at the periphery of the bismuth gold area, where the poison explosion occurred, a human warship arrived from afar and stopped in the starry sky. After a few minutes, the warship bypassed the area covered by the poison explosion and flew in from the other side. Half a day later, the demon warships also arrived. They too bypassed the area covered by the poison explosion, choosing a different direction from the humans to enter. 2 days later, a bright light appeared in their sight. The light shone like a star, emitting a blue glow. When Lin Moya first saw it, he almost mistook it for the blue flame star he had seen before. It's the central bismuth gold star, as big as a star, called the bismuth gold source star. The bismuth gold source star was named by the humans. Some speculated that the bismuth gold in this area came from it. Even from tens of billions of kilometers away, its presence was obvious, visible to the naked eye. The scale of the bismuth gold source star was likely unimaginably large. As they saw the bismuth gold source star, the search array plate, which had been inactive for days, suddenly burst into brilliant light. Arrows appeared one after another, and in an instant, the number of arrows exceeded 100. More arrows appeared, densely packed, layered upon each other. The number of arrows reached over 1,000, all pointing in almost the same direction. Each arrow represented a survivor, and over 1,000 arrows meant over 1,000 survivors. I didn't expect so many people to be alive. Are they resisting or captured? Based on the order of the arrow's appearance, they are not together but scattered, with some distance between them. Separated and imprisoned? What's the purpose? Lin Moyo analyzed the frequency of the arrow's appearance. The speed of the Golden Eagle God King was too fast, nearly 100,000 kilometers per second. Even if the appearance interval was only 0.01 seconds, it still represented a significant distance. From the first to the last arrow, it took less than 2 seconds. This meant that the closest and farthest arrows were about 200,000 kilometers apart. The situation seemed to be getting strange. They were now approaching the true center of Area 6 to 99, where the poison from the gold-silver stones was even more intense. Without the Genjin pill or similar protective measures, even a God King couldn't survive long. The Golden Eagle God King's body began to emit green smoke again, and the golden glow covering its body was rapidly fading. The Golden Eagle God King took out another feather to activate, reapplying the golden glow to resist the poison. Lin Moyo felt his skin heating up, as if being roasted by fire. Even he felt this way, indicating that the poison here was indeed far more intense than before. Given the poison here, the human cultivators shouldn't be able to survive long. But they were captured by the gold-eating beasts and have been alive for a while. Things are getting stranger. What exactly are the gold-eating beasts trying to do? Various questions arose in his mind. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Moyo finally saw the people indicated by the search array plate. In the starry sky, clusters of deep blue light, like cages, imprisoned cultivators of various races. These cultivators were still alive but had clearly lost consciousness. The starry sky was filled with cages, numbering in the tens of thousands. The cages were made of bismuth gold, and the blue light not only trapped the cultivators but also blocked the poison, preventing them from being poisoned to death. Bismuth gold itself can block poison. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised. Gold-silver stone is the accompanying mineral of bismuth gold, but he had never heard that bismuth gold could block the poison of gold-silver stone. But the situation in front of him told Lin Moyo that it was indeed possible. Clearly, the gold-eating beast's understanding of bismuth gold far exceeded that of humans. Lin Moyo's gaze shifted, and he suddenly noticed something unusual. These bismuth gold cages were not purely made of bismuth gold. Inside them, there was a purple light flowing, which was the light of the bismuth gold essence. He immediately understood that the bismuth gold essence was likely responsible for blocking the poison. The starry sky was filled with tens of thousands of bismuth gold cages, large and small, imprisoning cultivators of various races. These cultivators had lost consciousness and were in a coma. Lin Moyo did not approach rashly but observed from a distance for a while. The gold-eating beasts must have a purpose for imprisoning them. Visually, there seemed to be no problem, so Lin Moyo switched to the undead vision to observe. In the undead vision, the world turned gray and white, with colors becoming dull and lifeless. Only the soul flames continued to flicker steadily. Soul flames. Lin Moyo saw that within the soul flames, there was a purple light. That was the light of the bismuth gold essence. The bismuth gold essence had been integrated into their souls. All the souls had this purple light. It was clear that the bismuth gold essence was not absorbed by them voluntarily but was forcibly inserted by the gold-eating beasts. Some souls had mostly turned purple, while others had only a small part that was purple. What are the gold-eating beasts trying to do? As Lin Moyo pondered, he suddenly saw one of the soul flames completely turn purple. Then he saw the soul flame transform into the shape of a gold-eating beast, and a palm-sized gold-eating beast soul jumped out of the original owner's body. Chapter 1208. Chapter 1208, 1208. Chapter 1208, The Newly Born Gold-Eating Beast, Soul Transformation. The original owner of the book was a demon. After the soul of the gold-eating beast jumped out, the demon immediately lost its breath. Lin, without a soul, no one can survive. Lin Moyo's heart skipped a beat. What is this, transforming souls? For a moment, he didn't understand what the gold-eating beast was doing, but he knew what would happen next. These imprisoned cultivators, regardless of their race, their souls would eventually be transformed into gold-eating beasts, those with intelligent souls. Lin Moyo saw with his own eyes the transformation of the gold-eating beast soul from confusion to clarity. It had gained intelligence. Then, Lin Moyo saw a trace of disgust in its eyes. This disgust came from its original body, the terrifying and hideous demon body. Lin Moyo saw it clearly and knew he wasn't mistaken. After becoming a gold-eating beast soul, it had become one of them, hating its original body. The soul has become one of the gold-eating beasts, even its thoughts are the same. The newly born gold-eating beast soul suddenly let out a scream. It was like a command, and several gold-eating beasts quickly rushed over from the nearby starry sky, devouring the golden cage imprisoning the demon. In just a few bites, most of the demon's body was eaten. After becoming a gold-eating beast, it not only hates its original body but also orders other unintelligent gold-eating beasts to eat it. Not even leaving any residue, truly cruel. Lin Moyo had long seen that there were many gold-eating beasts hidden here, so he stopped from a distance. At this moment, with a light sound, a bull demon clan cultivator's body suddenly exploded. Lin Moyo saw that his soul had already shattered. Obviously, this transformation was not always successful and had a certain failure rate. But if more intelligent gold-eating beasts like this one appeared, Lin Moyo thought, a new race would be born in the Great World. Especially in this area, due to the existence of realm restrictions, the gold-eating beasts were the absolute rulers, and external forces could not affect them. As long as they didn't leave here, no one could threaten them. In the Great World, races are constantly being born and dying. The birth of a new race and the extinction of an old one are common occurrences. If a new race were born here, Lin Moyo wouldn't be surprised. However, the birth of this race cannot come at the cost of human lives. There were over 10,000 beings present, with more than 1,000 humans among them. Lin Moya didn't care about the life and death of other races, it wasn't his concern. He had a mission to rescue people. If he hadn't seen them, it would be one thing, but now that he had, he couldn't ignore it. Although he still didn't understand how the gold-eating beasts gained intelligence, it was no longer important. What mattered now was how to save people. The souls of these people had more or less turned purple, indicating that the transformation had already begun. Lin Moya didn't know how to stop the transformation and restore them to their original state. He wondered if the undying law could work. At this point, it's worth a try. At least I can't just watch. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the Golden Eagle God King carried him, turning into a golden light and shooting forward. At this moment, the Golden Eagle God King activated his innate spell, reaching a speed of 200,000 kilometers per second, one-third the speed of light. In just a few seconds, Lin Moya rushed into the area where various races were imprisoned. Before the gold-eating beasts could react, he took out the space-fixing pearl. The space-fixing pearl activated with a light hum. The blue waves instantly froze, and the spherical space with a diameter of 10 million kilometers became incredibly stable. He had seen the soul state of the small gold-eating beasts before and knew they could jump through the starry sky, using the blue waves of the bismuth gold to achieve effects similar to space laws. This was their advantage, making it difficult to catch them. But with the space-fixing pearl activated, the blue waves instantly solidified, making it hard for them to escape. Lin Moya wasn't entirely confident, but he had to try. There were over 10,000 gold-eating beasts nearby, including elite members, captains, and possibly even a gold-eating beast king. Lin Moya didn't dare to be careless and summoned the skeletons. A throne appeared in the starry sky, the skeleton throne. The skeleton throne blazed with flames, its silver-white light illuminating the starry sky. The skeleton king, draped in a blood-red cloak, slowly rose from the throne, engulfed in flames. The skeletons quickly fused, transforming into a massive number of skeleton god generals. This time, Lin Moya didn't hold back, he wanted a quick battle. Since there were over 10,000 gold-eating beasts, he summoned 100,000 skeleton god generals. In terms of both quantity and power, it was a crushing force. The appearance of the skeleton king was to deal with the possible presence of a gold-eating beast king. After all, the weakest gold-eating beast king was at least a third-rank god king, and the strongest could be a fourth-rank god king. The skeleton god generals were no match, so he had to use the skeleton king. The skeleton god generals charged madly into the void. The gold-eating beasts hidden in the blue light were killed in large numbers. Their hiding methods were useless against the skeleton god generals, their soul flames were so vivid and clear. The palm-sized gold-eating beast soul first showed shock, then horror in its eyes. The gold-eating beasts were defeated too quickly, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Each one had the combat power of a captain-level gold-eating beast, and their army couldn't resist. It glared at Lin Moya, let out a scream, seemingly ordering the gold-eating beasts to counterattack, and then tried to escape into the void. But it didn't disappear, it was like hitting a wall and was heavily bounced back. It was like someone diving into water, only to find the surface had turned into a thick ice block. Lin Moya's mouth twitched, trying to escape? Impossible. He pointed, and red light filled the sky. Fusion spell, time curse. Soul burn, soul poison, soul curse, the three major soul spells combined, greatly enhancing their power. The time curse specifically targeted souls. The newly born gold-eating beast soul let out a scream, its small body quickly curling up and trembling. Its escape failed. Looking at Lin Moya, then at the rapidly collapsing gold-eating beast group around it, despair filled its eyes. Despairing, not bad. Although there was no communication, its eyes vividly conveyed its thoughts. It didn't want to die and was very afraid of death. It looked at Lin Moya, its lips slightly parted, as if wanting to say something, but Lin Moya didn't care about its intentions. As he had said before, the words of the living might not be true. He preferred to believe the words of the dead, and he also planned to experiment with it. The small gold-eating beast soul's original body still had some remains, not completely eaten. Lin Moya pointed, and an undying flame fell on the remaining corpse. Stellar-level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. The corpse quickly regenerated, and an irresistible force dragged the gold-eating beast soul into the newly formed body. Just as I thought. Lin Moya smiled. Although the soul died, the connection between the soul and the body wasn't completely severed. Under the spell, the body is reborn, and the rules of the universe find the soul belonging to the original body. Chapter 1209. Chapter 1209, 1209. Chapter 1209, really want to create a new race. The soul of the small gold-eating beast, in a state of shock, was pulled back into its original body by some mysterious and incomparably powerful rule. From the body to the soul, it had become a resurrected being. Lin Moya was very sure through his connection with the resurrected being. The strange creature in front of him, with a demon's body and a gold-eating beast soul, was his resurrected being. The resurrected being crawled in front of Lin Moya, head lowered, body trembling. This was a reaction caused by the fear in its soul. Although it had become a resurrected being, it still had a trace of consciousness belonging to the gold-eating beast. But none of this mattered. It was now a resurrected being, a dead person, and that was enough. Dead people do not lie, they are more reliable than the living. Tell me everything you know, Lin Moya commanded. After becoming a resurrected being, there was no possibility of concealment. Even if it meant death, as long as it was Lin Moya's command, it would still speak. Soon, through its narration, Lin Moya learned some details of the situation. A king had been born among the gold-eating beasts. For some reason, the gold-eating beast king had gained intelligence. After gaining intelligence, the gold-eating beast king found a way to make more gold-eating beasts intelligent. The gold-eating beast king then devised a plan to create more intelligent gold-eating beasts, even establishing a gold-eating beast race here. The most crucial part of the plan was to have enough cultivators, using the bodies of cultivators to create intelligent gold-eating beasts. The purple light in the souls of the various races that Lin Moyo had seen before was the souls of gold-eating beasts that had absorbed enough bismuth gold essence. As long as they absorbed enough bismuth gold essence, the souls of the gold-eating beasts could mutate. During the mutation process, if they devoured the souls of cultivators, they could gain intelligence. The intelligent gold-eating beasts would exist in the form of souls. At the same time, their form of existence would be far superior to ordinary gold-eating beasts, capable of commanding ordinary gold-eating beasts. Of course, this was not a long-term solution. There was also a second step in the plan, which was to have a brand new body. This step had actually already been successful. According to the resurrected being, the gold-eating beast king already had a brand new body, and it was very powerful. However, it did not know how its king had achieved this. As for the souls that had already been tainted with purple, they were most likely beyond saving. The souls of the two had actually merged into one. They would either succeed and ascend to the soul state of the gold-eating beast or fail, resulting in the body exploding and dying. There was no third outcome. Hearing this, Lin Moya's heart sank slightly. If he didn't know that resurrected beings couldn't lie, he might have had to resort to torture to extract a confession. Is there really no way? After pondering for a few moments, Lin Moya decided to give it a try. He cast a spell of the Undying Law, which entered the body of the nearest human cultivator. This human cultivator's soul was only about 1/10 tainted with purple, a relatively mild case. If even he couldn't be saved, then there was no point in trying with others. The Undying Law transformed into the power of life and entered the soul world of the cultivator. The power of life nourished the soul, and Lin Moya could feel the soul flame of the cultivator becoming more vigorous. But as the soul flame became more vigorous, the purple light's erosion seemed to accelerate. Both sides were strengthened, making the situation worse. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the power of life instantly transformed into the power of death. The power of death began to erode the soul, targeting the purple areas. The unconscious body began to tremble violently, as if electrocuted, shaking uncontrollably. The power of death acted like a grinding wheel, continuously grinding the soul. Under the erosion of the power of death, the soul occupied by the purple light quickly decayed until the purple light completely disappeared, and the soul returned to purity. The soul was damaged. This was inevitable. A piece of the soul was missing, which was an unimaginable disaster for any cultivator. Once the soul was severely damaged, recovery would be very difficult. However, for Lin Moyu, as long as the soul injury wasn't too severe, the power of life could heal it. After erasing the gold-eating beast's soul, the power of death transformed back into the power of life, nourishing the soul like a gentle rain. Under the influence of the power of life, the soul gradually began to recover. Although still unconscious, the body's trembling had stopped. Lin Moyu exhaled lightly, feeling that his undying law was indeed miraculous. He then didn't hesitate, multitasking, and began to save people. He only saved human cultivators. As for those of other races, they were none of his concern. The battle of the skeleton god generals continued. Since there was no gold-eating beast king present, the skeleton king didn't need to act. Lin Moya knew the battle wouldn't last long. None of the over 10,000 gold-eating beasts here would escape. In the starry sky filled with bismuth gold and gold-silver stones, the human army moved like an arrow. As the amount of bismuth gold increased, they had to abandon their warships. The warships were indeed strong, capable of withstanding the continuous impact of bismuth gold and gold-silver stones. But this would consume a lot of energy, and the warships required a massive energy supply to operate. Good steel should be used on the blade, and waste should be minimized. The formation was broken into 100 small teams, each with 100 people, maintaining a considerable distance from each other, advancing quickly through the bismuth gold. The leader at the front, a third-rank god king, held a large array plate. It was a search array plate, but twice the size of the one Lin Moyo had. A large energy stone was embedded in the array plate, and the leader continuously supplied energy to it. The vast energy overflowed in the starry sky, greatly enhancing the effectiveness of the search array plate. He could search for human cultivators within a range of 10 billion kilometers. At this moment, a large arrow pointed in a certain direction, guiding the entire team forward. If you looked closely, the arrow could be subdivided into many strands, each representing a human cultivator. They all pointed in the same direction, the same piece of starry sky. Ahead, the amount of bismuth gold increased, and the gold-silver stones became more numerous, intensifying the toxicity in the starry sky. Until a bismuth gold star with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers appeared, the team stopped. Everyone simultaneously took out Gen pills and swallowed them, their actions uniform and well-trained. A few seconds later, the team resumed their advance, flying past the bismuth gold star. As they passed the bismuth gold star, it suddenly shook violently. The commotion immediately caught the attention of many, and the leader's face changed dramatically. He remembered what Meng Gang had said. Toxin explosion. Star toxin explosion. His face changed dramatically, and he produced a shrunken warship, throwing it into the void. The warship instantly expanded. At the same time, he shouted, "Get into the warship." Soldiers obey orders without hesitation and immediately boarded the warship. The bismuth gold star exploded, and toxic powder swept through the starry sky. The leader's face changed dramatically, shouting, "Hurry!" Everyone sped up and rushed into the warship, which then launched and shot forward like a stream of light. At this point, they no longer cared about energy consumption, flying as fast as possible. The leader was still in shock, grateful that Meng Gang had warned him, giving him a 2 to 3 second head start. Those 2 to 3 seconds were a matter of life and death. At this moment, the warship suddenly shook, and his face changed again. Chapter 1210. Chapter 1210, 1210. Chapter 1210, not sure if they can survive here. The power of the poison explosion was already astonishing enough to kill all living beings in the covered area. Lin, perhaps a third-rank god king might have a chance to escape, but someone like Meng Gang, a second-rank god king, would surely die. If a bismuth gold star experienced a poison explosion, even a third-rank god king would have no way out. Now, a bismuth gold star had indeed experienced a poison explosion, and the poisonous powder swept across billions of kilometers of the starry sky. The poisonous powder, like countless bullets, struck the warship. The poison not only killed living beings but also corroded various magical treasures and materials. A warship, in essence, is also a type of weapon and magical treasure, and it too would be corroded. The warship shook violently, its surface covered with dense pits and craters. The commander gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Increase speed, strengthen defenses." At this point, they could only rely on luck. If the warship couldn't hold up, neither could they. On the other side, the demons were also flying in the bismuth gold area. They too had entered the area where the bismuth gold star was located. Not long after, the bismuth gold star exploded. Lin Moyo had been busy for most of the day, finally rescuing most of the people. Some people couldn't be saved. In total, about 30% couldn't be saved. Those who couldn't be saved were mostly those whose souls had been eroded by more than 40%. During the rescue process, Lin Moya discovered this threshold: if the soul damage exceeded 40%, it would directly dissipate. However, the soul's endurance was also related to cultivation. The limit for the true god realm was about 30%, while for the god king realm, it could be increased to 40%. Lin Moyo had once encountered a remnant soul of a god sovereign, whose soul was already broken but could still survive and maintain complete consciousness. Indeed, the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to die. Those who were rescued were still in a coma. Some people's souls were still recovering and needed more time. Lin Moyo glanced at the tens of thousands of cages in the starry sky. Although these cages trapped them, they also blocked the poisonous invasion. Lin Moyo calculated the time; they should be arriving soon. Not sure if they can survive here. He knew the human army was coming. According to his guess, the human army would encounter poison explosions and ambushes by the gold-eating beasts. Even if they could get here, they would likely suffer heavy losses. As for whether the human military could find this place, Lin Moyo wasn't worried at all. Meng Gang had mentioned that the military had better search array plates. After rescuing the people, the skeleton god generals began to act. Their target was the other races. If they were going to die anyway, it was better to turn them into his military merits. Lin Moyo was never lenient with enemies. He wasn't a saint and wouldn't show mercy. The skeleton god generals had already surrounded their targets. With Lin Moya's command, powerful sword energy shattered the cages, killing the other races inside. Lin Moya felt his battlefield token heating up. It seemed he had killed too many. When he returned, he would likely receive a lot of military merits, but he might also face suspicion. The skeleton god generals were already adept at looting, collecting a large number of storage tools. They didn't spare the corpses either. The god king realm corpses were all collected, while Lin Moya no longer cared about the true god realm corpses. The cages were made of bismuth gold and contained bismuth gold essence. Lin Moya unceremoniously took all the bismuth gold essence, swallowing it to enhance his soul defense. He collected all the bismuth gold, which could be exchanged for points when he returned. The starry sky was filled with the corpses of true god realm enemies. Lin Moyo piled them together and placed them far away. As for the human cages, he didn't touch them. Without the cages, they wouldn't survive. Lin Moyo waited quietly, not in a hurry. The skeleton god generals had already spread out in all directions to observe the situation. Lin Moyo planned to wait here for a few days. If the army didn't arrive, it would mean they encountered trouble and might never make it. In that case, he would take the cages and return first. After all, the mission was the priority. Successfully rescuing over 700 people meant the mission was accomplished. As for other matters, they could be dealt with later, ensuring the safety of these people first. The gold-eating beast king had planned this for over 100 years, so he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, Lin Moya's actions had disrupted part of the gold-eating beast king's plan. After waiting for several days, there was finally movement in the starry sky. A golden stream of light flew over at high speed, faster than the golden eagle god king. When Lin Moya saw it, it was only 1,000,000 kilometers away. 10 seconds later, a human warship, bearing the marks of a recent battle, stopped in front of Lin Moyo. The army flew out of the warship, quickly forming ranks. The killing intent on them hadn't completely dissipated, indicating they had just experienced a battle. The warship was also riddled with holes. The military commander flew out, saluted Lin Moyo, and said, "Ji Hongshan, 4th level officer, commander of a 10,000-man team." Lin Moyo also saluted, "Lin Moyo, 9th rank warrior, currently on a promotion task." Ji Hongshan quickly assessed the situation. "I know you, the holder of an honorary title." Every holder of an honorary title deserved respect. Even though Ji Hongshan's rank and military position were higher than Lin Moyo's, he was still very polite to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. "It seems you encountered some trouble along the way." Ji Hongshan didn't hide anything. "First, we encountered a bismuth gold star explosion, which damaged the warship. Then we were ambushed by the gold-eating beasts and fought several battles." Lin Moyo asked, "Were there any casualties?" Ji Hongshan nodded. In war, there are always casualties, but fortunately, the damage wasn't too severe. Compared to outside, we fared better. From Ji Hongshan's words, Lin Moya knew his guess was correct. There was indeed fighting outside. It seemed that various races had their own suspicions about the changes in the gold-eating beasts. However, the specifics of their suspicions were unknown. Ji Hongshan gave orders, and some people began repairing the warship. Lin Moya explained the situation here, and Ji Hongshan was shocked, showing disbelief. Brother Lin, are you saying that the gold-eating beasts have gained intelligence and are using cultivators' souls to create more intelligent gold-eating beasts? Lin Moya nodded. Yes, that's about right. I've already rescued everyone I could. Please take them away, Captain Ji. Ji Hongshan was about to speak when he heard an exclamation. Captain, the poison here is too strong, the Genjin pills can't hold up. Ji Hongshan realized that they had ventured too deep, and the toxicity had greatly increased. His high cultivation level made him less sensitive to it. But the team members who were only at the True God realm couldn't hold up. Ji Hongshan immediately ordered them to return to the warship, leaving only a few to repair it. Lin Moya said, these cages are special. Captain Ji can take them back for research. While inside the cages, they won't be affected by the poison. Ji Hongshan's eyes lit up. If that were the case, it would be better than the Genjin pills. Lin Moya continued, but once inside the cages, their souls will fall into a dormant state. That's the downside. Ji Hongshan ordered the cages to be taken back to the warship for further handling. Lin Moya added, I've disrupted the gold-eating beast king's plan, so they might come looking for us soon. Chapter 12:11. Chapter 12:11, 1211. Chapter 12:11, I can only ask you to die. Shu Lin Moya thought very clearly that he had destroyed the plan of the Devouring Gold Beast Emperor, and the Devouring Gold Beast Emperor would definitely not let him go. However, because of the intervention of the human army, they were sniping at the human army, so they temporarily did not pay attention to him. It is estimated that the Devouring Gold Beast Emperor also knew very well that he was not easy to deal with, so it was better to deal with the army first. The Devouring Gold area belongs to the world of the Devouring Gold Beasts. They have extraordinary sensing abilities, and it is difficult to hide any movements in this area from their senses. All the cages were moved into the battleship, and the battleship was almost repaired. Ji Hongshan could leave at any time. Ji Hongshan said, Brother Lin, what are you going to do next? Do you want to go out with us? Lin Moya shook his head. I won't leave for now, and you can only stay in the peripheral area. I don't know what method the Devouring Gold Beast Emperor used to seal off Area 6 to 99, you can only enter but not leave. Ji Hongshan said, the elders have already anticipated this, and they are trying to find a way. But Brother Lin, it's not a solution for you to stay here alone. Besides the Devouring Gold Beasts, the Demon Clan should also have teams coming in, and other races might also come in. Lin Moya was about to speak when he suddenly frowned slightly. Ji Hongshan immediately asked, what's wrong? Lin Moya said, the Devouring Gold Beasts have detonated many beryllium gold stars, and the entire star field is temporarily sealed off. Ji Hongshan's face changed. Do they plan to fight us to the death? Lin Moya chuckled and shook his head. No need, they just need to trap us here. After a few months, we will be poisoned to death. The number of Genjin pills is limited and won't last long. Even in the battleship also needs a constant supply of energy to function. Moreover, this place is already deep in the heartland, and the poison is extremely strong. Even with the battleship, it cannot last long. 10 days to half a month is not a problem, but any longer will be troublesome. In the information sent back by the skeleton generals, Lin Moya saw that the poison was everywhere. A large number of beryllium gold stars were detonated, and the extremely strong poisonous powder had spread throughout the entire starry sky, with no way out. Lin Moya has the ability to take them out. As long as he activates the law domain, he can take them away. But the Devouring Gold Beasts will definitely snipe them halfway, and Lin Moya was not confident in ensuring their safety. Moreover, there are still more than 700 souls who have just recovered, and the seriously injured who have just healed. Ji Hongshan did not doubt Lin Moya's words. On the contrary, because of the previous events, coupled with Lin Moya single-handedly rescuing everyone, he trusted Lin Moya even more. The piles of alien corpses not far away were enough to prove Lin Moya's ability. At this moment, the skeleton generals sent information again, and a Demon Clan warship had arrived. The Demon Clan obviously also had means to find their clansmen, and they followed the guidance to this place. Lin Moya smiled slightly. These demons were simply here to deliver military merits. Lin Moya looked in the direction the demons were coming from. A demon army is coming. Ji Hongshan did not hesitate. Then we prepare for battle. As a soldier, he had a strong instinctive reaction. Facing the demon army, there was no second choice, only to fight. Lin Moya smiled. Don't waste the energy of the battleship, leave this to me. Ji Hongshan was stunned for a moment. He did not doubt Lin Moya's combat power, but the other party was an army, and the combat power of an army was completely different from that of ordinary cultivators. Not only is the combat power different, but the way of fighting is also different. The army cooperates tacitly and can often exert more amazing combat power. Ji Hongshan said, this is too dangerous. No problem, just a bunch of clowns. After dealing with them, we will deal with the Devouring Gold Beasts. Lin Moya did not take the Demon Clan seriously at all. Ji Hongshan looked at Lin Moya. Brother Lin, are you serious? Lin Moya smiled. Captain Ji, just watch. Soon, the demon army appeared in sight. Originally 5 warships, now only 3 were left. 2 warships had already been damaged halfway. The remaining 3 warships were also flickering with dim light, full of holes. Obviously, they had also been impacted by the beryllium gold star poison explosion, and later were sniped by the devouring gold beasts. The entire encounter was basically the same as that of the human army. It's just that their losses seemed to be a bit greater. Ji Hongshan's eyes focused, and the power of the God King burst out, ready to fight at any time. The demon warships obviously also discovered the human army and flew towards them. Lin Muya didn't care, waiting for the demon warships to approach, then moved his mind. In an instant, white light flashed. In the starry sky, countless skeleton generals stood densely. Countless sharp sword auras intertwined, turning the blue starry sky into daylight. The sword aura swept across the demon warships, and the warships burst out with dazzling light, revealing a thick barrier. The defense system of the warships was activated, and the barrier automatically appeared, blocking Lin Muya's attack. But under the attack of countless sword auras equivalent to the second rank of the God King, the barrier twisted violently, on the verge of breaking. Ji Hongshan was startled twice, the first time by the sudden appearance of the skeleton generals. More than 10,000 skeleton generals, densely occupying the starry sky, their actions more orderly than the army, extremely shocking. They appeared together, acted together, and their movements were uniform. Even Ji Hongshan's 10,000-man team was not as orderly as them. The second time was by their attack. Ji Hongshan could sense the attack power of these skeleton generals, all reaching the second rank of the God King. More than 10,000 second-rank God King puppets, is this his confidence? At this moment, Ji Hongshan remembered that when he first came in, he had also seen 200 identical skeleton generals. This meant that Lin Muya's puppets were not just the 1,000 in front of him, at least 10,200. The demons were stunned by the sudden attack, unable to react for a moment. The second wave of attacks followed, another 10,000 sword auras sweeping across the starry sky. The warships roared, having survived the star poison explosion and being sniped by the devouring gold beasts. It was not easy to get here. The warships were already full of holes, damaged. Now under the continuous attacks of the skeleton generals, the defense system of the warships collapsed. The warships exploded, the barriers shattered, and countless demons screamed and rushed out. Who dares to attack our demon army? Are you tired of living? Do you believe I will destroy your entire clan? Daring to provoke our demon clan, you really don't want to live. The demons shouted loudly, but no one paid attention. Lin Muya moved his mind, and the skeleton generals swung their sword auras again, then followed the sword auras, shooting forward. The sword auras sealed the demons' mouths, and the demons counterattacked one after another. Various law domains exploded in the starry sky, and various magic weapons were used. But the absolute power gap was there, more than 10,000 second-rank God King skeleton generals, slaughtering less than 3,000 demons, most of whom were still at the true god level, was simply a massacre. Bastard, you are courting death. With a roar, a demon burning with flames rushed out. Lin Muya recognized it at a glance as a flame demon from the demon abyss. He had dealt with it in that manner before. The flame demon was indeed not weak. But now, I can only ask you to die. The skeleton throne appeared in the starry sky with a roar, and a huge pressure swept out. The skeleton king slowly rose in the flames. Chapter 12:12. Chapter 12:12, 1212. Chapter 12:12, The Comforting Skeletons. The immense pressure swept through the starry sky like a storm. Lin Muya stood calmly, while Ji Hongshan beside him was stunned. What kind of puppet was this? How could it be so powerful? In his eyes, the skeleton king's realm had at least reached the 5th rank of the true god. The blood-red cloak fluttered behind it, transforming into a soul sound that reached everyone's ears. Then, the skeleton king slashed out with a sword. Spell, God-slaying slash. The skeleton king's signature spell. Instant lock-on, no trajectory, unavoidable, unblockable, could only be taken head-on. The flame demon, who had just roared a few words, was instantly silenced. A sword light erupted from his body, and his body shattered in the sword light. The flames gradually extinguished, and a third-rank God King flame demon couldn't even take a single sword strike and died on the spot. With the flame demon dead, the demon army was leaderless, and a sense of terror spread through the troops. The skeleton generals had already charged in, surrounding them completely. They became lambs waiting to be slaughtered, with no fate but to be killed. 3 demon warships suddenly started, trying to escape. The skeleton generals directly charged into the ships, slaughtering the demons inside. Without the protection of the barrier, these warships couldn't stop the skeleton generals at all. The warships that had just started suddenly stopped again, and the demons inside were slaughtered clean in an instant. The battle broke out suddenly and ended quickly. Thousands of demons were killed just like that, including a third-rank God King captain. Several other powerful demons at the God King level also had no chance to fight back and died under the swords of the skeleton generals. Ji Hongshan was dumbfounded. The battle was over in less than 10 minutes. Lin Muya hadn't moved from start to finish, only using these puppets. Ji Hongshan felt a bit envious. If only he had so many puppets. At this moment, Lin Muya seemed a bit mysterious in his eyes. He racked his brains thinking about the families in the human race most skilled in making puppets. But no matter how he thought, there didn't seem to be a family with the surname Lin. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could he be from the Divine City? He knew nothing about the information in the Divine City, but he was sure that there must be families skilled in puppetry in the Divine City, and they would only be stronger. If Lin Muya was from the Divine City, then everything made sense. The skeletons dragged the warships back, along with several God King level demon corpses. They also brought back a large number of storage tools and various magical weapons. The skeleton generals were already very familiar with this kind of looting. The warships were essentially magical treasures, and after the demons died, these warships became ownerless. Lin Muyo quickly left his mark on the warships, then with a thought, the 3 warships immediately shrank and were collected by him. Even though they were damaged, the warships were still valuable. Lin Muyo naturally wouldn't let go of such good things. After collecting everything, Lin Muyo said to Ji Hongshan, "Captain Ji, you and your people stay here for now. I'll go deal with the devouring gold beasts and come back." The surrounding starry sky was already shrouded in poisonous powder, and with the presence of the devouring gold beasts, it was almost impossible for them to break out. The only plan now was to listen to Lin Muyo. Fortunately, they could hold on for another 10 days to half a month without any problem. Originally, Ji Hongshan wanted to say they could go with him, maybe they could help. But thinking about Lin Muyo's combat power, he didn't say it out loud. He was afraid that they wouldn't be able to help and would instead become a burden. The Golden Eagle God King returned to Lin Muyo's side after he set off. When Ji Hongshan appeared earlier, Lin Muyo had sent him away, not wanting others to know some secrets. The Golden Eagle God King turned into golden light, carrying Lin Muyo towards the deepest blue. The deep blue star in his vision gradually enlarged, where the source of this incident lay. The devouring gold beast emperor, who first gained intelligence, had successfully created a new body for itself, but no one knew what its new body looked like. Lin Muyo knew his actions couldn't be hidden from the devouring gold beasts, so he went openly. At the current speed, it would take about 2 days to reach the central beryllium gold star. The day after Lin Muyo left, the human warship was completely repaired. Except for a slight energy deficiency, it looked exactly the same as when they first came in. The warship stayed in the starry sky, glowing faintly. The formation outside the warship continued to operate, resisting the poisonous erosion. The formation could only block most of the poison, and some would still seep through. The cultivators inside the warship still had to take Genjin pills to avoid the poison. Ji Hongshan was a bit worried, not knowing how Lin Muyo's mission would turn out. "Captain, there's a situation." Suddenly, a team member reported loudly. Outside the warship, blue figures appeared one after another. A large number of devouring gold beasts, using the blue light, sneaked nearby and silently surrounded them. The number of devouring gold beasts exceeded 20,000, and Ji Hongshan sensed an aura not weaker than his own among them. There was a devouring gold beast king. In addition, there were many devouring gold beast captains and elite devouring gold beasts. Ji Hongshan's face turned extremely ugly. If they fought, they would most likely lose. If they fled, the surroundings were filled with the poisonous powder of the beryllium gold stars, with no place to escape. Whether they fought or fled, the probability of death was very high. At this moment, he thought of Lin Muyo. If only Lin Muyo were still here. Suddenly, there was a report of surprise, "There are skeletons." Hearing these 3 words, Ji Hongshan immediately looked outside. Sure enough, he saw the skeleton generals and the skeleton king sitting on the skeleton throne. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. When did the terrifying and hideous skeletons become a symbol of comfort? Shouldn't they be feared? But now, it was so. Seeing the skeletons, Ji Hongshan knew they were safe. At the same time, he admired Lin Muyo's thoroughness, as if he had anticipated the devouring gold beasts would come to attack and had made preparations in advance. The skeletons charged and fought with the devouring gold beasts. The effect of the fixed space pearl was still present, making it impossible for the devouring gold beasts to escape quickly. Sneaking in was already their limit. Once entangled by the skeleton generals, it was a fight to the death. As the devouring gold beasts appeared, Lin Muyo in the distance smiled. He had indeed left a backup plan, guessing that the devouring gold beasts would likely attack after he left. And it was true, the devouring gold beasts came. He had left 10,000 skeleton generals and the most powerful skeleton king. Although their numbers were fewer than the devouring gold beasts, their combat power was incomparable. The only threat, the devouring gold beast king, could be dealt with by the skeleton king. The skeleton generals slaughtered the devouring gold beasts like tigers among sheep. The outcome was already decided. The difference in combat power was too great. Lin Muyo no longer paid attention. After the battle ended, the skeleton generals would naturally inform him. The deep blue in front of him grew stronger, the blue light shining on his skin, making it faintly hot. The poison is getting stronger. Lin Muyo had reached an area he had never been to before, a true forbidden zone. Even a third-rank god king couldn't last half a day here. But for Lin Muyo, it only made his skin faintly hot. Chapter 12:13. Chapter 12:13, 1213. Chapter 12:13, The Troublesome Devouring Gold Beast Emperor. The deep blue star emitted a scorching light, feeling like a star without flames. When Lin Muyo saw this blue star, his heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he had the urge to turn around and leave. He knew what the devouring gold beast emperor's body was. This guy had turned the beryllium gold source star in front of him into its own body. This star, with a diameter of over 50,000 kilometers, emitted a deadly poison and had become its body. There are many stars with a diameter of over 50,000 kilometers in the great world. Some massive stars even have diameters exceeding millions of kilometers, incredibly huge. But those stars are mixtures of various flame substances. Unlike the beryllium gold source star in front of him, which is entirely composed of beryllium gold and gold silver stone, with a core of magical beryllium gold essence, the high-purity beryllium gold and gold silver stone give it unparalleled hardness. If the beryllium gold source star collided with a star, it would definitely create a huge crater in the star. The beryllium gold source star gave the devouring gold beast emperor an incredibly powerful body, and the beryllium gold essence inside provided it with strong soul defense. Lin Muyo felt at a loss for a moment. This guy was not just a hedgehog but a solid steel ball, unbreakable and indestructible. Besides this massive beryllium gold source star, there were two smaller beryllium gold stars. These were also occupied by devouring gold beasts and had become their bodies. These two stars, each with a diameter of about 1,000 kilometers, were like footballs compared to the beryllium gold source star. Lin Muyo realized that they had been planning for a long time, and 3 devouring gold beasts had successfully gained intelligence and new bodies. Seeing them, Lin Muyo also understood why there were so few devouring gold beast kings along the way. Most of the devouring gold beast kings had likely failed in their transformation, with only a few succeeding. As for the other devouring gold beasts, Lin Muyo didn't take them seriously. As long as he could deal with these 3 big ones, the other devouring gold beasts would be easy to handle. If he couldn't deal with these 3, killing all the other devouring gold beasts would be meaningless. Lin Muyo pondered deeply, trying to find a way to deal with them, but he couldn't come up with a good solution for the moment. "It's you who ruined my plan." The metallic soul voice was deafening, the friction sound extremely harsh, making even the soul frown. Lin Muyo sighed lightly, "No choice, you were just born at the wrong time." The blue light vibrated like ocean waves, surging violently. The devouring gold beast emperor's voice became even more piercing, filled with strong aversion. "You humans are always annoying." Lin Muyo guessed that when the devouring gold beast emperor was born, it killed a third-rank god king, who was likely from a hostile race to humans. So the devouring gold beast emperor inherited part of its consciousness and also hated humans. Lin Muyo sneered, "You sealed off the entire area, trying to create a new race, but you should know that's impossible. In this area, due to special laws, if it were outside, any god sovereign could destroy you in minutes. Even if you successfully create a race, will you guard this place forever? Guard this cage with a diameter of only 0.01 light years." The devouring gold beast emperor laughed, "You don't understand. But you're right about one thing, this area is sealed by me, and no one can escape, including you." The blue light vibrated violently again, and Lin Muyo's expression changed slightly, knowing the opponent was about to act. Sensing the movement, the golden eagle god king retreated quickly. But the blue light moved faster, instantly enveloping him and the golden eagle god king. At the same time, a huge suction force from the beryllium gold source star tried to pull Lin Muyo over. Gravity law. Lin Muyo paused slightly, and his law domain expanded to counter the gravity law. The gravity law was strong, between the second and first tiers of laws. It was a fundamental force in the great world, with almost all matter having gravity. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravity. The beryllium gold source star in front of him had an extremely terrifying mass, and with the gravity law, it became even stronger, even harder to deal with. Lin Muyo countered the gravity law with his law domain, ordering the golden eagle god king to retreat quickly. 2 beryllium gold stars flew over from the left and right. Without any technique, they just charged straight at Lin Muyo. A simple attack, yet extremely terrifying. Even a god king would be severely injured or killed if hit. Under the interference of the gravity law, Lin Muyo's retreat was very slow. The 2 beryllium gold stars, unaffected by the gravity law, charged at high speed. Lin Muyo was unafraid, knowing pure physical attacks couldn't harm him. "If you want to pull, then let you pull." Lin Muyo suddenly retracted his law domain, allowing the gravity law to pull him over. He not only stopped resisting but also ordered the golden eagle god king to accelerate towards the beryllium gold source star. Passing right between the 2 beryllium gold stars, there were over 50,000 devouring gold beasts outside the beryllium gold source star. Among them were elite members at the God King level and second-rank God King captains. They immediately attacked Lin Muyo. The devouring gold beast's attacks carried unique laws, both sharp with metal laws and poisonous. Lin Muyo's fingers glowed, and with a thought. In the starry sky, countless skeleton generals appeared like raindrops. This time, he went all out. With no one else around, he didn't need to hide anything. Over 500,000 skeleton generals appeared in the starry sky. Countless sword auras swept out, almost instantly crippling the devouring gold beasts. In just one round of attacks, at least 10,000 devouring gold beasts died under the swords. "Bastard!" The devouring gold beast emperor roared angrily. These were his subordinates, and if they all died, he would waste a lot of time. Lin Muyo heard his curses, knowing these devouring gold beasts weren't just cannon fodder. If they all died, he would be heartbroken and waste a lot of time. So, the skeleton generals began to madly hunt the devouring gold beasts. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful skeleton generals, the devouring gold beasts suffered heavy casualties. Lin Muyo took out a fixed space pearl, imprisoning the space, preventing the devouring gold beasts from escaping. The gravity law spread wildly, blue light falling on the skeleton generals, firmly holding them, preventing them from chasing the devouring gold beasts. Lin Muyo felt lighter, realizing that the more targets the gravity law affected, the weaker its effect. Originally, the gravity on him was 100, but if it acted on 10 targets, it would be 99 on him, slightly less. As the targets increased, the gravity continued to weaken. "If you don't let me kill, I'll kill anyway." With a thought, another 500,000 skeleton generals appeared. His limit was 3 million skeleton generals, and he had only summoned 1 million so far, with 2 million in reserve. The newly appeared 500,000 skeleton generals began to hunt the devouring gold beasts again, not letting any escape. "Bastard, bastard. I'll kill you, I'll kill you." The devouring gold beast emperor screamed madly, blue light shooting from its body like swords towards Lin Muyo. Gravity turned into swords. Chapter 12:14. Chapter 1214, 1214. Chapter 1214, Law of Gravity, Star Spirit Tribe. The law of gravity gathered into a 100,000-meter giant sword, sweeping toward Lin Moya with the force to cut through stars. The law of gravity exploded in the starry sky, pulling and repelling. The skeleton general was swept away by the giant sword, flying tens of thousands of kilometers, shattering on the spot and seriously injured. This sword was incredibly powerful. Lin Moya, in the center, was most affected by the law of gravity. Fortunately, a large number of skeleton generals shared the gravitational pull, allowing him a chance to dodge. Although taking one sword blow wouldn't kill him, Lin Moya didn't want to test it on himself. The wings of the undead spread and vibrated violently, pushed to the limit, breaking free from the gravitational pull, and he instantly disappeared. The wings of the undead severed the soul lock, making the gold-devouring beast king lose its target. This sword strike missed, failing to harm Lin Moya. A white light shone on the skeleton generals, and thousands of lich generals appeared in the starry sky to heal the skeleton generals. The injuries sustained were healed in an instant. However, thousands of skeleton generals were struck directly by the sword of gravity, collapsing on the spot and then resurrecting. Lin Moya appeared on the other side, his eyes gleaming coldly. From this sword strike, he roughly gauged the gold-devouring beast king's power, around the 5th tier of the god king. Stronger than the gold-devouring beast king, but not unbeatable. The problem was the star of molten gold. By choosing this as its body, it became incredibly powerful. Moreover, the essence of molten gold enhanced its soul defense, which troubled Lin Moya. As blue light enveloped him, strong gravity hit him again. Lin Moya was uncontrollably pulled toward the gold-devouring beast king. The beast king's body shone brightly, the blue light becoming dazzling, then turning into countless sharp swords shooting out in the starry sky. Lin Moya's face changed. This attack was more fierce than before, an all-encompassing strike with no blind spots. All the skeleton generals were within the attack range of the sword of gravity. Simultaneously, 2 molten gold stars exploded with incredible gravity, forming a gravitational swamp, hindering the skeleton generals' movements. Lin Moya's thoughts moved, and all the skeleton generals instantly vanished. The countless swords of gravity missed their targets, with only a few swords striking Lin Moya, causing no harm. Lin Moya's finger lightly pointed, and the skeleton king appeared in the starry sky, slashing at the remaining gold-devouring beasts. The god-slaying sword could target single or multiple enemies. The more targets, the more dispersed the power, similar to the law of gravity. With the skeleton king's power at the 5th tier of the god king, killing the true god-level gold-devouring beasts was easy. One sword strike engulfed tens of thousands of gold-devouring beasts, killing them instantly. Damn it! The gold-devouring beast king roared in anger, gravity intensifying on the skeleton king. The skeleton king was pulled over, and the 100,000-meter sword of gravity appeared again, slashing at the skeleton king. The skeleton king fearlessly raised its bone sword to meet it. Boom! The swords collided, the sword of gravity shattered on the spot, and the skeleton king was sent flying, its bones breaking, with cracks appearing on the bone sword. The sword of gravity was strong, severely injuring the skeleton king. However, the next second, the skeleton king glowed with intense white light. The lich generals quickly healed the skeleton king, restoring its bones and bone sword. In an instant, the skeleton king was back to peak condition and attacked again. Spell, God Slaying. The sword light flashed, targeting the remaining gold-devouring beasts. One sword stroke killed nearly 10,000 gold-devouring beasts. A molten gold star flew at incredible speed, crashing into the skeleton king, sending it flying again. But the lich generals swiftly healed it. Before it could stabilize, the gravity pulled it back. Another molten gold star smashed into it. The skeleton king was knocked flying again but didn't die. The lich generals healed it rapidly. As long as the skeleton king wasn't instantly killed, it was hard for it to die. The skeleton king stabilized and slashed again, killing thousands of gold-devouring beasts. The skeleton generals reappeared, hunting the gold-devouring beasts. The relentless attacks of the skeleton generals and skeleton king reduced the gold-devouring beast horde to less than 20,000, and the number continued to decrease quickly. Lin Moya sensed the gold-devouring beast king's rising anger. You must die. With a grating, furious voice, the gold-devouring beast king's rage peaked. Blue flames rose from the molten gold star, tinged with purple, vaguely revealing a giant figure. The giant held its hands aloft as if supporting something. Lin Moya recognized the giant and immediately knew which race's god king soul the gold-devouring beast king had devoured. Star Spirit Tribe. His mind recalled information about the Star Spirit Tribe. The Star Spirit Tribe was very mysterious, rarely interacting with other races. They remained neutral and very low-key. Human records on them were scarce, only knowing their totem was a giant holding up a world-ending star. The Star Spirit Tribe was known for mastering the law of gravity. With the appearance of the giant holding up the sky and the law of gravity, the identity of the Star Spirit Tribe was unmistakable. Why is the Star Spirit Tribe here? Lin Moya pondered. That reclusive race doesn't interact with others, and they don't need molten gold. Why are they here? Is it for the molten gold essence? Lin Moya couldn't figure it out but had to fight now. The appearance of the giant changed the gravity. The previously simple gravity became chaotic, pulling his body in different directions. Lin Moya felt as if countless hands were trying to tear him apart. These forces were immense, enough to tear anyone below the true god level to pieces. However, for him, it wasn't enough to be a threat. The giant's hands produced a black spot, emitting a powerful suction. Gravity increased tenfold, pulling Lin Moya uncontrollably. Lin Moya's thoughts moved, summoning 10,000 Death Dragon Knights. The domain of laws unfolded to counter the gravity, and the talent tree transformed into countless vines, binding the Death Dragon Knights. The combined force of the Death Dragon Knights balanced the immense gravitational pull. Lin Moya directed the skeleton generals to attack one of the molten gold stars. The Skeleton King also targeted the star with a slash. Lin Moya aimed to destroy one molten gold star first, casting several spells. Stellar level spell, Death Stare. Multi-star spell, Time Curse. Chapter 1215. Chapter 1215, 1215. Chapter 1215, The Giant Kneels, Strange Attack. Red light flickered, and a curse descended. Simultaneously, a million-meter-wide eye of the undead appeared in the starry sky. The law of immortality was fully activated, and dragons of law, imbued with a strong aura of death, descended upon the locked shining gold stars. Law, physical, and soul attacks were launched almost simultaneously. After previous probing, Lin Moya roughly gauged their strength. The attack power of the Golden Devourer Emperor was roughly equivalent to that of a fifth-order God King. The other two shining gold stars seemed to be the reconstituted bodies of two Golden Devourer Kings, with strength around the fourth-order God King. Though the fourth and fifth orders of God Kings differ by just one rank, their strength differs greatly. Especially compared to the shining gold source star, the gap is even larger. Lin Moya chose the softer target first, thus attacking the shining gold stars first. The sword light exploded on the shining gold stars, and the Skeleton King went all out, cutting out a chunk of the blue shining gold, which shattered into countless fragments, scattering into the starry sky. The skeletal general's sword energy densely struck the shining gold stars, each strike leaving a mark. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of sword energies rained down, making the shining gold stars tremble continuously. Especially when the time curse fell, the shining gold stars trembled violently, and Lin Moya seemed to hear the screams of the Golden Devourers. The Golden Devourers, lacking intelligence, neither feared death nor understood pain. But with intelligence came these unwelcome emotions. Thus, intelligence can be a double-edged sword, both good and bad. The soul brought intense pain, causing the entire shining gold stars to shake. The star's surface cracked, revealing countless bottomless fissures, as if the end of the world had arrived. The eye of the undead cast its gaze, and the second layer of soul attack fell, causing even more intense tremors, with blue light radiating in the starry sky. The light burned like flames, and the blue flames swept over. In an instant, both the Skeleton King and the Skeletal General were engulfed in flames. In the flames, the Skeletal General's bones emitted cracking sounds, quickly drying up and turning black. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed, abyssal fire. He understood that this Golden Devourer King had devoured the soul of a demon, one adept at manipulating abyssal fire. The abyssal fire contained the laws of the abyss and was infused with the toxicity of gold and silver stone and the sharpness of shining gold, becoming a unique and powerful flame. The Skeletal General was severely burned, turning black and moving sluggishly, with significantly reduced power. Then, a vast white light enveloped the entire star. The Skeletal General's charred white bones quickly regained their luster. Power and combat effectiveness were restored. The Skeletal General once again unleashed sword energies, striking the shining gold stars. Hundreds of thousands of sword energies rained down, causing the shining gold stars to begin disintegrating under the soul's painful tremors. The Golden Devourer Emperor roared, locking onto the shining gold stars and pulling them back. Lin Moya smiled, having discovered the Golden Devourer's weakness in just a few seconds. That weakness was the soul. Their souls weren't strong enough. Although they controlled the incredibly tough shining gold stars, they couldn't fully wield them due to their bodies' inadequacies. Perhaps the shining gold stars could withstand attacks from a fifth-order God King, but their souls couldn't withstand attacks from a third-order God King. In the larger world, the soul is more important than the body. The body can be relatively weak, but not the soul. But here, the Golden Devourer Emperor had it reversed. No wonder it doesn't move. It seems the soul can't control this body. The shining gold source star is far larger and stronger than ordinary shining gold stars. After making it its body, the Golden Devourer Emperor's soul alone couldn't control the shining gold source star. It's a sitting duck. Lin Moya felt assured even if he couldn't defeat it, he could escape. If it couldn't move, it couldn't chase. Lin Moya could even surround it and find a solution. The Golden Devourer Emperor pulled the two shining gold stars back, like eyes placed on itself. Then a great blue light covered the starry sky. Lin Moya saw the starry sky change within the blue light. Many blue light points suddenly disappeared and reappeared. The blue points grew larger, turning into shining gold stars rushing at an incredible speed. What is it doing? Lin Moya didn't know the Golden Devourer Emperor's plan, but he ordered the Skeletal General to attack fiercely. The hardness of the shining gold source star far exceeded expectations, rendering the Skeletal General's attacks ineffective. Only the Skeleton King could cause minor damage, insignificant to the vast shining gold source star. Lin Moya pointed, and red light fell. The shining gold source star trembled, blue light flickered, and then it fell silent. Faintly, Lin Moya heard the Golden Devourer Emperor's painful cries. The time curse caused pain but no effective damage. The eye of the undead's gaze had even less effect. Lin Moya's sight soul attacks were still insufficiently powerful. If he were a ninth-order true god, the outcome might be different. Several shining gold stars exploded, filling the starry sky with toxic powder. The Golden Devourer Emperor could manipulate the shining gold, causing toxic explosions at will. This move would be unstoppable if not for Lin Moya. Lin Moya's expression turned strange. It knows the toxic powder doesn't affect me, so why use it? Before Lin Moya could figure it out, the giant, hands raised to the sky, emitted a strong light. The giant knelt toward Lin Moya. A buzzing sound shook Lin Moya's head, causing momentary confusion. His soul world buzzed, crystal barriers creaked, some deforming as if struck by great force. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal roared, clearing Lin Moya's mind. Amid flashing blue light, a shining gold star crashed into him. Lin Moya flew uncontrollably into the toxic powder. Pure physical attacks couldn't harm Lin Moya, nor could the toxic powder. The impact did no harm, far less than the previous soul attack. Lin Moya flew through the toxic powder, shocked. What kind of magic is this? His soul had been inexplicably attacked. Had his soul world not been strong, of 4th grade peak quality, he might have perished. A collapsing soul world meant certain death. Though he didn't know the magic, it was clearly from the Celestial Spirit Clan. Too little is known about the mysterious Celestial Spirit Clan. He saw the giant kneel again. Chapter 12:16. Chapter 12:16, 1216. Chapter 12:16, Breaking the Limit, God King 9th rank. Shu Lin Mui's hair stood on end, his whole body tense. The first kneeling was already extremely dangerous, and now the second kneeling. The attack came silently, and Lin Mui suddenly felt intense pain. His skin burned as if on fire. In the next second, his whole body glowed blue, the blue light emanating from his skin. A large amount of toxic powder was pouring into his body. He was poisoned. It had been a long time since he felt the effects of poisoning. Since he increased his poison resistance to 100%, and then awakened the passive spell, Elemental Resistance, he had never been poisoned again. But now, he was poisoned. He realized that this was the effect of the giant's second kneeling. The second kneeling affected the spell, Elemental Resistance, making him unable to be immune to the poison. Fortunately, it only affected part of the spell's effect and did not completely nullify it. Otherwise, he would have died from the poison by now. At this moment, the true god's peak played a role, resisting the poison as it invaded his skin. The stronger the body, the stronger the resistance to this type of poison. Then, white light flashed on his body, and the Lich General began to heal Lin Muiu. The healing effect was not very significant, but it still had some effect, reducing part of the damage. The poison's damage would also be transferred to the skeletons, so Lin Muiu could stand in the toxic powder for 10 days to half a month without any problem. His gaze fell on the giant, his eyes filled with vigilance. This attack was too strange to defend against. As Lin Muiu locked onto the giant, the Skeleton King simultaneously slashed at the giant with a sword. The sword light flashed on the giant, and the giant let out a scream, becoming more illusory but not disappearing. This was the giant starting the third kneeling. Boom! Lin Muiu's whole body trembled, feeling a wave of weakness. Drowsiness hit him, and he had the urge to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. His whole body felt weak, as if all his strength had been drained. My attributes have been weakened. Lin Muiu immediately realized that this kneeling had weakened all his attributes. However, it did not affect the laws or the strength of his body. It simply made him feel powerless. Although it did not cause specific damage, in a normal battle, this would be fatal. I will devour your soul and turn you into my slave. I will make you my eternal servant. The voice of the devouring gold beast emperor came from outside the toxic powder, becoming more and more piercing. Lin Muiu stood in the toxic powder, his gaze cold and sharp. No, I can't drag this out any longer. I don't know if there will be a 4th or 5th kneeling. If this continues, it will be dangerous. The spells of the Starry Sky Spirit Clan were too strange, and Lin Muiu knew he couldn't delay any longer. With a ruthless heart, his gaze swept over the devouring gold beast emperor, this huge and solid beryllium gold source star, and the 2 beryllium gold stars in front of it, as well as the remaining tens of thousands of devouring gold beasts. The tens of thousands of devouring gold beasts were not qualified to participate in this battle, and Lin Muiu did not intend to kill them all, as they had their uses. Taking a deep breath, if I still can't solve it, I should escape. Clenching his fists, his whole body suddenly shone brightly. Original spell, Strong Soldier. Original spell, Gathering Power. With the activation of the 2 original spells, all the attributes of all the summoned creatures Lin Muiu possessed converged into his body. The weakened attributes instantly returned to their peak state and then broke through the peak. Facing the unreasonable original spells, the barrier of the realm seemed non-existent. As long as Lin Muiu's body and soul could withstand it and provide enough power, Lin Muiu could become incredibly powerful. Lin Muiu's aura continued to rise. True God 7th rank, 8th rank, 9th rank, breakthrough. The aura of a God King burst from Lin Muiu, dispersing the toxic powder in a short time. God King 1st rank, 2nd rank, 4th rank. His soul felt swollen. Just like last time, his body still had strength, but his soul was the first to reach saturation. Last time, Lin Muiu stopped, but this time he couldn't. Just the 4th rank of the God King was far from enough. Continue. Lin Muiu took a deep breath and continued to rise. The vast power followed an inexplicable law, drilling into his body and soul. God King 5th rank, 6th rank, 7th rank. Lin Muiu's aura grew stronger, the starry sky trembled, and the toxic powder was blown away by an invisible force, scattering in all directions. The swelling feeling in his soul grew stronger, as if it would explode in the next second. His body also reached its limit, his skin and flesh stretched, and his body size increased by a whole circle. Facing the incredibly powerful force, the toxic powder was completely expelled. God King 9th rank. Lin Muiu reached the 9th rank of the God King, and except for not having the Soul Law domain, he was no different from a 9th rank God King in other aspects. This starry sky welcomed an unprecedentedly powerful existence, the power of the 9th rank God King surging in the starry sky. Originally, Lin Muiu tried to see if he could reach the God Sovereign, but the answer was no. If he continued to break through, he would explode and die on the spot. Even in his current state, he couldn't maintain it for long. His soul had already suffered severe damage, and if it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Not much time. With the blessing of the 2 original spells, his soul power was rapidly depleting, and he could only maintain it for 20 seconds. At this moment, the remaining devouring gold beasts could play a significant role. They were the best soul supplements for Lin Wuyo. The wings of the undead vibrated violently, the wings of the undead being a spell with no upper limit. The stronger the power given to it, the more intense the feedback. Especially since the wings of the undead contained the law of space, which Lin Wuyo had already demonstrated when he fully activated it before. Now, with the power of the 9th rank God King, Lin Wuyo activated the wings of the undead, and the space in front of him shattered like a mirror, and Lin Wuyo simultaneously appeared in front of the beryllium gold source star as if teleporting. The Skeleton King threw the bone sword in his hand to Lin Wuyo, and the bone sword shrank halfway, becoming no different from an ordinary long sword when it reached Lin Wuyo's hand. The devouring gold beast emperor was stunned, not understanding why Lin Wuyo suddenly seemed fine. Moreover, the aura on Lin Wuyo's body made him feel terrified. God-slaying slash. Lin Wuyo whispered, slashing out with a sword, targeting the giant holding up the sky. The sword light was extremely bright, far surpassing the Skeleton King's sword. The giant shattered in the sword light, the spell was broken, and the devouring gold beast emperor let out a scream. Then Lin Wuyo slashed out a second sword. The second sword targeted all the remaining devouring gold beasts. The sword light swept across the starry sky, enveloping all the devouring gold beasts. Whether it was an ordinary devouring gold beast, an elite devouring gold beast, or a captain-level devouring gold beast, nearly 20,000 devouring gold beasts turned into nothingness after this sword. The starry sky was filled with pieces of beryllium gold, densely packed. A large amount of soul power rolled back, replenishing Lin Wuyo's consumption. The spell time was greatly extended, now able to last at least 100 seconds. 100 seconds was enough. Lin Wuyo smiled, pointing a finger. Fusion spell, time curse. Red light fell, and the 2 beryllium gold stars trembled violently. The stars cracked, and their souls were severely damaged, beginning to collapse. The screams of the devouring gold beast emperor echoed in his ears, blue vibrations, and cracks appeared on the beryllium gold source star. Lin Wuyo held his sword and charged into the cracks. Chapter 1217. Chapter 1217, 1217. Chapter 1217, Original Spell. The more you fight, the stronger you get. The Shuajin source star trembled violently as Lin Wuyo charged in, unleashing the unrestrained power of a 9th rank God King. Not only did he possess the power of a 9th rank God King, but he also had the tenfold damage effect brought by the Strong Soldier spell. Even with the Shuajin source star as its body, the devouring gold beast emperor was powerless to resist. The power gap was simply too vast. There was no comparison between a 5th rank God King and a 9th rank God King. Outside the Shuajin source star, the skeleton generals and the skeleton king were fiercely attacking the 2 Shuajin stars. They also enjoyed the tenfold damage effect brought by the Strong Soldier spell, tearing the Shuajin stars apart like building blocks. The devouring gold beast emperor screamed incessantly, unable to stop Lin Wuyo no matter what it did. Lin Wuyo's sword pierced through the high purity Shuajin, killing all the way to the core area. A purple light filled his vision, with Shuajin essence everywhere. Threads of Shuajin essence intertwined like smooth silk, noble and beautiful. In the purple light, Lin Wuyo saw the instigator of this incident, a fist-sized devouring gold beast, the soul of the devouring gold beast emperor. It trembled in the purple light, shivering. It looked like a small dog, with eyes full of fear and ferocity. It glared viciously at Lin Wuyo, its soul voice echoing, "I will kill you, I will kill you." It seemed to have gone mad. Lin Wuyo had been continuously using the time curse along the way, and under intense soul attacks, he had survived thanks to the Shuajin essence. Lin Wuyo didn't want to waste words with it and slashed out with his sword. The soul burst into dazzling purple light, screaming continuously, but it did not die. The devouring gold beast emperor screamed, "Die, die." The purple light grew stronger, and a vague shadow appeared before Lin Wuyo. The shadow held its hands as if cradling something. As soon as it appeared, it bowed to Lin Wuyo. Boom! A massive force struck Lin Wuyo, his soul violently shaken, suffering another intense impact. Lin Wuyo felt his realm drop from the 9th rank of the true god to the 8th rank. The shadow bowed again, and an invisible force fell on Lin Wuyo, dropping his realm to the 7th rank of the true god. It was another spell of the Starry Sky Spirit clan, too strange to defend against. However, Lin Wuyo was not afraid of the realm drop, taking a deep breath, and in the blink of an eye, his aura rose back to the 9th rank of the God King. Then Lin Wuyo's soul leaped out, holding a top-grade God King soul treasure, the soul-slaying sword. Now temporarily at the 9th rank of the God King, he could unleash the full power of the soul-slaying sword. The soul raised its small hand, pointing at the devouring gold beast emperor. The soul-slaying sword, with a sharp sword light, shot out instantly, piercing the soul of the devouring gold beast emperor. The soul-slaying sword was a soul treasure, and a top-grade God King soul treasure at that. All its attacks targeted the soul. The soul-slaying sword pierced the soul of the devouring gold beast emperor, bursting into flames, burning the soul. The soul of the devouring gold beast emperor screamed in the flames, and the Shuajin essence flowed in like water, trying to extinguish the flames. But it was futile. The flames of the soul-slaying sword were not easily extinguished. In just 2 seconds, the soul of the devouring gold beast emperor was burned to ashes, no longer existing. The shadow holding something disappeared, and the spell ended. With the soul extinguished, the entire Shuajin source star fell silent. Although it still emitted a blue light, it was no longer as explosive as before, starting to merge. The two Shuajin stars had been shattered into countless pieces by the skeletons, scattered in the starry sky. Lin Wuyu exhaled, his aura rapidly weakening. He voluntarily cancelled the two original spells. At this moment, his body shook violently, revealing a mysterious smile. With the original spells cancelled, his soul, like a balloon blown to its limit, suddenly burst. The soul exploded into fragments, and Lin Wuyu's entire body was enveloped in purple light, his talent activating, leading to a complete rebirth. The soul was reborn, and his physical state returned to its peak. Lin Wuyu found that his realm had improved. After a massacre, he had risen from the 5th rank of the True God to the 6th rank of the True God. After activating the original spells, he had killed nearly 20,000 devouring gold beasts, some of which were at the God King level, and the rest were at the 8th or 9th rank of the True God. He had also killed the 5th rank God King devouring gold beast emperor, absorbing a large amount of soul power. After the dual purification of the talent tree and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, a vast amount of soul power was still converted. Original spells, the more you fight, the stronger you get. Lin Wuyu muttered to himself, the original spells were too heaven-defying. Others might have a chance to become a true powerhouse with one, but he had two. No matter who it was, they would be envious to death. With a flick of his finger, he released a silver-white flame, trying to revive the devouring gold beast emperor. Lin Wuyu was not interested in the birth plan of the devouring gold beast emperor, he was interested in the Starry Sky Spirit clan. This mysterious race had extremely strange spells, and their purpose here was also questionable. Lin Wuyu wanted to know, and the best way was through the mouth of a resurrected being. The undead flame burned fiercely, but it did not condense the expected soul, nor did it turn the devouring gold beast emperor into a resurrected being. Lin Wuyu frowned, the resurrection of the dead spell had failed. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Wuyu roughly understood the reason for the failure. Resurrection of the dead required a corpse, even a single hair would do. But here, there was only the soul of the devouring gold beast emperor, and the soul had already been reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The Shuajin source star had always existed, merely occupied and controlled by it, not truly its body, so it did not count as a corpse. Without a corpse, resurrection of the dead, naturally would not work. He probably wouldn't destroy his original body, it should be hidden somewhere. And it wouldn't be far away, and it must be in a safe place. So, the most likely place is here. Search. In this area, both physical and soul senses were strongly obstructed, making it hard to see clearly. And this was not something he needed to do himself. With a thought, thousands of skeletons appeared around him, starting to search everywhere. Lin Wuyu turned his gaze to the omnipresent Shuajin essence. This was the core of the Shuajin source star, a world of Shuajin essence. The Shuajin essence, woven like silk, floated in the air like purple ribbons. Lin Wuyu reached out, and a piece of silk entered his hand. This piece of silk contained at least tens of thousands of threads of Shuajin essence. The soul opened its mouth and inhaled, instantly absorbing the entire piece of silk. A layer of purple light appeared on the surface of the soul. The purple light clung tightly to the skin, flowing like water. The purple light was between the soul's surface and the soul garment, another layer of defense beneath the soul garment. And Lin Wuyu could feel that the purple light's defense was very strong, surpassing the soul garment. As the soul grew stronger, the purple light would also grow stronger. It really is good stuff. Lin Wuyu began to absorb the Shuajin essence in large gulps. Chapter 12:18. Chapter 12:18, 1218. Chapter 12:18, even the dead may not be reliable. The purple light flowed on the surface of the soul, quickly covering the entire soul. Lin Wuyu's soul rapidly absorbed the purple light, which then disappeared. After absorbing the Shuajin essence, the soul's defense greatly increased. Then, a second layer of Shuajin essence appeared, flowing over the soul again for absorption. With each round of absorption, the soul's defense grew stronger. Lin Wuyu, relying on the quality of his soul, absorbed the Shuajin essence without restraint. He only stopped when his soul was completely saturated and could no longer absorb any more Shuajin essence. In the great world, there are many treasures, but those that can enhance the soul are very rare. Shuajin essence is a rare treasure. If the soul does not leave the soul world, protected by the soul barrier, one cannot experience the effects of Shuajin essence. But once the soul leaves the body, whether in soul manifestation or soul law domain, the soul's defense becomes extremely important. The soul can exert astonishing combat power but is also extremely fragile. After absorbing enough Shuajin essence, Lin Wuyu roughly judged that his soul defense had surpassed the peak of the God King realm. His soul could almost ignore soul attacks from the God King realm. Even soul attacks from the God Sovereign realm could not easily destroy his soul. If he encountered a God Sovereign like Kangwon Buddha again, at least in terms of the soul, it would not be easy to kill him. Ultimately, it was his own realm that was lacking, dragging down his soul. Otherwise, the soul could continue to strengthen. He had absorbed a lot of Shuajin essence, but the space was still filled with dazzling purple light, and the Shuajin essence had not decreased. Unfortunately, Shuajin essence cannot be taken away. Once Shuajin essence leaves the Shuajin star, it will dissipate, so it can only be absorbed here, with no other way. But not many people have the ability to enter the Shuajin star. Even if they do, due to the limitations of their soul realm quality, they cannot absorb much, certainly not as much as Lin Wuyu. Being able to absorb 1/10 of what Lin Wuyu did would already be considered very strong. Since it cannot be taken away, there is no need to linger. He shifted his gaze from the Shuajin essence and checked the information sent back by the skeletons. Sure enough, they found it. One of the skeletons discovered a passage. This passage was very hidden, almost impossible to find without the skeleton's carpet search. It was hidden behind a piece of shuajin, with shuajin essence wrapped around it, making it almost undetectable under the interweaving purple-blue light. Following the passage, Lin Muya felt something was wrong after just a few steps. The shuajin essence in the passage was incredibly dense. The passage was completely dyed purple, with a large amount of shuajin essence floating in it. With each step, he could push aside a large amount of shuajin essence. The shuajin essence outside the cave was just a part that had drifted out from the passage. Lin Muya immediately became curious about the other end of the passage. However, he did not let down his guard. The God King of the Starry Sky Spirit Clan had died here. Whether he died outside or inside the passage was unclear. Not finding the corresponding corpse outside, Lin Muya guessed that he might have died at the other end of the passage. The visibility in the passage was extremely poor, completely obscured by the purple light of the shuajin essence. Several skeletons led the way, their movements making cracking sounds. After walking for a while, the purple light suddenly dispersed, as if entering another space. Here, the purple light was still pervasive but concentrated, no longer obstructing vision like in the passage. Above the space, there was a huge purple light cluster composed of shuajin essence. Strands of shuajin essence were spilling out from the light cluster. Below the light cluster, a humanoid creature sat cross-legged. Beside him lay a devouring gold beast. This devouring gold beast was not large, appearing quite small compared to other devouring gold beasts. However, its aura was not weak, with purple light flowing on its skin, exuding a sense of nobility. Starry Sky Spirit Clan. Devouring Gold Beast Emperor. Combining the information obtained earlier, it was not difficult to identify these two. The Starry Sky Spirit Clan member was absorbing shuajin essence here when he was ambushed by the Devouring Gold Beast Emperor, leading to his death. His soul was devoured by the Devouring Gold Beast Emperor, which then gained intelligence, leading to subsequent events. Lin Muya was also seeing this mysterious race for the first time and couldn't help but observe more closely. The Starry Sky Spirit Clan was very similar to humans. However, they had a single horn on their heads. It was somewhat like the horn of the Unicorn Clan but more delicate and small. Apart from that, they were almost indistinguishable from humans. Even their clothing was very similar to that of humans. The Starry Sky Spirit Clan was indeed extraordinary, being able to find this place. If it were another race, they wouldn't even be able to get close. Moreover, the corpse had not decayed after death, indicating they had strong poison resistance, possibly even immunity. Since there was a corpse here, it was easy to handle. Lin Muya flicked a flame onto the corpse of the Starry Sky Spirit Clan member. In the flame, Lin Muya sensed the soul's movement. Following some mysterious rule, the soul was being reassembled. A few seconds later, the Starry Sky Spirit Clan member opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, seemingly containing the entire great world. Lin Muya had seen such eyes before. They were like Yukingro's eyes. Starry Sky Fish Clan, Starry Sky Spirit Clan. Both have the term Starry Sky in their names. Could there be a special meaning? Lin Muya pondered. The resurrected Starry Sky Spirit Clan member looked at Lin Muya calmly, neither bowing nor calling him master. Lin Muya saw a sense of pride in his eyes. Resurrected beings retain all their memories, including their thoughts and personalities. Although their thoughts are forcibly twisted by the spell to completely obey Lin Muya's commands, sometimes, some proud personalities resist. Lin Muya didn't mind and asked, "Are you from the Starry Sky Spirit Clan?" The person nodded without speaking. "What is your name? What is your realm?" Tian Zihan, God King 3rd rank. The answer was straightforward, without any unnecessary words. Lin Muya asked, "The giant who kneels and the person who bows with empty hands, are they your spells?" Tian Zihan nodded again, "Yes." Lin Muya continued, "Then tell me, what are the laws of your Starry Sky Spirit Clan's spells, and how do those strange effects come about?" Tian Zihan did not speak, his eyes showing a struggle and pain. Soon, his star-filled eyes turned bloodshot, and blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Lin Muya frowned. Tian Zihan was resisting his command. Then Tian Zihan suddenly closed his eyes, his aura fluctuating violently. "He's going to self-destruct." Lin Muya's expression changed, and he instantly issued a command, "Destroy." The soul dissipated, and Tian Zihan turned to dust, vanishing completely. Lin Muya had the power to control the life and death of resurrected beings, able to turn them to dust with a single thought. He hadn't expected Tian Zihan to attempt self-destruction. What kind of power could make Tian Zihan resist the resurrection of the dead spell? Clearly, Tian Zihan did not want to reveal the secrets of the Starry Sky Spirit Clan. Lin Muya felt helpless. This race's mystery and danger level in his mind increased. It seems even the dead may not be reliable. Chapter 1219. Chapter 1219, 1219. Chapter 1219. Is this the source of everything? From this moment on, all traces of Tian Zihan in the great world were completely erased. Perhaps only in the memories of some members of the Starry Sky Spirit Clan would there be such a God King. Lin Muya's gaze fell on the devouring gold beast emperor beside him. "I hope you can give me an answer." He flicked a flame, which landed on the devouring gold beast emperor. The beast of fire, the devouring gold beast emperor, slowly opened its eyes. After becoming a resurrected being, it prostrated on the ground, letting out a low growl. Seeing this, Lin Muya breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he might be able to get some information. The devouring gold beast emperor had devoured Tian Zihan's soul and should have learned a lot about the Starry Sky Spirit Clan. But then Lin Muya frowned. Through his connection with the resurrected being, he felt something was wrong. The soul of the devouring gold beast emperor was lifeless, lacking any sign of intelligence. It didn't seem to have any wisdom. It was more like a beast acting purely on instinct, without thought. Lin Muyo asked in a low voice, "Can you speak?" Roar. The response was a beastly roar. The sound was like that of a lion or tiger, somewhat imposing, but it was useless to Lin Muyo. Lin Muyo patted his head, realizing what was going on. Tian Zihan had been obliterated, and the resurrection of the dead spell had erased all traces of his existence. Even the soul that had been devoured could not be restored. Even in the soul reconstituted by the resurrection of the dead spell, there was no information about Tian Zihan. The resurrected devouring gold beast emperor's soul was in the state it was before devouring Tian Zihan's soul, without intelligence, without thought, purely a beast acting on instinct. It was even less intelligent than many household dogs, but at least, as a resurrected being, it was more obedient than a dog. Knowing he couldn't get any more information, Lin Muyo asked, "Can you control the Shuajin Source Star?" The devouring gold beast emperor raised its head, showing some confusion in its eyes, as if it didn't understand Lin Muyo's question. It had no wisdom, so it naturally couldn't understand the common language of the great world. Lin Muyo had no choice but to communicate using soul consciousness. Using soul communication could bypass language barriers. The devouring gold beast emperor nodded its head. As Lin Muyo had thought, it indeed had the ability to control the Shuajin stars. However, they had never shown this ability over countless years due to their lack of wisdom. It was precisely because of this ability that it could use the Shuajin Source Star as its new body. Lin Muyo understood that it wasn't truly a physical body, but rather a soul temporarily residing in the Shuajin Source Star, controlling it to seal off the area, making the 6 to 99 region a one-way zone. However, it was too stupid to explain its origin clearly, and even Lin Muyo's commands required multiple communications to be understood. Lin Muyo felt helpless about this. After repeated communications, he finally had it lift the restriction on the 6 to 99 region, restoring it to its usual state. From this moment on, people outside could come in, and those inside could go out. Lin Muyo looked up at the purple light cluster in mid-air. The Shuajin Source Star was the core of the 6 to 99 region, so this purple light cluster was the core of the Shuajin Source Star. The Shuajin essence and the Shuajin Source Star came from it. The devouring gold beast emperor couldn't explain its origin, but through communication, Lin Muyo discovered that the origin of the devouring gold beasts was related to this purple light cluster. Even the entire 6 to 99 region and the production of Shuajin were related to the purple light cluster. The small light cluster, only 5 meters in diameter, was the true source of the 6 to 99 region. Lin Muyo's eyes sparkled, his thoughts racing. Tian Zihan's position should not have changed after his death. From Tian Zihan's previous position, it can be inferred that he was absorbing the power from the light cluster. On the surface, the purple light cluster is just Shuajin essence. There is plenty of Shuajin essence outside, enough for him to absorb. Given his soul level, he couldn't absorb much Shuajin essence, so why did he go out of his way to come here? Could it be that the Shuajin essence in the light cluster is different from that outside? Muttering to himself, Lin Muyo focused all his attention on the purple light cluster in mid-air. All the questions should be here. Tian Zihan's purpose in coming here should also be for this light cluster or something within it. However, the devouring gold beast emperor, after devouring Tian Zihan's soul, did not inherit this information. Otherwise, it would not have ignored the light cluster for hundreds of years, enough time to thoroughly study it. Lin Muyo's body slowly floated up, approaching the light cluster. Looking at the radiant light cluster, with strands of Shuajin essence continuously flying out and dispersing into the outside world. Cautiously, he reached out to touch the light cluster. The light cluster felt soft, like entering cool water. But soon, the coolness turned into a burning sensation. Poison. Lin Muyo felt the intense poison from the light cluster, the same as the poison from the gold-silver stone, but even more potent and intense. The light cluster was not only the source of Shuajin essence but also the source of the gold-silver stone's poison and even the Shuajin mind. If anyone else touched the light cluster, even a third-rank god king, they would surely die. No wonder Tian Zihan didn't touch the light cluster directly, he clearly knew. The light cluster was highly toxic, but to Lin Muyo, it only caused a slight burning sensation, with no other harm. After some attempts, Lin Muyo decided to go inside and take a look. The purple light cluster was only 5 meters in diameter, not very large. Lin Muyo entered it, his vision enveloped by purple light, making it impossible to see anything. Bathed in the purple light, Lin Muyo felt strange, a very comfortable sensation. The slight burning turned into warmth, warming his entire body. With a hint of surprise, Lin Muyo moved slowly within the light cluster. Soon, he reached the center of the light cluster and saw what was there. A small purple gemstone, located at the very center of the light cluster. The purple light flowed, and all the Shuajin essence originated from it. It was the true source of the 6 to 99 region. A gemstone smaller than a baby's fist, even appearing somewhat broken, was the source of the 6 to 99 region. This was simply unbelievable. Lin Muyo found it incredibly miraculous but did not immediately reach out. No matter the situation, caution had become instinctive. He cast a detection spell and waited for the result. Unknown substance. The result from the detection spell was not unexpected. As Lin Muyo's knowledge and realm grew, encountering more things, he found that the detection spell was not omnipotent. There were many things it could not identify. A skeleton appeared beside Lin Muyo, reaching out to grab the gemstone. Nothing happened. The skeleton held the gemstone without any reaction, indicating it was safe. After a few more seconds with no change, Lin Muyo finally reached out to grab the gemstone. Chapter 1220. Chapter 1220, 1220. Chapter 1220, The Broken Gemstone, The Scourge Scepter. The gemstone felt warm to the touch, emitting a purple glow that flowed like water along Lin Mui's palm, up his arm, across his shoulder, and quickly spread over his entire body. The warmth made Lin Mui feel as if he were bathing in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. Lin Mui suddenly had a thought: if I take this back, could it continuously produce Shuajin essence? Shuajin essence is extremely magical, significantly enhancing the soul's defense, making the soul not only safer but also stronger, greatly boosting the combat power of the human race. Lin Mui felt a surge of excitement and immediately wanted to take the purple gemstone back. However, the purple gemstone didn't budge, no matter how much force Lin Mui applied. Lin Mui frowned. With his physical strength, he couldn't move this small gemstone, which was quite laughable. After several attempts, the purple gemstone remained unmoved. Lin Mui began to exert more force, letting out a low growl. His whole body glowed, breaking through the purple constraints. Unknowingly, he had used the gathering power spell. The power of all his summoned creatures continuously converged, and Lin Mui's strength began to increase significantly. His strength quickly broke through the limits of the true God realm, reaching the God King realm. Then it continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. God King 5th rank, 6th rank, 7th rank. At this point, Lin Mui stopped, not continuing further. He knew there was no need to continue. The gemstone didn't react at all. Even if he raised his realm to the limit, God King 9th rank, risking his soul's self-destruction again, he still couldn't move it. This gemstone seemed to have taken root here, and its foundation was incredibly solid, far beyond his strength level. Lin Mui felt like an ant trying to shake a tree. The purple gemstone's light flickered, as if mocking him. Lin Mui felt a bit helpless. This thing seemed to be unattainable. Looking at the purple gemstone, with its hazy purple light and noble aura, Lin Mui's eyes suddenly widened. Why does it look familiar? He saw the edge of the gemstone. It was clearly a broken gemstone, smaller than Jin'er's fist. Except for the broken part, the outer edge was still intact, with sharp and distinct angles. The edges seemed to be deliberately polished, with hundreds or thousands of different angled facets, smooth and beautiful. Lin Mui felt he had seen such facets somewhere before. He reached out and touched the edge of the gemstone, a flash of inspiration in his mind, finally realizing what it was. The Monarch's Scepter. The weapon he had obtained in a small world, an extremely mysterious weapon. Monarch's Scepter, incomplete legendary weapon, all attributes plus 500,000. Lin Mui hadn't used this weapon much, only for a short period. It was unusable at low levels and unnecessary at high levels, making it quite awkward. The Monarch's Scepter originally had a large gemstone embedded in it, but the gemstone was lost, so the scepter became incomplete. Lin Mui had studied the Monarch's Scepter, feeling it should be a very powerful weapon. Even in its incomplete state, it was still legendary. If it were a complete Monarch's Scepter, it would be even stronger. He had studied the Monarch's Scepter and found facets on the gemstone setting that were very similar to the purple gemstone. Lin Mui took out the Monarch's Scepter from his storage space and compared it. Then he aligned the gemstone setting of the Monarch's Scepter with the purple gemstone. When the two made contact, they seemed to fit perfectly, and the purple gemstone emitted a buzzing sound, radiating brilliant light. Lin Mui's vision suddenly changed, finding himself in an unfamiliar starry sky. This feeling was like the demonstration screen scene when awakening a skill. At this moment, he became a third-party observer. In the starry sky, a fierce battle was raging. Countless skeletons charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the enemy. The battlefield spanned the vast starry sky, stretching for billions of kilometers. The number of skeletons was uncountable, and they came in various types. Lin Mui saw familiar skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, and archers. He saw skeleton generals and bone dragons. He saw death knights and lich generals. He also saw some skeletons he had never seen before. Some skeletons had bone wings on their backs, emitting a holy light. There were also skeleton knights riding unicorn warhorses, covered in thunder. These skeletons all had halos under their feet, extremely powerful. But the enemies they were fighting were shrouded in a mist, making them indistinguishable. The skeletons fought fearlessly, and the battle was intense. At this moment, someone wielding a scepter appeared, the Monarch's Scepter, with a large gemstone on it. Gold, silver, purple, white, and gray. 5 colors of light radiated from the gemstone, illuminating the starry sky. The person holding the scepter cast a spell. The skeleton's combat power surged, and the enemies were defeated one after another. Corpses floated like dust in the starry sky. At this moment, a long spear shot from the distant starry sky, hitting the gemstone on the scepter with astonishing force. The gemstone shattered into pieces, and the scene abruptly ended. Lin Mui woke up, realizing that the scene just now showed the reason for the gemstone's fragmentation. The purple gemstone before him was only 1/5 of the complete gemstone. The long spear that shattered the gemstone made Lin Mui feel uneasy. He clearly saw that the spear was covered in runes. In fact, the spear was composed entirely of runes. And these runes were the runes of the Great World. It was the runes of the Great World that shattered the gemstone. But even the runes of the Great World could only shatter the gemstone, not destroy it. This gemstone is on the same level as the runes of the Great World. Then the Monarch's Scepter that can hold it must also be a treasure of that level. Lin Mui's thoughts raced, quickly understanding the situation. He hadn't expected that the incomplete weapon he obtained in a small world was of such a high level. Lin Mui looked at the Monarch's Scepter in his hand, which was now radiating brilliant light, completely transformed. It was as if a layer of false skin had peeled off, revealing its true form. The scepter displayed exquisite patterns, looking noble from any angle. The patterns seemed naturally formed, and the entire scepter exuded an awe-inspiring pressure. These patterns looked like a scythe. The purple gemstone was now embedded in the scepter, and when Lin Muya retracted the scepter, he also retracted the purple gemstone. At this moment, he had a thought and used the detection spell again. Unknown treasure. The detection spell gave a different answer, surprising Lin Muya, who wondered why. Previously, the detection spell had clearly given an answer, but now it was different. After some thought, Lin Muya guessed there was only one possibility: the previous answer was given by the monarch's scepter itself. The monarch's scepter had actively deceived the detection spell. At this level of treasure, it would be abnormal if it didn't have self-awareness. Lin Muya communicated with the monarch's scepter through his soul consciousness and indeed sensed an awareness inside. But this awareness seemed to be in a deep sleep, with little feedback. Only a bit of information let Lin Muya know the weapon's true name. The monarch's scepter was just a pseudonym. Its real name was the Scourge Scepter. Chapter 1221. Chapter 1221, 1221. Chapter 1221, Great Harvest. This trip is complete. The Scourge Scepter. Upon learning its name, Lin Muya seemed to see an endless horde of undead, surging like an apocalyptic disaster. The entire world was shrouded in the end of death, with destruction looming. Lin Muya shivered all over, almost dropping the Scourge Scepter. He felt that what he was holding was not just an indescribable magical treasure, but an object terrifying enough to destroy the entire great world. Calming his mind, Lin Muya took a deep breath, inhaling a large amount of Shuajin essence, and exhaled layers of purple threads from his mouth. Not only did he not throw away the Scourge Scepter, but he held it even tighter. Whether it's a scourge or an apocalypse, it depends on who uses it. If one day, a true disaster is to be brought, it will be led by me. My existence will be the disaster for all other races. Lin Muya said solemnly, word by word, with determination. In a great battle, the core gemstone of the Scourge Scepter was shattered into 5 pieces. The 5 gemstones, gold, silver, purple, gray, and white, each had different functions, though their powers were intertwined yet relatively independent. The purple gemstone in his hand contained the ability to enhance the soul, known as the soul gem. The Shuajin essence was just the overflow of its power, inheriting the ability to enhance the soul. Subsequently, the Shuajin essence spread throughout the starry sky, forming a unique region. Over the years, the Shuajin essence divided into yin and yang sides. The yang side became Shuajin, an excellent material. The yin side became gold-silver stone, containing deadly poison, capable of corroding everything and killing invisibly. Everything in the world has yin and yang, black and white, which Lin Muya had long understood. His undead law was the most typical example. Knowing the origin of this region, Lin Muya realized that after taking the soul gem, this region would cease to exist in a few years. With the source gone, it couldn't be maintained for long. But what did that matter to him? He couldn't leave the Scourge Scepter here. Such a treasure, on par with the runes of the great world, would be foolish not to take. The consciousness of the scepter fell into a deep sleep during the great battle, and it's unknown when it will awaken. The 5 gemstones are scattered, their whereabouts unknown. Finding them will be extremely difficult, depending on fate. Although the Scourge Scepter couldn't be used yet, its level was so high that it could still play a role. Unlike the Shuajin essence, which only enhanced soul defense, the purple soul gem contained more comprehensive abilities. It could increase the soul's ability to comprehend laws, fundamentally enhancing it. Over time, the soul's understanding of various laws would greatly increase, making cultivation easier. This was very important, and Lin Muya was well aware of it. In his eyes, this function was more important than enhancing soul defense. Suppressing his inner joy, Lin Muya murmured, as expected of something on the same level as the runes of the great world, even with the spirit of the treasure in a deep sleep and the core gemstone shattered, it still has such powerful effects. Anyone who obtains it will treat it as a supreme treasure. My understanding of the undead law is not slow, but the comprehension of laws becomes slower in the later stages. Especially after reaching the 3rd rank of the God King, with the law comprehension halfway through, each rank advancement takes centuries. After reaching the 7th rank of the God King, it takes even longer, sometimes thousands of years to advance a rank. Countless people are stuck at the God King level, unable to reach the God Sovereign level. One reason is the lack of soul quality, and the other is the difficulty in comprehending laws. Upon reaching the God Sovereign level, with the law comprehension at 100%, the laws manifest and enter the Law Star River, starting the struggle for the Great Tao, making it even more difficult. At that time, understanding other laws becomes crucial, and the ability to comprehend laws becomes even more important. The soul's ability to comprehend laws largely determines the achievable upper limit. Although Lin Muya hadn't reached that level yet, through reading materials and his own analysis, he had made some guesses. Therefore, the higher the cultivation level, the more important the soul's comprehension ability becomes. Unless one follows the path of pure physical sanctification, this point cannot be ignored. With a flash of light, the Scourge Scepter disappeared, reappearing in the soul world, held by the soul. A warm feeling flowed from the Scourge Scepter, making the soul feel as if it were in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. The soul exhaled a long breath, its thoughts becoming exceptionally clear, and its understanding of laws more profound. Having just reached the 6th rank of the true God, it now advanced another step, nearing the 7th rank of the true God. Moreover, after reaching the 6th rank of the true God, there were still some unclear points in the understanding of laws, which now became crystal clear. With this, if another massacre occurred, relying on the dual original spell's ability to absorb souls, it could completely advance to the 7th rank of the true God. A slight smile appeared on his lips. This trip has been very rewarding. Although there were some twists and turns, the harvest far exceeded expectations. Not only did he obtain the Shuajin essence as desired, greatly enhancing his soul defense, He also unexpectedly obtained the purple soul gem, revealing the true form of the Scourge Scepter and allowing it to play a role. As the purple gemstone disappeared, the light cluster was gradually dissipating. The dissipation was slow, and at this rate, it would take at least 100 years. What happens in 100 years is none of his concern. Leaving the Shuajin source star, the starry sky was calm. The devouring gold beasts were all dead, and Lin Mui's eye showed some contemplation. He still didn't know where the devouring gold beasts came from, but similarly, it didn't matter to him. He summoned the Golden Eagle God King, who had been hiding in the distance. At this moment, the Golden Eagle God King was emitting green smoke, and its golden body had long lost its luster. The poison near the Shuajin source star was too strong for it to resist. If it hadn't been continuously using anti-poison treasures, it would have died long ago. Now it had reached its limit, and if Lin Muo had come out any later, it would have died. But as a resurrected being, without Lin Muo's command, it wouldn't leave even if it died. Lin Muo flicked a strand of the undead law, transforming it into the power of life, washing over its entire body. The feathers regained vitality, and the golden light shone again. Lin Muo stood on its back. Let's go back. With a command, the Golden Eagle God King roared towards the direction they came from. Shortly after Lin Muo left, a phantom appeared in the small cave at the core of the Shuajin source star. The phantom wore green clothes embroidered with cloud patterns, exuding nobility. He looked somewhat similar to Tian Zihan, with a delicate horn on his head. Like Tian Zihan, he was a member of the Starry Sky Spirit clan. The phantom looked at the Shuajin essence, his eyes filled with contemplation. Tian Zihan perished here. There is a lot of soul origin energy here. Did Tian Zihan really find the soul gem? But where is this place? The laws here are strange, seemingly not belonging to the normal starry sky. But besides Tian Zihan, there seems to be someone else's presence here. I'll remember this presence, maybe I can find it in the future. He scanned the surroundings with a puzzled look. He was clearly restricted by something, unable to leave or determine his location. In the end, he sighed and gradually disappeared. After he left, the small space underwent new changes. In the purple light cluster, a black dot appeared. The black dot was like a black hole, seemingly connected to another world, with unusual light emanating from it. Chapter 1222. Chapter 1222, 1222. Chapter 1222, no problem, I'll take you out. For the past few days, Jiangshan's brows had not relaxed. The sudden attack of the devouring gold beasts had been anticipated by Lin Muo, who directly resolved the situation. The skeletons displayed astonishing combat power, sweeping through the devouring gold beasts like autumn leaves, cleaning them up completely. All the human cultivators were left in awe. However, after the cleanup, most of the skeletons suddenly disappeared, leaving only a small portion behind. Ji Hongshan didn't know if this was Lin Muo controlling them from afar or if the skeletons had hidden themselves again. He remained somewhat worried, fearing more devouring gold beasts might come and that nearby beryllium gold stars might be detonated, spreading toxic powder. I wonder how Brother Lin is doing. But seeing that the skeletons and puppets are fine, the master should be fine too, right? He looked at the remaining skeleton generals, deep in thought. After cleaning up the devouring gold beasts, the skeletons gathered all the remaining beryllium gold together. Tens of thousands of high-purity beryllium gold pieces were piled up, emitting a faint blue glow. This was a considerable fortune, but no one dared to covet it. Just looking at the skeleton generals guarding it, anyone who dared to have ideas about it would be courting death. A few days later, a golden light shot from afar. Lin Muo's figure appeared in sight. The Golden Eagle God King flew away, and Lin Muo, with the wings of the undead vibrating, stepped on the halo of the Law of Light, flying over. Ji Hongshan was overjoyed and immediately flew out of the battleship to greet him. Brother Lin, you're finally back. Lin Muo saw the worry in his eyes, knowing he was a man of true feelings. Lin Muo didn't like to waste words and wasn't one for many pleasantries. It's all resolved. We can go back now. Ji Hongshan's eyes lit up with joy but then showed some concern. But the area covered by the toxic powder is too large. Our battleship might not make it through. Lin Muo smiled. No problem, I'll take you out. I estimate that the military outside should be able to come in now. The blockade was lifted, and the 6 to 99 area had returned to normal, allowing entry and exit again. In this short time, the military must have found a suitable passage and sent people in again. Ji Hongshan now trusted Lin Muo completely and nodded. Alright, we'll follow Brother Lin's lead. The two entered the battleship, which started and flew in the direction they had come from. Soon, the battleship stopped in front of the toxic powder-filled starry sky. This place had become a forbidden zone, where neither life nor matter could exist due to the corrosive poison. Lin Muo stood at the front of the battleship, expanding his law domain to cover the entire ship. Then the battleship plunged into the toxic powder, moving quickly inside. With Lin Muo's law protection, the toxic powder had no effect on the battleship. Ji Hongshan's eyes flashed with amazement. He had thought Lin Muo had some powerful treasure to avoid the poison. He didn't expect Lin Muo to block the toxic powder with just his law domain. He was curious about Lin Muo's law, but no matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't identify it. Clearly, it was a law he didn't recognize. Although curious, he didn't ask further, knowing it was Lin Muo's secret. He was smart enough not to pry into things he shouldn't. Meng Gang, Yu Zhu, and others had also been worried these days. The starry sky was calm, and since the human and demon armies had entered, there had been no movement. But just a day ago, the starry sky suddenly trembled. The silent edge area suddenly changed. As a god king, Meng Gang sensed the spatial change and carefully felt it, saying, the blockade is lifted, and the space is restored. Yu Zhu's pretty face showed joy. Does that mean we can go out now? Meng Gang said, we should be able to, but should we? He remembered Lin Muo's instructions: if the skeletons were still alive, even if a passage appeared, they shouldn't go out. Lin Muo hadn't explained why in detail at the time. Meng Gang's words reminded Yuju, so should we go out or not? Meng Gang thought for a moment. I think we should wait and see for now. My analysis is that if the blockade is gone, it means the captain must have done something. And if the skeletons are fine, the captain should be fine too. So let's wait, the captain should be back soon. Yuju and the others agreed with Meng Gang's reasoning and decided to wait. After the blockade was lifted, spatial activity became more frequent. Bubbles appeared from time to time, forming passages of various sizes. Some small passages couldn't accommodate people, but occasionally, large passages appeared, allowing people or even armies to pass through. This change was noticed by those outside. On the third day, more teams rushed in. This time, it wasn't just humans and demons. The Golden Eagle Clan, Demon Clan, Bull Demon Clan, and humans all had teams rushing in. Not only were there more races, but the numbers far exceeded the last time. The Demon Clan alone had tens of thousands. Battleships hovered in the starry sky, looking menacing. The Golden Eagle Clan also had over 10,000 people, with a giant golden eagle over 1,000 kilometers long above their team. That was their totem and their war weapon. The humans were not to be outdone, with two 10,000-man formations standing neatly in the starry sky, ready for battle. Human battleships also hovered in the starry sky. The various factions faced off in the blue starry sky, none making the first move, but the atmosphere was extremely tense. Meng Gang and the others found themselves in the middle of these teams, seemingly surrounded. Yuju whispered with a serious expression. Meng Gang was also worried. Although the skeletons were strong, the enemy had many people. The Golden Eagle Clan and Demon Clan were enemies of the humans. If they attacked together, it was uncertain if the skeletons could hold them off. They were now at the center, and any movement could trigger a conflict, making them the first targets. As they hesitated, a star appeared in the distance. A human battleship flew from the depths of the starry sky. Although human battleships looked similar, they all had numbers on them. Meng Gang immediately recognized it as the battleship led by Ji Hongshan. Ji Hongshan was back. So was Lin Muo with him? At this moment, the surrounding skeleton generals collectively turned to look at the battleship. This made Meng Gang and the others realize that Lin Muo had returned. The battleship stopped in the starry sky, and Lin Muo was the first to fly out. Meng Gang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Muo was safe and had returned. After Lin Muo, the human soldiers on the battleship flew out, quickly forming a battle formation and joining the standoff. With an additional 10,000-man team, the human forces greatly increased. Now, even if the Demon Clan and Golden Eagle Clan joined forces, the humans wouldn't be afraid, especially Ji Hongshan, who knew Lin Muo's combat power. In front of Lin Muo, the Demon Clan and Golden Eagle Clan were nothing. Lin Muo went straight to Meng Gang and the others, scanning them. Good, we should go back. Meng Gang immediately saluted. Yes, sir. Lin Muo was their captain, and his orders were military orders. Chapter 1223. Chapter 1223, 1223. Chapter 1223, From Looking Up to Looking Down. Xu Meng Gang and the others followed Lin Muo's orders and quickly retreated. Throughout the process, although the Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan made some moves, they ultimately did not take action. Before the situation was clear, no one acted rashly. The three sides had similar strengths, and if they really fought, it would inevitably result in mutual destruction. Neither the Demon Clan nor the Golden Eagle Clan wanted to make the first move and let the other side take advantage. As for the Bull Demon Clan, they were even less likely to act. They had always been neutral, having only ordinary relations with the three sides, neither good nor bad. After Meng Gang and the others returned, the human team quickly retreated and regrouped. After waiting for several hours, a giant passage appeared, and the team left the area ruled by the beryllium gold source star. During this time, Yuja curiously asked, Captain, is the mission completed? Lin Muo simply replied, it's done. Yuju's eyes lit up. Really? Did you find any survivors? I'll give a detailed report when we get back. Just wait for the news. Some things that happened inside could be said, while others could not. After weighing the options, Lin Muo decided that at least someone at the Legion commander level should be informed. Even elders were not qualified. Yuju wanted to ask more but was interrupted by Meng Gang. It's good that the mission is completed. He gave Yuju a look, signaling her not to ask further. As a veteran of the military, he knew that even if questions were to be asked, they should be done privately. With so many people around, it was best to say less. Even using soul communication, the military had ways to monitor. The starry sky began to change, the blue starry sky gradually fading, replaced by a sky full of stars and deep darkness. The familiar aura of the Great World spread through their bodies as they left the world shrouded by beryllium gold and returned to the original Great World. The aftermath of a great battle was evident. The sky was filled with the wreckage of warships, and countless soldiers were busy cleaning up the battlefield. Every piece of material from the warships was precious. Even if defeated, they could be recycled and should not be wasted. In the distance, millions of kilometers away, the demons seemed to be doing similar work. Lin Muo observed this and found it as he had expected. A battle had indeed broken out here, and it was not small in scale. Judging by the wreckage of the warships, the human race had lost at least 10 warships. Each warship could accommodate a 10,000-man team, so the participating army was several times larger. It could even be a battle involving millions. A battle of this scale was equivalent to the total military strength of a star fortress. The human race had 10 star fortresses, with a normal garrison of around 10 million. Of course, the human race's total military strength was much more than that, more than 10 times that number. If a real war broke out, the human race could increase its forces by tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, in a short time. This was the confidence of the human race, the confidence of being a strong race in the great world. A familiar figure in white, Li Yuanbei, flew over. He had received the news immediately and knew that Lin Muya had returned. "Greetings, senior," Lin Muya greeted him proactively. Li Yuanbei responded with a smile, "It's good to have you back. Come, the Lord is waiting for you." Lin Muya nodded and glanced at Meng Gang, Yuzhu, Wang Zhengao, and Rong Jia behind him. His meaning was clear, these four were his teammates, and if there was anything, they should be included. Li Yuanbei understood and immediately said, "Come along. Your team completed the mission and will be rewarded." Lin Muya walked side by side with Li Yuanbei, while Meng Gang and the others followed behind, their expressions somewhat strange. In this mission, the four of them were actually burdens. Not only did they not help, but they also distracted Lin Muya. The mission was completed by Lin Muya alone, so it was normal if they didn't receive any rewards. Li Yuanbei led them through the defensive line formed by warships to a circular fortress. The fortress was not large, not much bigger than a warship, but it exuded a suffocating pressure. Lin Muya sensed the smell of blood from the fortress, knowing it had once dominated the battlefield, stained with blood, and killed countless enemies. Meng Gang and the others did not have this feeling. When they saw the fortress, they only felt a heavy pressure on their bodies, making them uneasy. Meng Gang's face changed slightly as he recognized the fortress, whispering, "The War God Fortress." Yuzhu, seeing the War God Fortress for the first time, had heard of its name and immediately asked, "Is this the War God Fortress created by the War God himself?" Meng Gang nodded, "Yes." Yuzhu's eyes sparkled with admiration, "I never thought I would see the War God Fortress." There was only one person who could be called the War God, Xiao Zhantian. Listening to their conversation, Lin Muya knew the fortress was created by Xiao Zhantian, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. But he also felt strange. Xiao Zhantian's era was very distant. If this fortress was indeed created by Xiao Zhantian, it should exude an ancient aura. This fortress, though aged, did not feel ancient. Li Yuanbei, hearing their conversation, turned and smiled. This is indeed the War God Fortress, but not one of the original ones created by the War God himself. Yuzhu immediately asked, "Is it a replica of the real War God Fortress?" Li Yuanbei nodded with a smile, "Yes, although it's a replica, it still has considerable power. Of course, it can't compare to the ones created by the War God himself." Yuzhu showed a hint of disappointment but quickly smiled, "Seeing a replica is still good. My ancestors said the War God Fortress is a very powerful war weapon, rarely seen." Li Yuanbei nodded with a smile, "Indeed." His attitude was surprisingly good, without any airs. After all, he was an elder and a strong god sovereign. Normally, he wouldn't be so approachable. Meng Gang, not being foolish, knew that Li Yuanbei was being considerate of Lin Muya. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so kindly to someone like him. Li Yuanbei led them into the War God Fortress, arriving at a building at the top. Lin Muya observed the building, with its black walls and sharp edges, embodying a military style. There were no decorations, but there were many marks left by battles. Lin Muya couldn't identify the material used, but he was sure he couldn't leave any marks on it. The War God Fortress, even as a replica, had immense power, at least not weaker than a god sovereign. Even if he pushed his strength to the 9th rank of the God King, there was still an insurmountable gap to the god sovereign. However, compared to the mysterious Manor's ancient castle, this War God Fortress was vastly different. Although he still had to look up to the War God Fortress now, he believed that one day he could look at it on equal footing, or even look down on it. The door opened silently, and a majestic aura rushed out, then dissipated. "Come in." A dignified voice sounded. Lin Muya's heart stirred. The voice sounded familiar. Chapter 1224. Chapter 1224, 1224. Chapter 1224, Senior, let's make a deal. Shu Lin Muya thought that they would be meeting the Legion commander of Fortress Number 6, but to his surprise, it was Zhu Kaiwu. No wonder Li Yuanbei only said that the Lord was waiting for them without specifying who it was. Zhu Kaiwu was not a Legion commander but was the powerful figure guarding the entire Vermilion Bird battlefield, holding a position even higher than that of a Legion commander. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the God Sovereign realm, making him one of the strongest among the God Sovereigns. This matter had actually alarmed this Guardian Lord. It shouldn't be, unless he knows about the existence of the Soul Gem, otherwise, it wouldn't have alarmed him, Lin Muya thought, his mind racing with various thoughts. Upon entering the room, Zhu Kaiwu sat at the main seat, with all other seats empty. After they entered, Zhu Kaiwu, with a stern expression and an aura of authority, said, "Sit." His voice was hoarse and heavy, like a military order that no one dared to disobey. Everyone immediately sat down, except for Li Yuanbei, who remained standing. Zhu Kaiwu said in a low voice, "Elder Li, you record." Li Yuanbei nodded, immediately taking out a jade tablet and placing it on the table. The jade table was activated, emitting a hazy light that enveloped the entire room. Zhu Kaiwu said, "Lin Muya, recount the mission." Lin Muya nodded and recounted the entire mission process. From being ambushed by the devouring gold beasts upon entry, to the traps set by the devouring gold beasts, discovering the method by which the devouring gold beasts gained intelligence by devouring souls, and finally, to eliminating the devouring gold beast emperor. Lin Muyo gave a general overview of the entire process. Meng Gang, Yuzhu, Wang Zhenghao, and Rong Jie all stared at Lin Muyo with wide eyes, almost unable to believe what they were hearing. They never expected that the events Lin Muyo experienced were so bizarre. The devouring gold beast emperor had used the beryllium gold source star as its body, with defense capabilities far exceeding the third rank of the God King. Such a devouring gold beast emperor was almost an invincible existence in the 6 to 99 area. Yet, even so, it was still defeated by Lin Muyo, raising questions about Lin Muyo's combat power. Lin Muyo had saved over 700 people from the devouring gold beasts and rescued an entire army, completing the mission with flying colors. This guaranteed a promotion in military rank and possibly additional rewards. Meng Gang trembled with excitement. He knew that if Lin Muyo received extra rewards, they, as his team members, would also benefit. The higher Lin Muyo's rewards, the more they would receive. Zhu Kai's sharp gaze fixed on Lin Muyo. Elder Li, did you record everything? Li Yuanbei deactivated the jade tablet. Yes, everything is recorded. Zhu Kai's tone was slow and deep. Then, Elder Li, please take the jade tablet back for verification by the Human Emperor Network. You all may leave now, but Lin Muyo, stay. Li Yuanbei, without any unnecessary words, stood up, saluted Zhu Kaiwu, and quickly left. Meng Gang and the others followed suit and left swiftly. The door closed with a bang, leaving only Lin Muyo and Zhu Kaiwu in the room. Outside the door, Meng Gang gathered his courage and cautiously asked, Elder Li, who is that lord? He felt that Zhu Kaiwu's aura was even stronger than that of the Legion commander of Fortress No. 1. Meng Gang was extremely curious. Li Yuanbei's tone carried a hint of respect, the Guardian Lord. Meng Gang was stunned, muttering, it's actually the Guardian Lord, no wonder his presence is so imposing. I didn't expect even the Guardian Lord to be involved, this matter must be extraordinary. Yuzhu softly said, it seems the Guardian Lord knows Lin Muyo. Li Yuanbei glanced at her and snorted, some things shouldn't be said carelessly. Yuzhu turned pale and stuck out her tongue, I understand. You all wait here, we'll return together later. After saying this, Li Yuanbei left first, taking the jade tablet for verification by the Human Emperor Network. He was only responsible for recording, not for verification. Inside the room, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed a bit, and Zhu Kai's face showed a slight smile, his imposing aura retracting, returning to the familiar senior that Lin Muyo knew. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Tell me, what did you leave out earlier? Lin Muyo chuckled, some things are not convenient to tell them. By them, he meant Meng Gang, Yuzhu, and the others. Having once been at the top of a small world, he naturally understood. The experienced Zhu Kaiwu also understood. So earlier, Zhu Kaiwu only asked for a general recount of the mission, without needing detailed specifics. The real details couldn't be recorded openly. Zhu Kaiwu squinted his eyes, and the two old foxes understood each other without words. Lin Muyo said, I was originally thinking about who to talk to about this matter. Finding an elder didn't seem sufficient, and I wasn't familiar with the Legion commander. After thinking it over, I decided to find you. Fortunately, you came. Zhu Kaiwu said gruffly, cut the nonsense, get to the point. Lin Muyo chuckled, the devouring gold beast emperor was the first devouring gold beast to gain intelligence. The soul it devoured belonged to someone named Tianzihan, and the location of the devouring was at the core of the beryllium gold source star. Zhu Kaiwu frowned, muttering, Tianzihan. There aren't many people with the surname Tian in our human race, and there shouldn't be any third-rank god kings who could enter the core of the beryllium gold source star. He's not from the human race, is he? Lin Muyo didn't answer directly, continuing, the devouring gold beast emperor inherited some of his abilities, such as spells. When using the spell, a giant holding up the sky would appear and kneel to the enemy. Bang! Zhu Kaiwu suddenly stood up, his face showing shock, the Starry Sky Spirit Clan. He indeed knew. To most of the human race, the Starry Sky Spirit Clan was just a name. Apart from knowing that there was such a mysterious race, they knew nothing else. As for their spells, appearance, and characteristics, they were completely unknown. Zhu Kaiwu could identify the Starry Sky Spirit Clan just from a description of a spell, indicating he knew a lot about them. Information is always held by those in high positions, and this was no exception. The higher the position, the more one knows. Lin Muyo wasn't surprised, but he was curious about Zhu Kaiwu's reaction. From Zhu Kaiwu's reaction, it seemed the Starry Sky Spirit Clan was extraordinary. Even the usually calm Zhu Kaiwu was so shocked. Realizing his reaction was too strong, Zhu Kaiwu said in a low voice, members of the Starry Sky Spirit Clan all have the surname Tian, so it's correct that he's called Tianzihan. But didn't you say his soul was devoured by the devouring gold beast emperor? How did you know his name? Lin Muyo looked at Zhu Kaiwu, pondering for a few seconds before slowly saying, Senior, how about we make a deal? Zhu Kaiwu raised an eyebrow. What kind of deal? Lin Muyo said, you tell me some things about the Starry Sky Spirit Clan, and I'll tell you a secret. Moreover, I can help you with some things in the future. Chapter 1225. Chapter 1225, 1225. Chapter 1225, Why do you suspect the Human Emperor Network? Shu Lin Muyo was very interested in the matters of the Starry Sky Spirit Clan. This race was too mysterious, and their spells were even more eerie. Although he hadn't formally fought against a member of the Starry Sky Spirit Clan, only against the devouring gold beast emperor, Lin Muyo already felt a sense of horror. In retrospect, he couldn't even understand what laws they were using. On the surface, it seemed to be the law of gravity. As mentioned in the data, the Starry Sky Spirit Clan was proficient in the law of gravity. But the law of gravity couldn't weaken an opponent's abilities, let alone cause their realm to drop. It would be best to figure out their abilities, otherwise, he would suffer the next time he encountered them. Zhu Kaiwo pondered for a moment and then said in a low voice, regarding the Starry Sky Spirit Clan, you are not qualified to know yet. Lin Wuya chuckled, naturally, I am only at the 6th rank of the true god, just cannon fodder on the battlefield. But I am talking about a deal. Think about it, how did I know? Zhu Kaiwo said, then tell me, what benefits do you offer in this deal? Are they really that good? Lin Wuya nodded, I guarantee they are useful and sometimes have miraculous effects. Zhu Kaiwo pondered for a few more seconds, then his expression relaxed, and his brows also loosened. Alright, I will trust you this time. You won't be disappointed. Lin Wuya put on a listening posture. Zhu Kaiwo said seriously, the Starry Sky Spirit Clan is one of the 4 great origin clans. The 4 great origin clans? Lin Wuya heard this term for the first time. It was never mentioned in the data. Zhu Kaiwo quickly explained, the 4 great origin clans are the Starry Sky Spirit Clan, the Starry Sky Fish Clan, the Starry Sky Demon God Clan, and the Starry Sky God Clan. You have seen the Starry Sky Fish Clan, that girl named you Kinro. You have also encountered the Starry Sky Spirit Clan this time. You probably haven't seen the Starry Sky Demon God Clan, and neither have I. As for the Starry Sky God Clan, Lin Wuya perked up his ears, continuing to listen. Zhu Kaiwo chuckled, we are the Starry Sky God Clan. What? This answer shocked Lin Wuya. Wasn't he a member of the human race? How could he be called the Starry Sky God Clan? A difference of one word in the name of a race meant they couldn't be the same race. Zhu Kaiwo said, don't doubt it, we are the Starry Sky God Clan, but you are not yet qualified to be considered a member of the Starry Sky God Clan. Lin Wuya cautiously asked, what about you? Zhu Kaiwo sighed, almost qualified. Almost qualified, which meant he still wasn't. But Zhu Kaiwo didn't explain further and shifted the topic back to the Starry Sky Spirit Clan. The Starry Sky Spirit Clan lives in a very distant star region and has no contact with other races. They rarely move, but when they do, they have a purpose. The last time I heard about the Starry Sky Spirit Clan was over 500 years ago. At that time, there was news that they were looking for something. The spell you mentioned, with the giant holding up the sky, is one of their soul-based spells. In addition to being naturally proficient in the law of gravity, they are also proficient in the law of souls. The law of souls has many functions, and the spell you mentioned, where they kneel to you, should be a curse-type spell within the law of souls. The law of souls is ranked in the first tier, very powerful, very mysterious, and very eerie. The law of souls directly attacks the soul, making it hard to grasp. No wonder the Starry Sky Spirit Clan is also proficient in the law of souls. It makes sense now. We humans have some interactions with the Starry Sky Fish Clan, but almost none with the Starry Sky Spirit Clan. I also learned about them through data. After Zhu Kaiwo finished speaking, he looked at Lin Wuya, as if saying, you should be happy now. Lin Wuya pretended not to understand and continued to ask, Senior, what exactly do the 4 great origin clans mean? Zhu Kaiwo said, it's not something you should understand yet. I've already told you about the Starry Sky Spirit Clan, now it's your turn. He directly blocked Lin Wuya's question. Lin Wuya felt a bit helpless but had no choice. He couldn't win in a fight, so he had to accept it. Lin Wuya smiled slightly and took out a piece of flesh. This was a piece of demon flesh, and its realm before death should have been at the God King level. The flesh emitted a nauseating bloody smell, with blood almost dripping from it. Zhu Kaiwo knew that Lin Wuya had a spell that could detonate corpses for attacks, with very powerful effects. So it wasn't surprising that Lin Wuya collected the corpses of strong beings. But what was he going to do with the corpse now? Lin Wuya said seriously, Senior, can you promise me one thing? Let's hear it. Zhu Kaiwo didn't immediately agree. He couldn't promise Lin Wuya everything unless it was reasonable. Lin Wuya said, please don't tell others about this spell, and don't record it in the Human Emperor Network. Zhu Kaiwo frowned. Lin Wuya's request wasn't excessive. At the same time, Lin Wuya's demeanor also indicated that this spell was extraordinary. Zhu Kaiwo still didn't directly agree, only saying in a low voice, I will consider it. Lin Wuya flicked a silver-white flame onto the corpse. The corpse immediately burned fiercely, illuminating the room, but strangely, there was no heat. Normally, the corpse should be burned to ashes, or at least charred. But now, the corpse was rapidly regenerating in the flames. In an instant, it transformed from a piece of flesh into a complete demon. Zhu Kaiwo was slightly shocked. Body reconstruction. Not only was the body reconstructed, but after the body was reborn, the soul fluctuations began to spread. The soul quickly reassembled, and in an instant, it was restored. The demon, now a resurrected being, knelt before Lin Wuya, respectfully prostrating. Zhu Kaiwo was even more shocked. Resurrected. Lin Wuya explained, it's not resurrection, it's because of my spell that it became a resurrected being. He then detailed the effects of the resurrection of the dead spell. He also mentioned that he learned Tianzihan's name by resurrecting him. However, Tianzihan had the ability to resist the resurrection of the dead spell and chose to self-destruct. Lin Wuya had no choice but to order his destruction. After a detailed explanation, Zhu Kaiwo finally understood Lin Wuya's spell. Amazing spell, truly amazing. It involves multiple laws, time, soul, life. Combining so many laws into one spell, it's unimaginable that such a spell exists in the world. Zhu Kaiwo immediately thought of many uses for this spell. On the battlefield, creating an army of resurrected beings to make the enemy fight among themselves, reducing one's own losses. And it ignores levels. The higher the battlefield level, the stronger the resurrected beings. Of course, this is just the most basic use. If used for interrogating information, obtaining secrets, or even resurrecting ancient supreme beings for one's own use, the spell's potential is immense. Zhu Kaiwu also understood why Lin Muya requested not to record the spell in the Human Emperor network. It was indeed inappropriate. Zhu Kaiwu lowered his voice, with a hint of doubt and questioning. Why do you suspect the Human Emperor network? Chapter 1226. Chapter 1226, 1226. Chapter 1226, Little guy, you have a lot to do. Shu Lin Muya naturally couldn't suspect the Human Emperor network. When he said this, he had already anticipated that Zhu Kaiwu might ask such a question. He voiced his thoughts. My name was just added to the Demon Clan's must-kill list, and the Demon Clan once hired the Buddha Clan to kill me. At that time, the Buddha Clan happened to come to our Human Clan to discuss Buddhism, and they recognized me at a glance. From that moment, I began to suspect that someone had leaked information from the Human Emperor network. And this person must not be of low status. I'm afraid that more information will enter the Human Emperor network and be leaked by someone with ulterior motives, leading to more people wanting to kill me. After all, I'm only at the 6th rank of the true god, just cannon fodder. Lin Muya's words made Zhu Kaiwu laugh. You, cannon fodder? I think an ordinary 6th rank god king would only be killed by you. Lin Muya smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Zhu Kaiwu changed the subject. But you're right, the Human Emperor network itself has no problems, but some people in our human clan do have issues. Recently, I've also received news that someone leaked your information on the battlefield. Now, many people probably know you're here. Zhu Kaiwu chuckled. Be careful when you go out. Lin Muya frowned. Senior, aren't you going to investigate? Leaking important information within the human clan is an act of betrayal and cannot be easily forgiven. Zhu Kaiwu said, of course, we will investigate, but we won't deliberately pursue it. Sometimes, even if we find out, we won't deal with it. Like this time, the person who leaked the information has long been under our control. But there's no need to deal with him, just a clown. Sometimes, he can even be used. Using such people, we can release false information. Lin Muya nodded, indeed, and the information they get won't be too confidential. Zhu Kaiwu nodded, it's convenient to talk to smart people. Not many people will know about your spell, and it won't enter the Human Emperor network, so you can rest assured. But as you said, when we need you to use this spell, you can't refuse. Lin Muya immediately said, of course not. Zhu Kaiwu nodded, go back. This time, your military rank promotion task was completed with extra merit, and the rewards won't be few. Lin Muya had one last question. As he got up, he asked, Senior, I'm currently doing the second chain task, which requires completing 5 battlefield tasks. Does the military rank promotion task count as one? Zhu Kaiwu's eyes twinkled. You'll know when the time comes. Lin Muya was speechless. This guy clearly wasn't going to tell him. No, when the time comes. If I have to wait until then, why am I asking you now? But this guy clearly wasn't going to tell him. Outside the room, Meng Gang and the others were waiting for Lin Muya. After Lin Muya came out, they returned to Fortress Number 1 together. In the void outside Fortress Number 10, Zhu Kaiwu, who had been sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, slowly opened his eyes. He spoke in a voice only he could hear. I've long heard that the Starry Sky Spirit Clan is looking for a treasure. A treasure that the Starry Sky Spirit Clan cares about must be extraordinary. Did he die in the beryllium gold source star because of the attraction of the beryllium gold essence, or was it because of that treasure? Did the little guy not mention it on purpose, or was there really no treasure? And the little guy's spell is very mysterious. How can there be such a magical spell in the world, unheard of? He held a jade tablet in his hand, which glowed faintly as Zhu Kaiwu injected his consciousness into it. After a moment, the jade tablet dimmed. Zhu Kaiwu waited quietly, knowing that someone on the other end of the jade tablet had seen the message he sent. Now, he just had to wait. About half an hour later, the jade tablet lit up automatically. A stream of information entered Zhu Kaiwu's mind. After receiving the information, Zhu Kaiwu couldn't help but smile. Little guy, you have a lot to do. Lin Muya and Meng Gang returned to Fortress Number 1. The first thing they did was go to the military merit office to submit their task. They had completed the task exceptionally well this time, and the rewards wouldn't be few. On the way, Wang Zhengao and Rong Jia finally relaxed. For them, although they didn't contribute much to this task, the experience was extraordinary. It was like walking through the gates of hell, and their mindset had completely changed. Next time they face danger, they might be able to handle it calmly. At the military merit office, at the task submission window, a god sovereign was sitting there. Meng Gang immediately saluted, Elder Murong. Murong Beifang, one of the elders of Fortress Number 1. He was responsible for handling military merits and ranks, essentially Meng Gang's direct superior. Meng Gang didn't expect that Murong Beifang would personally handle their military rank promotion task. Usually, he would send a subordinate to take care of it. He glanced at Lin Muya, thinking it must be because of Lin Muya. Lin Muya also saluted Murong Beifang. Greetings, Elder Murong. Murong Beifang looked quite old, exuding a peaceful aura, with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor. Murong Beifang stroked his beard and laughed. No need to be so formal, young Lin. I came here specifically to handle your task after receiving a message from Elder Li. So it was Li Yuanbei. Lin Muya thought. Otherwise, how could the other party be so attentive to his task completion? Li Yuanbei was an elder of Fortress Number 6, and as a fellow god sovereign, he must be acquainted with Mirong Beifang. Mirong Beifang said, Elder Li came to verify the task earlier, and the basic information of the task is already in the Human Emperor network. Now, please take out your battlefield tokens, and I will verify the task for you. They immediately handed their battlefield tokens to Mirong Beifang. Lin Huiya wasn't clear about the verification process of the Human Emperor network. Perhaps the Human Emperor network had its own unique methods. The existence of the Human Emperor network was very mysterious, and its capabilities were far beyond Lin Huiya's current understanding. Mirong Beifang personally handling their task caused quite a stir in the military merit office. Many people cast curious glances at Lin Huiya. As an elder of Fortress Number 1, anyone who had spent some time on the battlefield recognized Mirong Beifang. Even if they didn't recognize him, it wasn't hard to guess his identity. Seeing a god sovereign standing there, an elder personally handling a task was surprising. People's curiosity was piqued, and many eyes were on Lin Huiya, who stood there with a graceful demeanor, attracting even more attention. Yuzhu also drew attention, standing there quietly, exuding a mature and alluring charm. Is he a member of a prominent family? Impossible, the military wouldn't do this for a family member. Indeed, even if a genius from the Divine City came, they wouldn't have such privileges. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Ah, I recognize him. He's the one who received the honor title recently. I remember now, it's him. He received the honor title. His name is Lin Huiya." Lin Huiya, the first on the Vermilion Bird potential list. Chapter 1227. Chapter 1227, 1227. Chapter 1227, this is actually a one-time use item. Exclamations echoed throughout the military merit office, drawing even more attention. Lin Huiya's name on the Vermilion Bird potential list represented genius in the eyes of all cultivators in the Vermilion Bird star region. Ranking in the top few was already impressive, but being first meant he was among the most talented in recent years in the Vermilion Bird star region. Lin Huiya's identity was no secret. In the past, he might have been reluctant to reveal himself, but now, with the support of two great original spells, it was almost impossible for anyone below the god sovereign level to kill him. With this confidence, he could naturally be more high profile. Zhuangbai's words still echoed in his ears. He needed the power of faith, needed to be first on the 3 lists, and Loki was not an option. So when Lin Huiya received the honor title, he had already revealed his identity. Anyone with a bit of intelligence could figure out who he was. Amidst the commotion, Mirong Beifang also showed a look of surprise. He knew Lin Huiya had completed the task and would receive a substantial reward, but he didn't expect the reward to be so generous. In all his years as an elder, he had never seen such a reward. Elder Mirong, is there a problem? Lin Huiya asked, noticing Mirong Beifang's unusual expression. No. Mirong Beifang quickly smiled. Lin Xiao's reward is truly enviable. Oh. Lin Huiya was also curious about what kind of reward could surprise a god sovereign elder. Mirong Beifang returned the battlefield token to Lin Huiya. Lin Xiao, see for yourself. Lin Huiya took the battlefield token, which glowed faintly, and he immediately received information from the Human Emperor network. Task completed, military rank promotion task. Task completion, overachieved. Basic task reward, Honor Sergeant rank, 1000 military merits. Overachievement reward, 2000 military merits, 1 contribution point, 1 military supply point. Due to killing a large number of enemy races during the task, a total of 3000 military merits were awarded. Since the kills occurred during the military rank promotion task, they were included in the task statistics. In addition to successfully promoting to sergeant, Lin Huiya received a total of 6000 military merits, 1 contribution point, and 1 military supply point. Lin Huiya realized that what had surprised Elder Mirong Beifang was likely the military supply point. Not knowing what a military supply point was, Lin Huiya decided to ask rather than guess. He looked at the kind and amiable Mirong Beifang and respectfully asked, Elder Mirong, what is a military supply point? Mirong Beifang chuckled, it's a good thing, on par with contribution points. A military supply point is the key to the military supply warehouse. With 1 military supply point, you can choose 1 item from the warehouse. Lin Huiya was shocked. No wonder Mirong Beifang was so surprised. The military supply warehouse stored all the military supplies. It could be said that all the treasures in the military could be found there, including the replica of the War God fortress he had seen before. With 1 military supply point, he could choose any item from the warehouse, even the War God fortress. The value of a War God fortress was self-evident. Even someone as composed as Lin Huiya felt like he had been hit by a pie falling from the sky. It was too incredible. Mirong Beifang laughed, but don't get too excited. A military supply point is just a key and a voucher. What you can exchange for still depends on your military rank. As expected, there were limitations. Military rank represented military merit, and the higher the rank, the higher the military merit. Military merit also, to some extent, represented cultivation level. As far as Lin Huiya knew, to reach the rank of general, one needed to be at least at the 7th rank of the god sovereign. Elder Mirong Beifang, in front of him, was at least at the 4th or 5th rank of the god sovereign but still hadn't reached the rank of general. Among the 10 fortresses, only the guardian Zhu Kaiwu and the 10 legion commanders had reached the rank of general, all of whom were above the 7th rank of the god sovereign. Lin Huiya asked, what military rank do I need to exchange for the war god fortress? Mirong Beifang's smile grew kinder. Lin Xiao has great ambitions. Lin Huiya smiled, one must have dreams. Nirong Beifang whispered, the war god fortress in the military supply warehouse, though a replica, can still rival a 7th-rank god sovereign when fully armed. The conditions for exchanging it are naturally stringent, a 9th-rank colonel. This condition was extremely stringent. A 9th-rank colonel required at least 900,000 military merits. Given the difficulty of earning military merits, who knew how many years it would take to accumulate 900,000? Military merits were hard to earn. Lin Huio had killed so many enemies in this task and only earned 6,000 military merits. On average, one enemy was worth less than one military merit. Moreover, military merits were consumed. Purchasing supplies would deplete them. As long as one was on the battlefield, it was hard to avoid spending military merits. If one left the battlefield, earning military merits became even more difficult. Considering all this, 900,000 military merits seemed like an unattainable goal. Nirong Beifang saw Lin Huio's expression and knew what he was thinking, so he continued, I have a suggestion, Lin Xiao can consider it. Lin Huio immediately said respectfully, please advise, elder. Before reaching the required military rank, do not open the military supply warehouse. The military supply point is both a key and a voucher. Once used, it cannot be refunded. Hearing this, Lin Huio was startled. He had indeed thought about taking a look at what was in the warehouse, but Nirong Beifang's words completely dispelled that idea. This thing was actually a one-time use item. Once used, he had to exchange for something, or it would be wasted. Lin Huio couldn't help but ask, what if I have more military supply points? Nirong Beifang laughed, Lin Xiao indeed has great ambitions. If you have more military supply points, you can take a good look. Opening the warehouse only requires 1 point. Alright, my task is done here. I'll take my leave. Lin Huio immediately saluted, take care, elder. After Nirong Beifang left, the pressure of the god sovereign gradually dissipated. Even though Nirong Beifang hadn't deliberately released his pressure, the natural aura of a god sovereign made Meng Gang and the others feel suffocated. Now that he was gone, they finally relaxed. Yuju patted her chest, looking relieved. Elder Nirong's realm is still not enough. He hasn't reached the 7th rank of the god sovereign. Lin Huio glanced at her, roughly guessing what she meant. Nirong Beifang couldn't completely hide his god sovereign aura. People like Zhu Kaiwo and Zhu Tian, who were at the peak of the god sovereign, could conceal their aura entirely, making it impossible to tell they were god sovereigns unless they revealed it. Clearly, Yuju's family had similar strong individuals, and she often interacted with such experts. Meng Gang said in a low voice, the rewards this time are quite good. Yuju echoed, yes, 1,000 military merits, and the rank promotion. Meng Gang said, I got 1,500 military merits. After this task, his rank was restored to 2nd Sergeant. Yuju looked at Lin Huio, Captain, how many military merits did you get? Chapter 1228. Chapter 1228, 1228. Chapter 1228, the 4-star domain competition, I must secure a spot. Meng Gang's reward was 1,500 military merits, while Yuju, Wang Zhenggao, and Rong Jie each received 1,000 military merits. Lin and his team did not put in much effort this time, so they were quite satisfied with these rewards. Yuju's eyes sparkled as she stared at Lin Huio. Lin Huio smiled and said, I have a bit more military merit than you, and besides that, there are contribution points. Lin Huio had previously realized that military supply points were extraordinary, so he did not mention them in public. He communicated with Nirong Beifang using soul transmission, so Yuju and the others were unaware of the existence of military supply points. Lin Huio had no intention of telling them now. This was his secret, something he had risked his life to obtain. Only he knew how dangerous it was when facing the Golden Source Star. Yuju was smart enough not to ask for specific numbers. She knew that Lin Huio had more military merits than she did, but the exact amount was not important. Her eyes sparkled, you've gained more contribution points again, your ranking on the contribution list will rise. She opened the contribution list and found Lin Huio's name. His ranking had risen from 3rd to 2nd. Contribution points were hard to come by, and the top few rankings were separated by just 1 or 2 points. Lin Huio's additional point naturally raised his ranking. At this moment, Lin Huio felt an invisible force passing through the void and reaching him. The power of faith. The power of faith had always existed. As the master of a small world, Lin Huio had never been without the power of faith from his small world. However, the population of the small world was too small, especially the number of cultivators, which was very low and of low levels. So, the power of faith was negligible compared to the big world. Later, he gained the 1st place on the potential list and received a portion of the power of faith from the big world, but it was still not much. Now, as his ranking on the contribution list continued to rise, the power of faith he received gradually increased. Many cultivators in the big world regarded those on the lists as idols and targets to chase. This power of faith, as long as it was abundant, could be quite useful to the recipient. For the contributors, it cost nothing. This is one reason why the human race considers the power of faith as a source of power. However, it seemed unlikely that just rising from 3rd to 2nd on the contribution list would cause such a change in the power of faith. Lin Huio had a thought and opened the combat power list. On the combat power list, his name had risen sharply, from 35th to 10th, making it into the top 10. Lin Huio knew that this mission had revealed his combat power. Based on his description of the mission and Meng Onshen's description of him, the Human Emperor Network could estimate his approximate combat power. Making it into the top 10 on the combat power list, combined with rising to 2nd on the contribution list, naturally caused a change in the power of faith. At this point, the power of faith he received from the big world had surpassed that from the small world and would continue to grow stronger. Lin Moya sensed the power of faith and found it still insufficient and not very effective, so he gave up. Yu Zhu noticed his silence and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" With the mission over, Yu Zhu no longer called Lin Moya captain. Lin Moya shook his head lightly, "Nothing, I need to submit the mission." He had also taken on a battlefield mission, and now that his military rank had been promoted, he needed to submit the battlefield mission. Meng Gang said, "We won't go this time. If there's a chance in the future, we'll carry out missions with you again." He saluted Lin Moya, standing straight with respect in his eyes. This was the highest military courtesy, indicating that he was completely convinced by Lin Moya. Behind him, Wang Zhengao and Rong Jia also stood straight and saluted Lin Moya. Lin Moya returned the salute, "Take care." Leaving the military merit office, Yu Zhu whispered, "I need to go back to the trading center. If you want to sell anything, remember to find me." Lin Moya smiled, "I'll be there soon. You can prepare when you get back." This time, he had killed so many enemies and collected countless items, including a large amount of golden source. Yu Zhu smiled brightly, "I'll be waiting for you at the trading center." The trading center was as bustling as ever. Lin Moya quietly stood at the end of the line, waiting to submit his mission. He overheard people talking about him. "Do you know? Our Vermilion Bird domain has produced another genius. Of course, it's that guy named Lin Moya, right?" "Yes, that's him. First on the potential list, second on the contribution list, 10th on the combat power list. Amazing. Indeed, he might become the first in all three lists. Hopefully, he gets stronger. Then, in the 4-star domain competition, our Vermilion Bird domain will shine. Yes, at least we won't be as embarrassed as last time." Lin Moya's ears twitched. He seemed to have seen something about the 4-star domain competition somewhere. It should be in some document, but he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. He quickly found information about the 4-star domain competition through the Human Emperor Network. Every 100 years, the 4 major star domains of the human race hold a competition. The top 100 in the competition can directly enter the Divine City without any chain mission restrictions. Anyone who is a member of the human race can sign up for the competition. The last competition was 95 years ago, and the next one is in 5 years. Last time, the Vermilion Bird domain ranked last, with only 8 spots in the top 100, and they were all ranked low. It was indeed embarrassing. Lin Moya smiled slightly. If he participated in this competition, he would definitely secure one of the 100 spots. Half an hour later, it was finally Lin Moya's turn. He stepped forward to submit the mission and received 3,000 points and 10 military merits as a reward. Half an hour later, it was finally Lin Moya's turn. He stepped forward to submit the mission and received 3,000 points and 10 military merits as a reward. 1,000 pounds of golden source was just a drop in the bucket compared to what Lin Moya had obtained this time. He had killed nearly 100,000 gold-eating beasts, each leaving behind about 100 pounds of golden source. The mission requirement was only the amount from 10 gold-eating beasts. In addition to the golden source obtained from various people, Lin Moya had lost count of the total amount. He just kept collecting without counting. After submitting the mission, Lin Moya headed to the trading center. He needed to clear his storage space in exchange for enough points and military merits. Lin Moya's points had already reached, with 236,850 from missions, and the rest from other sources, which could not be used to upgrade his permission level. However, for any cultivator, nearly 80 million points were not a small amount. His military merits had reached 22,676. After completing the military merit promotion mission, Lin Moya was now a solid second-rank officer. After this transaction, he might become a third-rank officer. Just as he reached the entrance of the mission center, a middle-aged man was standing there quietly. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly walked over. Chapter 1229. Chapter 1229, 1229. Chapter 1229, The Betrayed God, The Bewitching Demon. In the dark starry sky, light from distant stars provided a faint glow. A small warship was swiftly traversing the starry sky. Its movement was like a fish leaping out of the sea, each leap covering billions of kilometers. This was a god-level warship, its value comparable to the War God Fortress. In the Vermilion Bird Star domain, there were only 3 such warships. One was in Zhu Tian's hands, another with the Vermilion Bird Branch Hallmaster of the War God Hall, and the last one was with Zhu Kaiwu. Zhu Kaiwu looked at the ever-changing starry sky ahead and said lightly, "The laws here are chaotic, so this is the best speed we can manage." Lin Moya, standing beside Zhu Kaiwu, twitched his mouth slightly. This speed was only a bit slower than a teleportation array. For such a high-level warship, if not in a battlefield, each leap could cover several light-years. Lin Moya had met Zhu Kaiwu after leaving the mission center, and Zhu Kaiwu had clearly come to find him specifically. Zhu Kaiwu then brought him here, to this unfamiliar starry sky. Zhu Kaiwu asked, "Do you know which war zone this is?" Lin Moya shook his head, thinking to himself that he had no idea. It was definitely not the first war zone, as one could still vaguely sense the Human Emperor network there, but here, the connection was completely severed. The starry sky here was filled with a profound aura, and the laws were different from ordinary starry skies. Zhu Kaiwu chuckled, his eyes clearly saying, "Aren't you quite capable?" He continued, "Do you know why I brought you here?" Lin Moya shook his head again, "Just tell me directly." Zhu Kaiwu laughed, "Take a guess." Lin Moya thought for a moment, this should be one of the 3 war zones in the 7th sector. He watched Shu Kaiwa's expression as he spoke, but Shu Kaiwa showed no reaction, maintaining his enigmatic smile. Lin Moya continued, "You brought me here to use my abilities to inquire about some information." Shu Kaiwa laughed, "Not too dumb, that's about right. This is the 7th war zone, not belonging to any specific area. Each war zone was divided into several areas. Each area had corresponding materials or unique places. Outside these areas, there were vast stretches of nameless void. In the nameless void, there was nothing, no materials, no substances, nothing at all, so naturally, no one would come here." Shu Kaiwa said, "A rat has escaped into this place. We finally discovered it this time, so we must catch it." Lin Moya's eyes flickered. What did this rat steal? A star map. Shu Kaiwa spoke lightly, but to Lin Moyu, it was no small matter. A star map? What kind of star map needed to be stolen? If it were an ordinary star map, there would be no need to steal it. It could be bought with points. For more detailed ones, military merits could be used to buy them, even dynamic star maps. So, the star map this rat stole must be extraordinary, otherwise, Shu Kaiwa wouldn't need to act personally. Shu Kaiwa said, "In the demon race, there is a very peculiar race called the Bewitching Demon. The Bewitching Demon has no combat power, but they possess the power of bewitchment, which can manipulate minds. Moreover, those manipulated by them don't even know it." Lin Moyo asked, "Is this rat manipulated by the Bewitching Demon?" Shu Kaiwa nodded. "An elder in the 7th fortress, named Hirengzing, a 3rd-tier god, stole the military star map of the 7th fortress. It records the exact locations of the 1st to 7th star fortresses and the specific locations of various outpost bases." Lin Moyo felt a chill. Even gods could be manipulated. No wonder Shu Kaiwa had to act personally. This was to prevent any mishaps. If the star map fell into the hands of the demon race, the star fortresses might still be fine due to their strong military presence. But how could so many outpost bases be defended? As far as Lin Moya knew, the locations of the outpost bases were not chosen randomly. They formed a formation with their respective star fortresses. Changing their positions would be a massive project, affecting everything. Moreover, during the relocation process, they could easily be discovered. The military star map was of utmost importance and could not be lost. Lin Moya was also puzzled. Is it that easy to manipulate a god? Shu Kaiwa's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Gods are naturally not easy to manipulate. There has never been a case of a god being manipulated before. That's why we were caught off guard. After this incident, we will conduct a thorough investigation of all gods in the war zone to ensure that such things do not happen again. Lin Moyo fell silent, pondering the issue. If such a thing had never happened before, it could only mean that the bewitching demon did not have the ability to manipulate gods. A god's soul reaches the 4th grade, comprehending the laws to 100%, merging with the Law Star River. Gods can mobilize the power of the Law Star River, their every move possessing immense power. Gods have firm minds and unwavering consciousness, making them difficult to sway. Manipulating a god is very difficult, harder than killing one. But the other party succeeded in manipulating one, making the bewitching demon extremely terrifying. Shu Kaiwa said, "I have dealt with the bewitching demon before and know their abilities. Manipulating a god is almost impossible. I suspect that he was already bewitched before becoming a god, becoming a pawn of the demon race. Only this explanation makes sense." Lin Moyo thought Shu Kaiwa's reasoning made some sense, but it still seemed off. Even if the bewitching demon bewitched Hirengzing during his god-king period, how could they know he would definitely become a god, and also enter the 7th fortress, gaining access to the star map? Shu Kaiwa also mentioned that some people wouldn't know they were bewitched. Lin Moyo understood this point, as it allowed for maximum concealment without being discovered. Otherwise, there would be some signs. The highest level of deception is to deceive oneself, treating the false as true, and this applies to infiltration as well. Could it be a broad strategy, seeing who succeeds? Unless the bewitching demon bewitched a large number of god kings, it wouldn't make sense. But even then, god kings are not easily bewitched. So, what is the real situation? Is there another hidden truth? Lin Moya thought of something. I once encountered someone with a restriction planted in their soul, making it impossible to ask certain questions. Shu Kaiwa laughed. I anticipated that. I brought a treasure this time that can temporarily shield soul restrictions. Although the time is short, it's enough to ask some questions. I'm also very curious about how he was bewitched. Not only Shu Kaiwa was curious, but Lin Moya was also very curious. After thousands of jumps, the warship finally stopped in a pitch-black starry sky. This was a void starry sky, with nothing in sight. The distant starlight was too dim to illuminate this place. Shu Kaiwa took out an item and whispered, "We've arrived." Chapter 1230. Chapter 1230, 1230. Chapter 1230, The rat is always afraid of light. The two left the warship, and Shu Kaiwa waved his hand to put the warship away, while an object appeared in his other hand. It was a round ball, the size of a fist, emitting a brilliant golden glow. Dense and complex patterns were engraved on its surface, exuding a strong aura of the flame laws. Lin Moya knew this was a flame law treasure. Shu Kaiwa's gaze searched around, as if looking for something. Lin Moya still had doubts in his mind. Senior Zhu, since you know Hirengzing is hiding here, why don't you just kill him directly? With your abilities, killing him should not be difficult. Shu Kaiwa said, killing him is indeed not difficult, but the hard part is finding out the location of the star map. He has hidden the star map, and no one else knows where it is. Lin Moyo asked doubtfully, then you can capture him alive, interrogate him, or search his soul. There must be a way to find the result. Zhu Kaiwo laughed. It's simple to kill a god, but capturing one alive is difficult. If I really wanted to capture him alive, he would most likely self-detonate, leaving his soul and flesh completely destroyed. And he must have passed the location of the star map to the demon race, and it must be somewhere in this void space. This incident happened half a year ago, and he has been hiding here for the past half year, with demons occasionally coming by. But we killed the demons beforehand, though we can't guard against thieves forever, and the demons will eventually succeed one day. Lin Moyo asked further, then if you didn't have my technique, what would you have done? If I didn't have you. Zhu Kaiwo glanced at Lin Moyo. If I didn't have you, we would have used some methods to completely destroy this void space. Lin Moyo was startled, staring at Zhu Kaiwo in disbelief. He didn't know how large this void space was, but he was certain it was not small. It must be at least thousands of billions of kilometers, and the structure of the great world was three-dimensional. Such a method of destroying the void space, even gods could not accomplish. Zhu Kaiwo laughed, don't believe me. In fact, we didn't want to use such a strategic level method either. The cost would be too great, and most of the time, it would not be worth it. And once this method is used, there will be many after effects. If there really was no other way to prevent the military star map from falling into the hands of the demon race, the human race would definitely spare no cost to launch a devastating attack on this void space. Now that Lin Moyo had appeared, he saw hope. If Lin Moyo's technique could not achieve the desired effect, and He Rengzing had already been killed, then the only option left would be to destroy the void space. To destroy the void space along with the star map, rather than let it fall into the hands of the demon race. Zhu Kaiwo was still fiddling with the round ball in his hand. Lin Moyo's eyes flickered as he pondered every word Zhu Kaiwo had said. He was almost certain that the military star map taken by He Rengzing was not a simple matter. The purpose of the star map was definitely not just to mark the locations of the star fortresses and outpost bases. It must have other functions, but these were not things he should worry about. His task now was to help Zhu Kaiwo obtain the location of the star map from He Rengzing's mouth. Once he completed this task, his mission would be accomplished. Zhu Kaiwo finally activated the round ball in his hand. The ball burst into raging flames, emanating a dazzling golden light. It slowly rose from Zhu Kaiwo's palm, radiating scorching light. The starry sky was illuminated, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. The ball rapidly expanded in the flames, transforming into a massive fireball over 1,000 kilometers in diameter. This is a star. Lin Moyo was slightly startled, not expecting Zhu Kaiwo to produce a star. Zhu Kaiwo explained, this is not a real star, but rather an artificial star. It has sealed enough stellar fire within, aided by formations, to temporarily serve as a star. Later, you will learn that in the great world, there are many dark races hiding in the shadows, like rats in a sewer. Only the brightest and purest light can burn and scorch these sewer rats to death. Lin Moyo listened to Zhu Kaiwo's words, which sounded like a chant, sensing a deep hatred within them. Zhu Kaiwo seemed to harbor a profound hatred towards those dark races lurking in the shadows, as well as those who betrayed the human race. This hatred stemmed from the depths of his heart, deeply rooted and profound. Lin Moyo became curious about Zhu Kaiwo's past. He and Zhu Kaiwo gazed at this artificial star. The star grew brighter, and the flames on its surface became more intense. Apart from the pure and concentrated flame laws, Lin Moyo also sensed another profound law hidden within the flames, a law he had never encountered before, yet incredibly powerful. This law seemed to possess consciousness, concealed within the flames, shrouded in mystery. Zhu Kaiwo murmured, "Rat, come out now." Lin Moyo felt that Zhu Kaiwo seemed a bit different today, unlike his previous encounters. Less than 3 seconds after Zhu Kaiwo's words, a blazing flame suddenly ignited in the darkness 10 million kilometers away. Then, a soul-wrenching scream rang out, and a figure ran out from the raging flames. His entire body was enveloped in fire, his aura surging, but he could not extinguish the flames. He screamed incessantly, clearly in excruciating pain. Lin Moyo found it strange. He Rengzing was a god, and such flames should not be able to harm him. Yet his pain did not seem feigned. Moreover, this pain seemed familiar to Lin Moyo. The soul. Lin Moyo was startled. He finally understood that the flames were not only burning his flesh but also his soul. Zhu Kaiwo wore a cold smile. The sewer rat is always afraid of light. His figure vanished, and in the next moment, he appeared before He Rengzing, striking him with 10 palms. He Rengzing let out a terrified scream, "You can't kill." Before he could finish, his body was torn into 4 or 5 pieces. Lin Moyo saw He Rengzing's soul, which was being burned by the flames. Even if a god's physical body is destroyed, relying solely on the soul, they can still exist in the world. Reshaping the physical body is not difficult for a god. However, He Rengzing's soul was like a bubble, instantly shattering and dissipating. Lin Moyo saw it clearly. Zhu Kaiwo did not take any action. His strikes, though fierce, were measured. He only destroyed He Rengzing's physical body but did not harm his soul. He Rengzing's soul self-destruct due to some special reason. Zhu Kaiwo explained, this is the despicable nature of the bewitching demon. Those who are bewitched, if their physical body is destroyed, their soul will also be destroyed. And if the soul becomes aware of the danger, it will also self-destruct. Even putting the soul into a coma is useless. This is equivalent to a restriction that is difficult to break. We do have methods to temporarily block this restriction, but soul searching will also be affected, and the information obtained will be minimal, or even wrong. Lin Moyo nodded, "Leave it to me, I should be able to get the answer." He summoned an undying flame, enveloping He Rengzing's freshly deceased flesh and blood. The flesh and blood reorganized in the flames, and in an instant, He Rengzing's physical body was reborn. Immediately after, his soul aura emanated from his body, and his soul began to regenerate as well. When Hirengzing knelt before Lin Moya nodded slightly towards Zhu Kaiwu. Zhu Kaiwu immediately took out a magic stone, the kind often used by demons, and a strange chant emanated from the magic stone. Chapter 1231. Chapter 1231, 1231. Chapter 1231. If you don't speak, then what am I asking for? The book's strange monotony made Lin Moya's back feel slightly chilly. This was something belonging to the demon race. How could Zhu Kaiwu be using something from the demon race? If Lin Moya didn't know Zhu Kaiwu well, he would have thought Zhu Kaiwu had some connection with the demon race. Items from the demon race could only be used by demons. For humans, even if they obtained them, they would just be melted down and remade, having no real use. Zhu Kaiwu murmured softly, "This is the magic core of the bewitching demon. We captured a live bewitching demon, refined it, and left the magic core. The magic core can bewitch souls, but its effect is not as good as the bewitching demon itself. However, it is quite effective for temporarily lifting soul-level restrictions." Lin Moya exclaimed, "This thing must be very precious." Zhu Kaiwu nodded, "The bewitching demon is already rare and hides very deeply. Capturing them alive is not easy. The key is that this thing is one-time use. Once used, it's gone. It is indeed very precious." This time, to get the military star map from Hirengzing, the human race had indeed paid a lot. The magic core was activated, emitting a peculiar tone, similar to the murmurs of the bewitching demon, like an inexplicable incantation. The bewitching sound, controlled by Zhu Kaiwu, drilled into Hirengzing's soul world. Lin Moya ordered Hirengzing not to resist and to fully accept the bewitching sound. The resurrected Hirengzing's pupils became dilated. Zhu Kaiwu gave Lin Moya a look. "Time is short, at most 2 minutes." Lin Moya immediately asked, "Where did you hide the military star map?" Hirengzing's pupils showed obvious signs of struggle, but after a few seconds, they became confused and chaotic again. He murmured, "In area 7 to 77, in the center of the black hole." Suddenly, Hirengzing's voice stopped, and his eyes regained clarity. A voice that did not belong to the human race came from his mouth. "So it's in area 7 to 77, thank you." As the words fell, Hirengzing's pupils completely lost their light, and his soul dissipated. In the next second, his body also turned to dust. With a bang, the bewitching magic core in Zhu Kaiwu's hand turned to dust. A one-time item, it had completed its mission. Zhu Kaiwu's face became extremely ugly. "Wrong, it was all wrong." Lin Moya looked at him, guessing what went wrong. But with too little information, it was hard to make an accurate judgment. Zhu Kaiwu said, "Originally, he hadn't leaked the information. The bewitching demon left a backdoor in his soul. When he revealed the true location, the bewitching demon would know. No wonder he said I couldn't kill him. He knew we would interrogate his soul. It turns out he was resisting all along and hadn't completely betrayed us." Zhu Kaiwu sighed repeatedly, his tone filled with helplessness, but his eyes were full of hatred. From Zhu Kaiwu's words, Lin Moya roughly understood the cause and effect. Hirengzing was indeed controlled by the bewitching demon, but not completely. He stole the military star map, but as a member of the human race, he was also resisting. He hid the military star map, and only he knew the location. He hadn't told the demon race, but Zhu Kaiwu thought Hirengzing had already told the demon race the location of the military star map and that it was in this nameless void. Recently, they had indeed killed many demons nearby. This further confirmed Zhu Kaiwu's judgment, but unexpectedly, all these judgments were wrong. The demons that came were not there to retrieve the military star map but to find Hirengzing, hoping to learn the true location of the military star map from him. This led to the misunderstanding. Hirengzing also knew that the high-level humans must have means to extract information from his soul, but the bewitching demon's methods were equally formidable. When the humans learned the information, the bewitching demon would also know simultaneously and could even control his life and death in a short time. All these wrong judgments led to the current situation. Hirengzing's last words, "You can't kill me." It wasn't that he was afraid of death but that he didn't want the true location of the military star map to be leaked. While pondering, Lin Moya also developed a strong wariness towards the bewitching demon, reminding himself to be careful in the future. The dangers of the great world and the strangeness of the demon race, he had only seen a small part of it. Zhu Kaiwu said, "Let's go back." He waved his hand, and the warship appeared beside them. Lin Moya and he quickly boarded the warship. The warship jumped through space towards the distance. This was the nameless void, and Zhu Kaiwu couldn't transmit information back. But the demon race used their methods to get the location of the star map, and the human race had already lost the initiative. Lin Moya asked, "Are the bewitching demon's methods really that terrifying?" Zhu Kaiwu shook his head. "Ordinary bewitching demons are not that terrifying. As I said before, it's almost impossible to bewitch a god. But if those few guys take action, it's hard to say. The demon race dares to break the agreement. This matter must be reported and won't be easily resolved." Lin Moya didn't say much. When Zhu Kaiwu mentioned those few guys, his eyes showed not only hatred but also a hint of caution. Obviously, those few guys were very terrifying, even posing a threat to Zhu Kaiwu. And Zhu Kaiwu mentioned they broke the agreement. What agreement was that? Lin Moya wisely didn't ask. Zhu Kaiwu looked at Lin Moya strangely. "Aren't you usually very curious? Why aren't you asking this time?" Lin Moya also looked at Zhu Kaiwu. "If I ask, will you tell me?" "Of course not." Zhu Kaiwu answered decisively. Lin Moya chuckled, "Then there's no point in asking. I'd rather guess on my own." Zhu Kaiwu laughed. "Go ahead and guess." About half an hour later, Zhu Kaiwu suddenly closed his eyes. The laws here began to become orderly, slightly less chaotic. Lin Moyo could feel the changes in the laws in the starry sky. A few seconds later, Zhu Kaiwu opened his eyes again. Alright, I've sent the message back. The human army will immediately move towards Area 7 to 77. Lin Moyo knew that the Zhu Kaiwu in front of him was just an avatar. The real Zhu Kaiwu should be stationed at Fortress Number 1. The avatar and the main body could communicate with each other, but the chaotic laws in the nameless void had cut off this connection. When the laws became slightly more orderly, Zhu Kaiwu sent the information back to his main body. But half an hour had already passed, and the human race had lost half an hour of the initiative. For the military, half an hour of initiative could sometimes determine victory or defeat. It was imaginable that the demon race, upon obtaining the military star map, would immediately dispatch their army to attack Area 7 to 77. Lin Moyo asked, "Is there still time?" Zhu Kaiwu snorted, "It should be in time, and it must be in time. If not, then we can only proceed to the second step." As he spoke, a strong killing intent surged from his body. The killing intent was so intense that even Lin Moyo, who mastered the laws of slaughter, was somewhat shocked. Second step? Is it to destroy Area 7 to 77? Chapter 1232. Chapter 1232, 1232. Chapter 1232. Brat, stop pretending in front of me. Judging from Zhu Kaiwa's murderous look, it wasn't hard to guess what the second step was. Lin Moyo knew that the human race must have already prepared for the worst. If the military star map fell into the hands of the demon race and it was confirmed that it couldn't be retrieved, the human race would use their last resort to completely erase Area 7 to 77. Although the human race would pay a great price, compared to the importance of the military star map, this price was certainly bearable. Lin Moyo asked in a deep voice, "What about the people in Area 7 to 77? Shouldn't we notify them to evacuate?" Zhu Kaiwu shook his head. "No evacuation. They have already received corresponding tasks. They will intercept and harass the demons, trying to delay as much time as possible." It was a cruel reality. Not only could those people not evacuate, but they also had to intercept the demons. This was not easy, as the demons were deploying their army, whose combat power was far superior to ordinary cultivators. In a one-on-one situation, human cultivators were not afraid of demons of the same level. But facing an army, it was a completely different matter. It could be said that 1,000 first-tier God King human cultivators would definitely lose against the same number of demon soldiers of the same level. Unless they could completely crush the opponent in terms of cultivation level, ordinary people could not compete with an army. Zhu Kaiwu saw what Lin Moyo was thinking inside. There's no other way. It's just a task, not a death order. They just need to hold off for a while. We don't expect too much from them. Fortunately, He Rengzing didn't fully disclose the location. In Area 7 to 77, there is a black hole with 5 satellites nearby, 2 of which are stars. It's not that easy to find the military star map. Lin Moyo was not familiar with Area 7 to 77, so he didn't comment. At this moment, Zhu Kaiwu threw a jade tablet to Lin Moyo. This records information about various areas in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Take a look at the information on Area 7 to 77. Lin Moyo's eyebrows twitched twice. It was obvious that he was being asked to go there. Without saying a word, Lin Moyo began to check the information. In the Vermilion Bird battlefield, there were 10 war zones, each guarded by a star fortress. Each war zone was further divided into several areas, each with its own characteristics. The areas corresponding to fortresses 1 to 6 were on the outskirts of the battlefield. The higher the fortress number, the more dangerous the area, and the higher the level of strong cultivators it could accommodate. Lin Moyo didn't know how this situation was formed, whether it was man-made or natural. The 6th area was the most dangerous among the basic areas, with power suppression relaxed to the 3rd tier of God King. It could be said that the 6th area was a buffer zone between true gods and God Kings. In the areas governed by the 7th fortress, it was already the inner part of the battlefield, dealing with God King level threats. Therefore, it was almost impossible to see true gods here. Most were God Kings. Even the garrison here was primarily composed of God Kings. Lin Moyo carefully read the information about Area 7 to 77. Facing an area where God King level experts operated, he had to be cautious. In this area, the power limit reached the 6th tier of God King, and those active here were all experts between the 1st and 6th tiers of God King. This area produced a material called Black Stone, which sounded like an ordinary name, but as a God King level material, Black Stone had many special abilities. Black Stone contained 2 laws, the Stellar Fire Law and the Black Hole Law. The Stellar Fire Law belonged to the 2nd tier of laws, and its power was not weak among fire laws. The Black Hole Law was ranked in the 1st tier of laws, with immense power. However, the amount of Black Hole Law contained in Black Stone was extremely rare, making it difficult to comprehend the Black Hole Law from Black Stone. It required a massive amount of Black Stone, special methods to amplify the internal laws, and refining them into one to have a chance of comprehension. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Black Stone from becoming a God King level material. Besides comprehending the Black Hole Law, Black Stone could also be used to refine defensive magic treasures. Magic treasures made from Black Stone also contain some characteristics of the Black Hole Law, capable of absorbing a large amount of attacks, thereby reducing damage. However, obtaining Black Stone was not easy, and refining magic treasures required a large amount, making Black Stone very precious. After reading about the special products of Area 7 to 77, Lin Moyo focused on some key points in the area. The center of this area was a small black hole. The black hole was not large and posed no threat to true gods. But for God King level cultivators, the black hole was a deadly place. The closer one got to the black hole, the more dangerous it became. Once sucked in, survival was slim. However, the closer to the black hole, the more black stone there was, leading many to risk their lives. The saying people die for wealth, birds die for food applied here. Outside the small black hole, there were 5 stars. These 5 stars were captured by the black hole's power, orbiting around it. Among the 5 stars, 2 were stars, always on opposite sides, maintaining a constant distance from the black hole and each other. The other 3 stars were ordinary planets, slightly farther away, forming a triangle with the black hole, orbiting each other. From the perspective of the Great World, this form of existence was very strange and shouldn't be so. If captured by the black hole's power, they should gradually approach the black hole and eventually be swallowed. But this was a battlefield, a place with chaotic laws, where anything could happen. In addition, there were many other stars in Area 7 to 77. Some stars were intact, some were fragmented, and some occasionally exploded. The power of a star explosion was enough to kill low-tier god kings. Moreover, in Area 7 to 77, there lived a type of star beast called the black hole snake. The black hole snake spent most of its time in a dormant state, either hidden in the dark starry sky or inside stars. Once awakened for some reason, they would start feeding. Those searching for black stone were their food. After reading the information, Lin Moya said lightly, "It's very dangerous." After all, it was already inside the battlefield, much more dangerous than the outskirts. Zhu Kaiwu said lightly, "Finished reading." Lin Moya nodded and returned the jade tablet to Zhu Kaiwu. The jade tablet contained detailed information about all areas in the battlefield, far more detailed than what was available outside, belonging to the military's internal data. Lin Moya wanted to read it all, but he didn't have the time. Just reading the information about Area 7 to 77 had already taken a lot of time. This kind of information couldn't be skimmed through, it needed to be read carefully, not missing any details, which was time-consuming. Zhu Kaiwu put away the jade tablet. "We are now heading to Area 7 to 77. Lin Moya asked in confusion, "You want me to intercept the demon army? You think too highly of me. I'm only at the 6th tier of true god." Zhu Kaiwu glared at Lin Moya. "Brat, stop pretending in front of me. I know exactly how strong you are." Chapter 1233. Chapter 1233, 1233. Chapter 1233, a special mission with generous rewards. In the nameless void, the warship kept jumping as the laws rapidly became more orderly. This order was only relative to the nameless void. Compared to the great world outside the battlefield, it was still chaotic. If one could clear their thoughts amidst the chaos and find their own path, it would be of great benefit. Lin Moya accepted the mission, a mission personally issued by Zhu Kaiwu. He could not refuse. "Senior, there is still one thing I don't quite understand. He Rengzing is a god. How did he manage to put the military star map in Area 7 to 77? Area 7 to 77 has a power limit of the 6th tier of God King. Anyone above the 6th tier of God King would be rejected entry. Even gods cannot break this rule." Zhu Kaiwu said in a deep voice, "I've also pondered this question, but for now I have no answer. Perhaps he Rengzing used his own methods. This riddle can only be solved by you." "All right," Lin Moya nodded silently. Zhu Kaiwu asked, "Any other questions? Ask them now while there's still time." Lin Moya shook his head. "No more questions, the information is already very detailed." Time ticked by, and a few minutes later, the warship stopped at the nearest outpost base to Area 7 to 77. Using the teleportation array at the outpost base, the two went directly to Area 7 to 77. The advantage of outpost bases was evident at this moment. The battlefield was too vast. Without outpost bases, it would be extremely difficult to reach these areas. In areas with chaotic laws, even god-level warships could not exceed light speed. Without numerous outpost bases, they would completely lose the initiative if anything happened. Establishing outpost bases was a long-term project that cost the human race countless efforts and years to complete. If the demon race obtained the exact locations of the human outpost bases and destroyed them, the human race would be completely passive. Not only did the human race have outpost bases, but all major races had them too. The human race was also searching for the outpost bases of opposing races, using all kinds of methods. But the results were poor, and none had been found. If any were discovered, they would be immediately destroyed without hesitation. After a long teleportation, the two appeared in the outpost base of Area 7 to 77. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly sensed the aura of the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network existed here. Zhu Kaiwu said, "A temporary connection has been established with the Human Emperor Network. You should have received a mission from the Human Emperor Network now." Lin Moya nodded. He had indeed received a mission from the Human Emperor Network. Battlefield mission: harass and intercept the demon army. In Area 7 to 77, harass and intercept the demon army to delay them. Restriction conditions: none. Completion conditions: none. Mission reward: rewards will be calculated separately after the mission ends. Note, the strength of the demon army is unknown, and the danger level is unknown. Retreat immediately if there is danger. It is recommended to form teams and act as a group. The human army is setting out immediately, please hold on. Lin Moya asked, "When will the army set out?" From the time He Rengzing was killed to now, about 40 minutes had passed. The human army needed to gather its forces. Even at top speed, it was impossible for them to assemble in such a short time. After all, to guard the nameless void, the human army had already been deployed elsewhere. Lin Moya judged that the human army had not set out yet. Zhu Kaiwu said in a deep voice, "The army's mobilization is not as fast as you think. At the earliest, it will take an hour." Only 40 minutes had passed, which meant the human army would set out in 20 minutes. The demon army had definitely already set out, and most likely had already entered Area 7 to 77. Lin Moya was about to speak when his mind suddenly dinged again. Special mission: find the military star map, defeat the demon army. Obtain the military star map, and depending on the situation, defeat the demon army. Restriction conditions: none. Completion conditions: obtain the star map. Mission reward: 10,000 military merits, 1 contribution point, 1 military supply point. Note: the strength of the demon army is unknown. If there is danger, prioritize survival and delay them as much as possible. Lin Moya's thoughts raced. This is a special mission, and it's estimated that not many people will be able to accept it. It might just be me alone. This mission was most likely issued by Zhu Kaiwa through the Human Emperor Network. Not many know my strength, and Zhu Kaiwa was one of them. The rewards are truly generous, making it impossible to refuse. 10,000 military merits, 1 contribution point, 1 military supply point. The military is really bleeding here, offering such generous rewards. Compared to other missions where a few hundred or 1,000 military merits is already considered a lot. But from this, one can also see how important the military star map is. There is no option to accept or reject special missions. Once issued, they exist. Because these missions have no punishment, and it's fine if they are not completed. However, considering the rewards, Lin Moya would definitely try his best to complete it. Unfortunately, there is no mission center here, so he cannot accept additional battlefield missions. If he were in the Great World, with his level 4 permission, he could accept missions at any time. But it's different on the battlefield, where the rules are independent, including the rules of the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moya's gaze turned towards the direction of Area 7 to 77. The deep starry sky was like a ferocious beast, baring its fangs, waiting for him to serve himself up. Zhu Kaiwa handed him a jade talisman, reminding him, once you're there, be careful. If the military star map falls into the hands of the demon race, and it is confirmed that it cannot be retrieved, then activate the jade talisman. I have already set the coordinates. The jade talisman will send you directly back here. Lin Moya looked at the jade talisman. It was slender like a finger, covered in complex runes, and emanating a rich aura of laws. He understood what Zhu Kaiwa meant. If he confirmed that the military star map could not be retrieved, then the human race would proceed to the second step. Directly destroy Area 7 to 77. At that time, Area 7 to 77 would become a dead zone, and no living beings inside could survive. Before that, Lin Moya could activate the jade talisman to return. In the end, Zhu Kaiwa just wanted him to survive, and not become a sacrifice. As for the others, this world was cruel, and the struggle between races was even more so. There was no way to save everyone. The Human Emperor Network covered Area 7 to 77, although its coverage ability was weak, unable to conduct full surveillance like in the human domains. But it could still detect some information and make judgments based on that. Lin Moya put away his life-saving talisman and said deeply, rest assured, those guys are my military merits. With that, he took out the War King Tower and rode it into the pitch-black void, disappearing from Zhu Kaiwa's sight in an instant. Zhu Kaiwa let out a light sigh. Hopefully we won't have to take the final step. The cost would be too great. Chapter 1234. Chapter 1234, 1234. Chapter 1234, The People-Eating Demon. The War King Tower sliced through the pitch-black starry sky with a dazzling radiance. This blackness of the starry sky was among the rarest that Lin Moya had ever seen. The starlight seemed to have been attracted by some powerful existence. The light was distorted, scattered, and interwoven into a dreamlike world. This was because at the center of Area 7 to 77 was a small black hole that absorbed the light from this starry sky. The War King Tower trembled slightly, as if encountering some obstruction, then passed through like a bubble. An invisible attractive force acted upon Lin Moya in the War King Tower. The law of gravity. Lin Moya was slightly startled. This force acting on himself in the War King Tower was very similar to the law of gravity. But upon careful perception, there was a difference. Gravity did not contain any laws, it was purely the powerful gravitational force born from the black hole itself. This was a starry sky dominated by the black hole. Lin Moya controlled the War King Tower, rapidly flying in the direction of the gravitational pull. Fortunately, Area 7 to 77 was not too large. If it was as vast as the Area 5 to 38 he had visited before, even with the War King Tower, it would take dozens of days to reach the central area. By then, the vegetables would have wilted. Lin Moya had already pushed the War King Tower's speed to the limit. With his current realm, the War King Tower's speed reached 150,000 kilometers per second. Even so, it would still take nearly 2 days to reach the central area. He could only hope that the demon army had not arrived by then. The speed of the demon army's warships would not be much faster than the War King Tower. If they were obstructed by human cultivators along the way, stopping and going, Lin Moya might actually catch up. For countless years in the Vermilion Bird battlefield, the starry sky around Fortress No. 1 had always been the calmest. There were colorful road signs pointing directions, with cultivators coming and going. It was the human race's largest base in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Zhang Ziyu emerged from the teleportation array and followed the road signs towards the battlefield. He had been to the battlefield before, so it was not unfamiliar to him. As the former number 1 on the potential list and current number 2, Zhang Ziyu had come to the battlefield this time because of Lin Moya. Lin Moya had rejected his challenge and then disappeared without a trace. The Vermilion Bird domain was so vast that if Lin Moya did not appear, it would be impossible to find him. Recently, Zhang Ziyu received news that Lin Moya had come to the battlefield. So after completing his mission, he personally came to the battlefield. He wanted to see what kind of person could snatch away his number 1 ranking on the potential list. As for challenging him, Zhang Ziyo had already given up that thought. Ever since Lin Moya squeezed into the top 10 of the combat power list a few days ago, Zhang Ziyo no longer wanted to challenge him. That would be pure self-abuse. He had potential, but not combat power. His cultivation was only at the 9th stage of true god, and even at full strength, he could only match a god king of the 1st stage. Someone like Lin Moya, who could enter the top 10 of the combat power list, had a real combat power of at least the 5th stage of god king. It would be suicidal for Zhang Ziyo to challenge him. Zhang Ziyo stood in the starry sky, gazing at the bustling fortress number 1 with starry eyes sparkling. This time, there are 2 things. One is to advance myself to the god king realm and accumulate military merits. 2 is to meet Lin Moya and see what kind of divine being he is. He surpassed me on the potential list and the combat power list. Previously, he didn't accept my challenge, not because he was afraid of me, but because he felt it was pointless to bully the weak. To be number 1 on the potential list, you should have the ability to cross realms and fight like me. I don't know your actual realm, but you should live up to that number 1. Moreover, since you've made it onto the combat power list, those guys will definitely come for you. Zhang Ziya's eyes flickered with a sharp light. Although he was upset when the number 1 spot on the potential list was taken from him, so much time had passed that he had calmed down. Now he no longer wanted to fight to regain that number 1 spot on the potential list. He just wanted to see what kind of person Lin Moya was. At the same time, he had also received news that some people on the combat power list were preparing to come for Lin Moya, especially the one who was previously ranked 10th on the combat power list but was pushed down to 11th by Lin Moya. That person's heart must be filled with resentment. Zhang Ziyo carried his beliefs and flew into fortress number 1 in the starry sky. After he left, the teleportation array lit up again, and several more people emerged from it. They carried a strong aura of battle intent and immediately flew towards fortress number 1 upon exiting the teleportation array. One by one, the stars rapidly approached and then swiftly retreated in the starry sky. The War King Tower passed by one star after another. From the outside, Area 7 to 77 appeared to be a sizable star system, containing 2 stars that provided light and heat. Unfortunately, most of this light and heat was absorbed by the central black hole, with little reaching the outside. The starry sky remained pitch black and cold, devoid of any vitality. A day later, Lin Moya saw a damaged demon warship. The warship bore obvious signs of recent battle damage, and it seemed that any further damage would cause it to disintegrate on the spot. The mission seems to be working. Lin Moya felt that the mission must have taken effect, and the human cultivators in Area 7 to 77 had indeed intercepted and harassed the demon army. As for the extent of the effect, Lin Moya was not clear, but at least the demon warship in front of him had been battered. Lin Moya did not know how many troops the demons had dispatched or how many human sacrifices had been made. His gaze focused, and he suddenly froze. He saw demons hiding behind the warship. In front of them, a fire was burning, and they were eating something. As the War King Tower approached, Lin Moya finally saw that what the demons were eating was human flesh. A surge of killing intent boiled within Lin Moya. The damaged warship was here, and the demons had not all left. Instead, they were eating human flesh. If it weren't for the scene of them eating people, Lin Moya might have ignored them. But now, there was no way he could let them go. The demon warship suddenly lit up with a faint glow, and then a beam of light shot out, directly hitting the War King Tower. Although the warship appeared damaged, its early warning system was still intact. Lin Moya had not concealed his presence, and he was discovered from tens of thousands of kilometers away. 3 God King demons who were eating human flesh simultaneously dropped the bloody meat from their hands and looked towards Lin Moya together. More meat has arrived. Human flesh is truly delicious. Hopefully, this time we get a younger one. Old meat doesn't taste good. There are no young God Kings. They're at least a few hundred or even 1,000 years old. No matter what, as long as we can eat. The 3 God King demons looked at Lin Moya's War King Tower with cruel smiles. When the War King Tower was only 100,000 kilometers away, the demon warship suddenly released a dazzling radiance, and a layer of black barrier appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the War King Tower. Chapter 1235. Chapter 1235, 1235. Chapter 1235, Don't Want Unnecessary Deaths. The barrier covered a starry sky with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, enveloping the War King Tower within it. The 3 demons burst into wild laughter, their soul voices echoing through the starry sky. Another one coming to die. Do you think our warship is broken and can't move, or did you get angry seeing us eat people? Don't you humans always pride yourselves on being smart? How come you're so stupid now, coming one after another? Amid their laughter, over 1,000 demons flew out of the demon warship. Each demon was at the God King level, forming a military formation in the starry sky, their momentum overwhelming. Lin Moya was slightly stunned and whispered, "It's a trap." When did the demons become so smart? The warship wasn't broken, what he saw was just a facade. The demons had parked the seemingly damaged warship here, clearly to attract people over. It seemed that not only were humans intercepting demons, but demons were also preparing to counter-intercept humans. There must be many such traps in the vast starry sky. If there were too few, they wouldn't attract many people. From this, it could also be inferred that the number of demon troops dispatched this time was astonishing. A human star fortress had a total of 10 million troops. Who knew how many demons were stationed and how many were dispatched? Lin Moya vaguely felt it was tricky. If the number exceeded his undead army, he would also have a headache. The War King Tower stopped, and Lin Moya flew out of it, his gaze cold as he looked around. The pitch-black barrier emitted a repulsive aura. The demon worship was covered in scars, but they were all superficial. It was actually undamaged. 1,000 God King level demons had already locked onto him. Why is it a little guy at the 6th stage of True God? What is a 6th stage True God doing here, seeking death? Tisk tisk, isn't a 6th stage True God quite good? At least young and tender. Too bad it's a man. If it were a woman, the meat would be even more tender. My favorite sound is the scream of human women before they die. It's the most beautiful sound in the world. Listening to their unscrupulous words, Lin Moya's killing intent surged. A faint light flickered at his fingertips, and skeleton generals and death dragon knights appeared in response. In an instant, 100,000 skeleton generals and 100,000 death dragon knights filled the starry sky. The demons were stunned, not knowing what had happened. Why did so many skeletons suddenly appear in the starry sky? Besides the skeletons with swords and shields, there were also dragon knights riding bone dragons. What the heck is this? Lin Moya's cultivation had reached the 6th stage of True God, and the combat power of the skeleton generals and death dragon knights had increased again. The death dragon knights could now go head-to-head with 2nd stage God Kings, and the skeleton generals were even stronger, surpassing 2nd stage God Kings and approaching 3rd stage God Kings. With Lin Moya's command, the death dragon knights roared with dragon cries, spewing dragon breath from their mouths. The skeleton generals moved even faster, with 100,000 sword lights shooting out, covering the vast starry sky. The white sword energy pierced through the starry sky, lighting up the pitch-black starry sky like a brilliant star, dazzlingly bright. The newly appeared star carried the light of destruction and the breath of death. The dragon breath of the death dragon knights turned into blazing undead flames, igniting the starry sky. The star of death became even more dazzling. Defend! The demon god king shouted, his expression twisted with fear. The warship shone brightly, casting light over the demons' formation. The demons released their law domains, setting up defenses. But their defenses were so weak in front of the 200,000-strong undead army. The defenses were torn to shreds almost instantly, and the attacks far exceeded their endurance, falling on each demon. Their bodies were torn apart by the sword energy, turning into fragments and completely dissipating in the starry sky. Lin Moya could see their expressions before they died: disbelief, fear, terror, pain, all kinds of emotions. The sword light and dragon breath slaughtered the demons, sweeping through them and falling on the warship. The warship roared, and a barrier appeared. The barrier shattered under the attack. The dragon breath ignited the warship, burning fiercely in the starry sky. Screams came from the warship. There were still demons inside. The warship started, trying to escape, but the death dragon knights moved quickly, using charge spells to cross tens of thousands of kilometers of starry sky in an instant, rushing into the warship. A few seconds later, the warship, which had just started and hadn't flown far, fell silent again. All the demons inside were dead, not one left. The God King level warship, made of God King level materials, remained intact in the undead flames of the dragon breath. Under Lin Moya's will, the death dragon knights absorbed the dragon breath, and Lin Moya unceremoniously put the warship away. He already had 3 demon warships in his storage space, and now he had another one. These were spoils of war. Although he couldn't use them, they were valuable and could be exchanged for points. The skeletons collected the flesh and blood scattered in the starry sky. They would be the best weapons for Lin Moya to detonate the battlefield. From the moment Lin Moya stopped to the end of the battle, it took less than 5 minutes. He re-entered the War King Tower and continued flying towards the center of the area. The longer the delay, the higher the chance of the demons finding the star map. Half a day later, Lin Moya saw another demon warship. This time, the demon warship was in battle, with thousands of human cultivators attacking it fiercely. The starry sky was filled with the corpses of humans and demons. The demons were clearly suppressed, hiding in the warship and not coming out. But even in this situation, the demons did not flee. They relied on the warship's strong defense to entangle with the human cultivators. Lin Moya frowned. Are they stalling for time? He saw through the demons' intentions. They were stalling for time. They didn't want these human cultivators to go to the black hole and disturb the main force searching for the military star map. Lin Moya controlled the War King Tower, slightly changing direction, and flew past the battlefield 1,000,000 kilometers away. He didn't intervene in this battlefield. The humans had the upper hand and didn't need his help. He didn't want to waste time here, not even a minute. The battlefield gradually receded from view and finally disappeared. It's good that they don't go to the black hole. The number of demon troops must be considerable. Even if thousands of people go, they might cause some impact, but they won't be able to defeat the demons. This way, there will be fewer casualties. I hope I can find the military star map. Otherwise, if the humans use the final means, all living beings in this area will die. He didn't want to see so many humans die unnecessarily. Although this was a battlefield and death was normal, dying like that was too worthless. Thousands of God Kings, even if the human race wasn't short of God Kings, thousands of them were not a small number. After flying for another half day, 2 slightly distorted stars gradually enlarged in his view. Their light was absorbed by the black hole, causing their visual shapes to distort and change. Under the light of the stars, the brightness here increased significantly. 3 planets were on the outermost edge, reflecting the light of the stars. Lin Moya knew he was close to the center. If the demons were here, they should be nearby. As this thought arose, a demon warship suddenly appeared in his view. Along with the demon warship, there were also several enormous black hole snakes. Chapter 1236. Chapter 1236, 1236. Chapter 1236, the demons pouring out. The black hole swallowed the light, affecting visibility. Lin Moya discovered the demon warships only when they were just a million kilometers away due to their deliberate concealment. One by one, demon warships appeared in his sight, densely packed, forming a massive army. Thousands of demon warships, each carrying 1,000 demons, meant there were millions of demons. Lin Moya's expression gradually became serious. The number of demons dispatched this time surprised him, but thinking about it, it made sense. The military star map was very important. For the military star map, it seemed the entire demon army in the 7th War Zone had come out in full force. If it were him, he would definitely do the same. The human high command should have anticipated this situation, so the number of troops dispatched would not be small, which is why it took some time to gather. Lin Moya couldn't help but estimate in his mind. If they used a destructive strike now to completely destroy Area 7 to 77, millions of demons here would die. Even for the demon race, losing millions of demons was not a small number. However, the human race did not choose to use a destructive strike but prioritized retrieving the military star map. Such a collision between the two armies would inevitably cause massive casualties. Even with a 10% casualty rate, it would be normal for millions of soldiers to die in this battle, and it could even result in the deaths of millions of human cultivators. Choosing not to annihilate millions of demons without any loss, but rather to risk significant human casualties, could only mean one thing: the cost of a destructive strike was extremely high, higher than the cost of losing millions of soldiers. It sounded cruel, but Lin Moya felt his guess was correct. A destructive strike was only the last resort, chosen only when it was certain that the military star map could not be retrieved. Here, Lin Moya could still feel the connection with the Human Emperor Network. Although this connection was very weak, the Human Emperor Network temporarily covered Area 7 to 77, which was an undeniable fact. The Human Emperor Network could make simple judgments about what was happening here. If the Human Emperor Network judged that the military star map could not be retrieved, it would notify the Human High Command, leading to the final step. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moya inhaled a large amount of starlight, exhaling a colorful glow from his mouth and nose. The space inside the War King Tower instantly darkened. At this moment, Lin Moya was like a humanoid black hole. It was as if he had made up his mind, his gaze becoming resolute and cold. The law of slaughter surged, bringing intense killing intent. This is a real battle. It's been a long time since I had a real fight. Since exterminating the dragon race in the small world, Lin Moya hadn't truly let loose in a long time. Destroying the gold-eating beast horde and annihilating the demon squads before were just small skirmishes. Compared to the demon army in front of him, they were nothing. The War King Tower continued to approach, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides was only 500,000 kilometers. From the perspective of the Great World, this distance was already very close. The demons also discovered Lin Moya. Because he was alone, the demons obviously didn't take him seriously. Since that was the case, Lin Moya didn't hold back and continued to approach. 400,000 kilometers. 300,000 kilometers. In his sight, the movements of the demons became clearer. The demon warships lined up in a row, blocking the starry sky. The warships were connected, their energies intertwined, forming a massive barrier. The barrier almost surrounded this part of the starry sky, making it impossible to break through. In front of the warships, the demon army was gathered, but their numbers were not large, indicating that more demons were searching for the star map. 3 planets, 2 stars, 1 black hole, and some inconspicuous asteroids and star fragments all could be hiding places for the military star map. Searching this entire area thoroughly would take a lot of time. 4,600 warships. Lin Moya counted the number of demon warships, a total of 4,600. That meant there were 4.6 million demons here, and each demon was at the God King level. Adding the demon army stationed on the periphery, the demons must have dispatched 5,000 warships and 5 million demons this time. Not all demons were at the God King level. Lin Moya sensed the unrestrained aura of the demons. Some demons were only at the 8th or 9th stage of true God, but there were many God King level demons, estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. In lower level systems, it was rare to see a single God King. In higher level systems, it was said that God Kings were everywhere, but to say that tens of thousands of God Kings could be dispatched at any time was only possible for an army. Until the distance between the two sides was only 200,000 kilometers. Hundreds of demon warships suddenly lit up simultaneously, and beams of powerful energy shot towards the War King Tower. The beams were pure energy impacts, including flames, ice, dragon-like waves, and mud flows. The demon warships seemed identical, but they actually had different attributes. The demons appeared different in shape and size, like scattered soldiers, but they were internally divided based on the types of powers they controlled. The colorful attacks descended in an instant. Lin Moya calmly put away the War King Tower, spread his wings of the undead, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. He cut off the soul lock from the other side, stepping on the halo of the law of light speed, further amplifying his speed. In the next second, Lin Moya appeared in the starry sky tens of thousands of kilometers away. In front of the demon warships, there were several enormous black hole snakes. At the forefront of the demon warships, a peculiar demon suddenly appeared. It was over 10 meters tall, with a thick and long body, and had several tube-like structures on its head that resembled musical instruments, hanging down like fine strings of a harp. Its eyes were very small, but its mouth was very large, taking up nearly half of its body. It also had 4 arms, but instead of ordinary claws or hands, they resembled 4 different musical instruments. Lin Moya had never seen such a strange demon before, but upon seeing it, Lin Moya knew its name, the Bewitching Demon. The bewitching demon was bathed in starlight, with a giant star behind it. It opened its mouth, emitting a strange tone. At the same time, one of its arms moved, producing a similarly strange and low sound. The hanging strings automatically plucked. For a moment, a peculiar and eerie melody echoed in Lin Moya's soul. The bewitching sound. The bewitching demon's signature spell. The bewitching demon did not have strong combat power, but its existence was more terrifying than any demon of the same level. Its spells were simple but terrifying. Outside Lin Moya's soul world, a similar bewitching demon appeared, and the bewitching sound grew louder. His soul seemed to awaken, slowly opening its eyes. With a soul quality at the peak of the 4th grade, his jade soul was purple, with incredibly strong defenses. The bewitching demon at the God King level could not shake Lin Moya's soul at all. The soul gem on his scourge staff glowed with purple light, casting a layer of purple haze over his soul. The soul robe, personally refined by Lin Moya, automatically appeared, also radiating brilliant light. His soul was completely unaffected. Chapter 1237. Chapter 1237, 1237. Chapter 1237, Confrontation with the Bewitching Demon. The most terrifying ability of the bewitching demon is to bewitch souls. For Lin Moya, the lightest consequence would be a damaged soul, significantly reducing his combat power. In the worst case, he could be controlled by the bewitching demon and become its puppet. However, none of these scenarios applied to Lin Moya. Regardless of the quality of Lin Moya's soul, it was further protected by his rebirth. Even a bewitching demon at the God Sovereign level might not be able to control Lin Moya, let alone a mere God King level bewitching demon, which was utterly useless. The bewitching demon also realized this: it couldn't shake Lin Moya's soul. Its tone suddenly heightened, and the melody it played changed accordingly. The music shifted from a low pitch to a high one, reverberating through the starry sky like a black hole snake suddenly awakening. The black hole snake's eyes glowed with a bloody light, staring intently at Lin Moya. They were controlled by the bewitching demon and had become its puppets. This control was only temporary, but it was enough. The black hole snakes varied in size, with the smallest being about a kilometer long and the largest reaching up to 10 kilometers. From a distance, they didn't seem like much, but up close, they were truly colossal. The strength of these starry sky beasts often correlated with their size. A black hole snake a kilometer long had the power of a first-stage God King, while one 10 kilometers long had the power of a fourth-stage God King. Lin Moya recalled the information he had just read. Black hole snakes had no spells, they only had 3 attack methods: constriction, biting, and tail strikes. They relied purely on physical strength, which was incredibly powerful. Additionally, due to the black hole, the surface of the black hole snake's bodies exhibited characteristics similar to black stone, allowing them to absorb a large amount of attacks. In other words, their defense was extremely strong. The best way to deal with them was to avoid them as much as possible. Now, the bewitching demon had controlled the black hole snakes and was using them as weapons against him, which was indeed a headache. There were 100 black hole snakes, the weakest at the first stage of God King, and the strongest at the 4th stage of God King. Moreover, their defense had surpassed the 4th stage of God King, reaching the level of the 5th or even 6th stage of God King. Without using the Skeleton King, killing them would be very difficult. Lin Moya quickly analyzed the pros and cons. He didn't have time to delay and needed to solve the immediate problem as quickly as possible. Every second was precious. Since that's the case, he took a deep breath and lightly tapped his finger. The Skeleton King's throne appeared in the starry sky, rising with undead flames that had no temperature. The Skeleton King, draped in a blood-red cloak and holding a bone sword, rose from the throne. Its gaze fell on the demon, like a king surveying his domain. Lin Moya's entire body began to glow brilliantly. Original spell, Power Gathering. The Power Gathering spell activated, and his power level rapidly increased. In an instant, he broke through the boundary of the true God realm and reached the God King realm. His combat power continued to rise, and within just 2 seconds, Lin Moya's level had reached the 7th stage of God King. At this point, his soul felt a swelling sensation, indicating he had reached a safe limit. If he continued to increase his power, his soul would self-destruct after a period of time. That was a last resort measure, and there was no need to use it now. With his power stabilized at the 7th stage of God King, the aura Lin Moya exuded was terrifying. Even the bewitching demon's music paused for half a second. Then Lin Moya's aura rose again. Original spell, Strong Soldier. The spells Strong Soldier and Power Gathering were like brothers. While powerful individually, they were even more formidable when used together. Especially under the Strong Soldier spell, his destructive power increased tenfold, and enemies killed by Lin Moya would become nourishment to enhance his own power. With the 2 spells combined, a sword appeared in Lin Moya's hand. It wasn't the Skeleton King's bone sword, just an ordinary sword, and even Lin Moya didn't know where it came from. But it didn't matter as long as it could kill, any sword would do. With the 2 spells enhancing him, Lin Moya's body expanded, his height exceeding 2 meters. Facing the oncoming black hole snakes, Lin Moya didn't retreat but advanced. His soul multitasked, instantly locking onto all the black hole snakes. Spell, God Slaying. This unique spell from the Skeleton King could be used for both single target and area attacks. Although locking onto 100 black hole snakes at once would slightly weaken the attack, with the Strong Soldier spell's enhancement, it was enough. In an instant, dazzling sword light illuminated the starry sky. The black hole snakes' bodies simultaneously lit up with brilliant sword light. A large amount of light was absorbed by the black hole, creating long trails of light. The sound of explosions was continuous as the black hole snakes were chopped into pieces. The bewitching demon's music abruptly stopped. It had no rich expressions, but from its eyes, Lin Moya saw fear. A large amount of soul power surged in, strengthening Lin Moya's soul and significantly extending the duration of his spells. Lin Moya snorted softly, his undead wings vibrating, and his speed instantly reached its peak. Like teleportation, Lin Moya crossed 200,000 kilometers in just over a second. When Lin Moya reappeared, dazzling light flashed before his eyes, and the demon warship accurately locked onto him. The bewitching demon's forearms moved continuously, producing various sounds. These sounds seemed chaotic, but when combined, they formed a unique melody. Accompanied by this melody, the bewitching demon's soul power surged, instantly locking onto Lin Moya. This lock was like a line connecting the bewitching demon and Lin Moya, and even the undead wings couldn't sever it. It also gave the bewitching demon some predictive ability. As soon as Lin Moya appeared in front of the barrier, the demon warship's attacks swarmed towards him. The demon warship's attacks were comparable to those of a 5th-stage god king, but unfortunately, they contained no laws. Without laws, pure attacks, whether elemental or physical, were ineffective against Lin Moya. As the attacks arrived, the bewitching demon's tone changed again, becoming sharp. The tube-like structures on its head emitted a halo. Outside Lin Moya's soul world, a sharp sword appeared, stabbing straight at his soul. The bewitching demon and the demon warship launched a full-scale, deadly assault. The soul attack struck the crystal barrier outside Lin Moya's soul world, but the barrier remained unmoved. Lin Moya was equally unaffected by the demon warship's attacks. Facing the fierce onslaught, Lin Moya swung his sword again. Spell, God-slaying. The same move, but it was enough. The God-slaying spell was incredibly useful, whether for single target or area attacks, it was a divine skill. Sword light flashed on the barrier, causing it to ripple like water. With the power of a 7th-stage God King and a 10-fold damage boost, this strike's power was at least at the peak of the 7th stage of God King, if not the 8th stage. In Area 7 to 77, the highest allowed level was the 6th stage of God King. Except for a few geniuses who could fight above their level, this strike surpassed the limits of most strong individuals here. The barrier shook violently but did not break. This barrier, formed by the combined power of thousands of demon warships, wouldn't break easily. Lin Moya immediately swung his sword again, slashing down like a storm. Sword light surged, each strike causing the barrier to tremble violently. Another god-slaying sword light fell on the barrier. Chapter 1238. Chapter 1238, 1238. Chapter 1238, the first all-out battle. The Skeleton King arrived and started fighting. Lin Moya's Skeleton King had combat power comparable to a 6th-stage God King. With the addition of the strong soldier spell, the Skeleton King's combat power faintly reached the 7th stage of God King. This god-slaying sword strike was slightly weaker than Lin Moya's, but only by a small margin. The barrier was extremely sturdy and still did not shatter. Instead, the long sword in Lin Moya's hand broke first. The demons behind the barrier laughed grimly, filled with mockery. Although they were surprised by Lin Moya's powerful combat strength, they believed that as long as Lin Moya couldn't break the barrier, he couldn't do anything to them. The bewitching demon's melody continued, and the tone changed. From the sound, Lin Moya could also hear the mockery. Neither the demons nor the bewitching demon believed that Lin Moya could break the barrier. This was a war barrier, not something that could be broken by an individual alone. The demon army's attacks flashed again, and the third round of attacks was about to begin. Lin Moya's gaze turned cold. If I can't break it alone, then let's add more people. With a thought, the vast starry sky was suddenly covered in a white glow. Death Dragon Knights and Skeleton Generals appeared densely in the starry sky. All the elemental liches were mobilized, and circles of brilliant halos appeared under the feet of all the undead. This was Lin Moya's first time going all out, holding nothing back. The Lich Generals with healing abilities and the elemental liches providing support abilities were all mobilized. The starry sky was covered by the white light of the undead army, filling the entire sky. The demons saw nothing but undead wherever they looked. The smiles on their faces froze, and their eyes began to show an inexplicable fear. The bewitching demon's melody stopped, and all four of its arms ceased moving. They were all shocked by the scene before them. The undead army gathered together, like a new star, emitting dazzling light in the starry sky. Lin Moya took out a new sharp sword and shouted, "Attack!" In an instant, countless brilliant sword energies bombarded the demon barrier. The Death Dragon Knights spewed dragon breath and then charged, crashing directly into the barrier. The dragons swung their claws, and the knights raised their swords. Millions of attacks fell almost simultaneously. The extremely sturdy barrier, which had not shattered under the attacks of Lin Moya and the Skeleton King, exploded at this moment. The dense attacks did not stop there after breaking the barrier. They continued to kill the demons within. Screams rang out, and a large number of demons died on the spot. Lin Moya issued an attack order, commanding the undead army to attack with full force. He flapped his undead wings and instantly disappeared. The next second, Lin Moya appeared in front of the bewitching demon, his sword already swinging. "You were singing quite happily." At this moment, in the eyes of the bewitching demon, Lin Moya was the real demon, and it was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In the sword light, the bewitching demon's body was torn apart, dying on the spot. Lin Moya's consciousness moved, locking onto a nearby demon team. This demon team consisted of over 100 demons, and their faces changed drastically under Lin Moya's gaze. Before they could react, an explosion occurred before their eyes. A roaring sound filled their ears, and they were plunged into endless darkness. Stellar level spell, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, fusion rate 110%, detonate corpses or remains, dealing damage equal to 110% of the corpse's life force to the targeted enemies. Can attack multiple targets simultaneously. The more targets, the more the damage is divided. After reaching the stellar level, Corpse Explosion displayed its power for the first time. Previously, when facing the gold-eating beasts, Corpse Explosion had not been effective. But here, Lin Moya demonstrated the terrifying power of Corpse Explosion. Although the bewitching demon did not have strong attack power, its life force was not weak, and its realm had reached the 5th stage of God King. Corpse Explosion amplified the life force of a 5th stage God King by 1.1 times, and with the 300-fold increase from his talent, the attack power reached 330 times the full force strike of a 5th stage God King. Finally, adding the 10-fold damage increase from the strong soldier spell, the power of this strike was unimaginable. Even a 6th stage God King couldn't withstand it. Although the damage was divided among over 100 demons, they were all instantly killed without exception. Lin Moya didn't even look at the result, swinging his sword again. Hundreds of kilometers away, another group of demons was simultaneously illuminated by sword light and shattered into pieces. A large amount of soul power surged in, becoming Lin Moya's soul power and extending the duration of his original spells. The starry sky was filled with fragments of flesh, and Lin Moya moved as if in an uninhabited land. Original spells were true war weapons, growing stronger with each battle, becoming more powerful with each kill. Facing the demons, there was no mercy. Lin Moya killed with abandon. The battlefield token at his waist became scorching hot, recording each demon he killed, which would eventually turn into his military merits. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of demons had died at Lin Moya's hands. Boom! A fireball lit up, turning into a fireball. A demon warship was destroyed. The undead army launched a fierce attack on the demon warships, surrounding almost every demon warship, putting them in a perilous situation. The barriers on the warships couldn't hold for long, and the skeleton generals and death dragon knights stormed into the warships, killing indiscriminately. Lin Moya's mind moved, and he flew towards the nearest planet with his undead wings. There were many demons on the planet, obviously searching for the military star map. Lin Moya didn't know where the military star map was, but he knew that as long as he killed all the demons, leaving none alive, the military star map would eventually be his. Part of the undead army also charged towards the planets around the black hole, starting to slaughter the demons on the planets. The demons searching for the military star map stopped their search upon learning of the battle, quickly gathering to prepare for a counterattack. Zhu Kaiwa was at Outpost Base 77, surrounded by 4 elders and the Legion commander of Fortress No. 7. The million-strong army of Fortress No. 7 had already set out, entering Area 77. But they were a step too late, and Zhu Kaiwa didn't know if they would make it in time. He also didn't want to use the second step, not wanting to destroy Area 7 to 77. But preparations had to be made. He held a small command flag in his hand, intricately engraved with a design of a person facing a star. The star was huge, and the person was tiny. But the design gave a strange feeling, as if the person was far greater than the star. This command flag was the last resort, capable of destroying Area 7 to 77. By my calculations, that brat should have clashed with the demons by now. Zhu Kaiwa connected to the Human Emperor network to check Lin Moya's information. Due to the Human Emperor network, some data from the battlefield token would be directly transmitted to the network. With some simple analysis, he could see Lin Moya's current situation. Upon seeing it, Zhu Kaiwa's expression became incredibly complex, his eyebrows twitching, and his face slightly contorting. If it were someone else, they might have jumped up on the spot. Zhu Kaiwa suppressed his inner shock. That brat, what is he doing? In the information from the Human Emperor network, Lin Moya's battle achievements were updating at an astonishing speed. Chapter 1239. Chapter 1239, 1239. Chapter 1239. If 5 times isn't enough, then 10 times. Lin Moya was already in a frenzy, fighting with all his might. He hadn't fought so freely and fully in a long time, enjoying a battle to his heart's content. After coming to the Great World, his initial caution due to unfamiliarity gradually dissipated as his level increased. Now, he had truly let go of his restraints and was genuinely fighting for the human race of the Great World. It was as if the battle-hungry blood within him had awakened at this moment. He led the undead army, breaking through the demons' defenses. The demon army, which was searching for the military star map, was startled by Lin Moya's arrival. They quickly stopped their search and rapidly assembled. The demons gathered at an astonishing speed, with millions of them forming a battle formation within minutes, charging towards Lin Moya. They thought it was the human army arriving, but eventually realized it was just one human. Apart from that, there was an army of skeletons. In the face of 2 opposing armies, it was hard to distinguish right from wrong. Identity and situation no longer mattered. Even if there were questions, they would be asked after the battle. Over 100,000 demons formed a battle formation, emitting a pitch-black glow. The demons of the Abyss lineage ignited the abyssal fire on their bodies. Abyssal fire is the source fire of the Abyss lineage of demons, possessing many different characteristics. Sometimes, the abyssal fire is scorching, hotter than the flames of a star, with a temperature so high it's terrifying. It carries the laws of the abyss, burning everything, whether objects or life, to ashes. Other times, the abyssal fire is bone-chilling, comparable to the eternal ice of the Ice Clan, capable of freezing everything. The alternation of heat and cold creates terrifying damage, making it extremely difficult to resist. Lin Moya's mind quickly flashed through the characteristics of the abyssal fire. The laws of the abyssal fire are among the most powerful in the fire laws, ranking in the top tier. Without the laws, no matter how high the temperature, Lin Moya wouldn't care. But with the laws, especially top-tier laws, even Lin Moya had to be cautious. The battle formation, carrying the abyssal fire, charged straight at him. Lin Moya flapped his undead wings and instantly flew away. A giant blade appeared in the starry sky, covered with ferocious demons, each one terrifying. Flames enveloped the blade, turning into flowing blood. The demon battle blade is a common tactic used during demon battle formations. If it were the human army, they would naturally have corresponding methods to deal with it. The giant blade suddenly turned, continuing to chase Lin Moyo. The speed of the demon battle blade was very fast, not much slower than Lin Moyo. The sharp tactics of the army were not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. As soon as Lin Moyo revealed himself, the demon battle blade was already close. Very fast. Lin Moyo wanted to lock onto the demons in the battle formation, but the formation was shrouded in abyssal fire, making it impossible to lock onto individual targets. Since he couldn't lock onto individuals, he would target the whole formation. With a light shout, he swung his sharp sword. Spell, God-slaying. Lin Moyo swung the God-slaying sword with all his might. The true god-level treasure sword in his hand instantly turned to nothingness, unable to withstand the power of the God King realm. As Lin Moyo swung his sword, the skeleton king in the distance also swung a god-slaying sword. Two dazzling sword lights lit up simultaneously above the battle formation. The demon battle blade seemed to be severely damaged, trembling continuously, and its momentum slowed significantly. The abyssal fire was also suppressed by the sword light. The god-slaying sword struck the battle formation, and all the damage was collectively borne by the demons within the formation. All the demons inside felt uncomfortable, but none were fatally injured. The abyssal fire flickered a few times and then charged at Lin Moyo again. Lin Moyo frowned and continued to flap his undead wings to dodge. He could feel that the two god-slaying swords had caused some damage to the demons, but not much. With the demons' recovery ability, they would return to normal in no time. Trying to break the battle formation with normal means was not easy. After all, it was a formation of 100,000 demons. If it could be easily broken, it would be unworthy of its name. Although Lin Moyo was somewhat disappointed with the result, he was not surprised. Lin Moyo's speed was very fast, and although the demon battle blade was also fast, it couldn't catch up. Suddenly, the demon battle blade stopped chasing Lin Moyo and instead charged into the undead army. Wherever the battle blade went, the skeleton generals and death dragon knights were defeated. As long as the abyssal fire touched them, it would instantly ignite their entire bodies, burning many skeletons to ashes in less than 2 seconds. Fortunately, with the undying undead passive spell, the skeletons burned to ashes were resurrected in an instant, returning to their original state. The skeleton generals swung their sword lights at the demon battle blade, but they were all swallowed by the abyssal fire, having no effect. The dragon breath of the death dragon knights was the same, having no effect. As for the charge of the death dragon knights, they didn't dare to use it. Before they could charge in, they were already burned to ashes. The demon battle blade, wrapped in abyssal fire, moved unimpeded, slaughtering the undead army without resistance. Lin Moyo frowned, realizing something. His undead army, though powerful, was not a cohesive unit. If the demons were scattered, without a battle formation, even if their numbers exceeded his undead army, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, the skeletons could be resurrected, and he could summon more if they were destroyed. But once facing a demon army in formation, the disadvantage became apparent. It seems I need to find a way to solve this problem when I return. Lin Moyo thought to himself, noticing more abyssal fire burning not far away. More demons had completed their assembly, forming battle formations. In the abyssal fire, the formations turned into demon battle blades, charging at him. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth. In the starry sky, 10 demon battle blades appeared in succession, each formed by 100,000 demons. These demon battle blades joined the battlefield one by one, starting to chase the undead army. Lin Moyo's consciousness trembled, issuing commands. The undead army followed Lin Moyo's orders, quickly assembling. 500,000 skeleton generals simultaneously swung their sword energy at a demon battle blade. The powerful sword energy engulfed the demon battle blade, almost extinguishing the abyssal fire. The demon battle blade trembled continuously, on the verge of collapse. Effective. Lin Moyo's idea was simple. If a demon battle blade was formed by 100,000 demons, he would use multiple times that number to attack. If 5 times wasn't enough, then 10 times, 20 times. He didn't believe he couldn't destroy the demon battle blade. His idea proved effective. With just one round of attacks, he almost destroyed a demon battle blade. If the demon battle blade was destroyed, none of the demons forming it would survive. At this moment, demon battle blades from both sides charged at the undead army, slashing out large swaths of abyssal fire. The undead army quickly dispersed, but another part of the undead army assembled. The undead army acted according to Lin Moyo's consciousness, moving faster and more efficiently than any other army. Another 500,000 undead assembled and simultaneously slashed out sword energy. The sword energy, carrying the destructive power of the undying law, extinguished the abyssal fire. On the other side, another part of the undead army slashed out sword energy. Only 50,000 death dragon knights simultaneously spewed dragon breath. Boom! The targeted demon battle blade finally collapsed, the abyssal fire exploding and igniting the starry sky. Chapter 1240. Chapter 1240, 1240. Chapter 1240, No strongest, only the best troops. The battlefield token was so hot it seemed like it was about to burn. Lin Moyo had killed tens of thousands of demons, and the battlefield token was busy recording continuously. The demon battle blade swung again, and the abyssal fire raged in the starry sky. The undead army quickly dispersed and then quickly regrouped, once again targeting a demon battle blade. Bright sword energy swept across the starry sky, creating a dazzling light band in the pitch-black sky that even the black hole couldn't absorb. This time, more than 1 million skeleton generals attacked simultaneously. Lin Moya decided to take down the second demon battle blade in one strike, killing the tens of thousands of demons within it. Suddenly, a streak of light shot from the distance at an astonishing speed, almost reaching in the blink of an eye. The light exploded, creating a colorful light cluster. A giant shield appeared in the starry sky, raising a light curtain that blocked the sword energy. The light curtain twisted and vibrated but did not shatter. The demon race, composed of the Hell lineage, formed a battle formation, transforming into a shield. The combination of the Abyss and Hell lineages, with sword and shield, was a combat method that troubled all races. One focused on attack, the other on defense. Unless one could overpower the other in strength, it was unsolvable. Streaks of light flew from the depths of the starry sky and then exploded. Shields appeared in the field of vision, with each battle blade accompanied by a shield. Lin Moya frowned. This sword and shield combination was troublesome. With the shield's protection, the demon battle blades became even more reckless, starting to chase the undead. The abyssal fire raged, and the shields generated suction, greatly reducing the skeleton's speed. For a moment, many skeletons were burned to death by the abyssal fire. The skeleton's attacks were blocked by the shields, unable to cause effective damage. Armies are indeed hard to deal with. Lin Moya muttered softly, watching the flickering firelight as the demon battle blade approached. While chasing the undead army, the demons did not spare Lin Moya, the leader. The undead wings vibrated, carrying him swiftly backward. Lin Moya's eyes showed no fear, remaining calm. As he retreated, he pointed a finger, and red light enveloped both the demon battle blade and the demon shield. Fusion spell, time curse. The soul attack ignored the shield's defense, affecting all the demons within the battle formation. The demons screamed continuously, and the speed of the demon battle blade and shield slowed down. Their souls were cursed, adding various negative states, making the demons feel weak and powerless. Their speed also dropped significantly, and the damage they received was multiplied. A strange melody came from the starry sky, and a second bewitching demon appeared. It had been hiding all along, concealed within the battle formation. The bewitching demon excelled in soul spells, and its melody quickly soothed the demon's soul wounds. Although the negative curses remained, their impact was greatly reduced. Lin Moya never intended to rely solely on curses to break the demon battle formation. He just wanted to buy some time. Times had changed. As his combat power increased, the enemies he faced grew stronger, and the power of the time curse began to fall short. Now, Lin Moya mainly used it for support, not as a primary means of killing. With a wave of his hand, countless pieces of flesh appeared before him. Each piece of flesh belonged to a god king. The strongest piece came from a 5th-stage god king. These were the flesh pieces he had recently collected, serving as his weapons. Lin Moya also had a trump card, the flesh of the Abyssal Dragon Demon's second avatar. After the Abyssal Dragon Demon's second avatar died, Lin Moya collected its flesh. The second avatar of the Abyssal Dragon Demon was at the God Sovereign level. If used for corpse explosion, it could unleash an attack at the God Sovereign level. But this was Lin Moya's trump card, not to be used lightly. Roaring sounds echoed, and violent explosions resounded through the starry sky. The flesh exploded, and with the dual enhancement of talent and original spells, each corpse explosion attack was equivalent to a full-force strike from a 5th or even 6th-stage god king. Combined with the damage boost from the time curse, the power increased even further. However, a single strike was not enough to break the demon battle formation. Lin Moya's attacks continued relentlessly, and he had collected enough flesh to sustain the assault. The undead army coordinated with Lin Moya's attacks. The demon shield twisted continuously but remained unbroken. The towering skeleton king, draped in a blood-red cloak, took a few steps to the shield and slashed with its sword. The sword light exploded on the shield, and Lin Moya coordinated with the skeleton king, slashing simultaneously, with corpse explosion never ceasing. The shield's defense twisted even more severely, on the verge of collapse. At this moment, another sword and shield combination arrived, attempting to stop Lin Moya. Strong laws emanated from the other demon shields, quickly stabilizing the originally precarious shield. Lin Moya frowned, reluctant to use the Abyssal Dragon Demon's flesh as a trump card. But the current situation left him somewhat helpless. He realized he lacked a decisive spell or treasure. If he were a god king, with his soul strength, he could unleash a law domain, attacking with his soul while the undead army protected his body, allowing his soul to wreak havoc. But now, wait, the soul. Lin Moya suddenly thought of the skeleton soul archers. The skeleton soul archers' attacks targeted the soul. Because the skeleton generals were so effective, he had almost forgotten about the skeleton soul archers. Now, his realm was at the 6th stage of true god, and the skeleton soul archers' combat power had reached the 9th stage of true god. Although far from the god king realm, most of the demons here were at the 8th or 9th stage of true god. They formed a battle formation, with their defenses integrated, but their souls remained separate. The time curse had already proven this point. Combining souls was difficult, even for human twins, whose souls would differ, let alone the very demons. Lin Moya found a solution, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. With a thought, the skeleton generals dispersed. The fusion spell was lifted, and each skeleton general split into 3, becoming skeleton warriors, skeleton soul archers, and skeleton mages. The number tripled instantly, with 3 million skeleton generals turning into 9 million skeletons. However, their aura significantly weakened. The skeleton generals had combat power close to a 3rd-stage god king, while the skeleton warriors only had the power of a 9th-stage true god, a vast difference. In the next second, 3 million skeleton soul archers simultaneously drew their bows and shot soul arrows. The soul arrows carried the death power of the undying law, enough to obliterate souls. The soul arrows ignored the demons' defenses, directly attacking their souls within the battle formation. Screams echoed as the demons clutched their heads, wailing in agony. Their souls suffered severe attacks, instantly taking heavy damage. The bewitching demon sang again, trying to soothe the soul wounds. Lin Moya smiled lightly and pointed at the void. A million-meter undead eye appeared in the starry sky, burning with grey-white flames, as if the undying world had descended. Chapter 1241. Chapter 1241, 1241. Chapter 1241, The Supreme Power, far surpassing millions of armies. The Eye of the Undead rang the death knell for the demon battle formation. Under the gaze of the Eye of the Undead, the souls of a large number of demons burned into flames, turning to ashes in an instant. The demons' eyes lost their luster, dying silently. The attacks of the skeleton soul archers were as dense as a tsunami, continuous and unending. The Eye of the Undead swept across like a plow, over and over again. In less than a minute, the true God Realm demons were all dead, and the demon battle formation collapsed. Only some God King Realm demons were left, bewildered and at a loss. In the great world, there are very few races that can perform soul attacks. The human race does have soul targeting spells, but they cannot cause such large-scale damage. Some God King Realm demons realized that things were getting troublesome. A monster like Lin Moyo had appeared among the humans. If Lin Moyo were allowed to grow, he would pose a great threat to the demon race. Some God King Realm demons charged at Lin Moyo, their aura surging, intending to perish together with him. Others turned and fled, thinking they couldn't kill Lin Moyo and needed to take the news back. But they had no chance. As soon as they moved, sword light flashed on their bodies. The Skeleton King, who had been preparing, seized the opportunity and unleashed a God-slaying strike. Although the targets were many, the power of the God-slaying strike was dispersed, but with the Skeleton King's combat power, under the enhancement of the strong soldier spell, all demons below the third stage of God King were instantly killed. Even those above the third stage of God King were severely injured. Only one fifth stage God King demon, filled with fear, turned into a stream of light and fled. But in the next second, sword light flashed on his body as well. Lin Moyo, filling in the gaps, also unleashed a God-slaying strike, directly slicing him into pieces. The demon battle formation launched a frenzied counterattack, but the skeleton god warriors and the laws of the gods rushed up, delaying as much time as possible. The skeleton soul archers scattered in the starry sky, launching fierce attacks. The Skeleton King stood by, waiting for the battle formation to collapse, ready to unleash another god-slaying strike. Lin Moya continuously cast Corpse Explosion, accelerating the collapse of the battle formation. The demon battle formation was very strong, one of the strongest Lin Moyo had encountered. But such a strong formation had a glaring weakness. Its soul defense was too weak. As long as the opponent had powerful soul attack capabilities, the demon battle formation would appear extremely fragile. Lin Moya thought of the Starry Sky Spirit Clan, who excelled in soul laws and had corresponding spells. If the demon battle formation faced the Starry Sky Spirit Clan, it would likely be wiped out by a single spell. Comparing silently in his heart, Lin Moya found no comparison. When the strength gap reaches a certain level, numbers become meaningless. Back when the human race was on the brink of collapse, over 200 races united, almost completely destroying the human race. But the human race produced Xiao Zhantian, who single-handedly turned the tide. That level of cultivation and strength was beyond Lin Moya's imagination. Therefore, all the rules and methods established by the human race are to cultivate true powerhouses. A top-tier powerhouse far surpasses millions of armies. The demon battle formations collapsed one by one under the combined attacks of the skeleton soul archers and the Eye of the Undead. Lin Moya and the Skeleton King finished off the stragglers, leaving no survivors. In less than 10 minutes, more than half of the battle formations were dead or injured. The remaining 6 battle formations suddenly abandoned the fight with Lin Moya and fled towards the black hole. There were still many demons there. Lin Moya knew the demons wouldn't give up. This time, the demons of the 7th War Zone had come out in full force, with at least over 5 million demons. So far, he had only killed about 1/5 of them. This was just the appetizer, the main course was yet to come. Demon warships fled through the starry sky, heading towards the central black hole. Due to the demon battle formations, over 2,000 demon warships managed to escape. Lin Moya led the undead army, carrying all the flesh and blood left from the previous battle, in pursuit. A slight swelling sensation came from his soul. After continuous slaughter, the original spell had absorbed a large amount of soul power. Some of this soul power, after being refined by the talent tree and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, turned into pure soul power. If he absorbed and refined this soul power, it would be enough to advance to the 7th stage of true God. But now, Lin Moyo had no time to absorb and refine it. The swelling sensation in his soul was caused by another part of the soul power, which had turned into the power to maintain the original spell, allowing Lin Moya to stay in the 7th stage of God King for a long time. Because he had absorbed so much, Lin Moya could now maintain the 7th stage of God King for at least 10 minutes. If he continued to kill, the duration could be extended. But the swelling sensation in his soul reminded Lin Moya not to absorb more soul power. If he continued, it might backfire, and his soul could explode from the excessive power. Moreover, the previously absorbed power would dissipate. If that happened, it would be a huge loss. Lin Moya realized that the original spell also had its limits and couldn't grow indefinitely. Chasing the fleeing demons, the star quickly expanded in his vision. Lin Moyo had already passed 3 planets, entering the range covered by the star. The center of this area was the black hole, surrounded by a layer of stars, with planets on the outermost layer. The scale of the stars was much larger than the planets. Even 3 planets combined couldn't compare to 1 star. Therefore, the demon army was divided into 3 parts. The outermost part guarded outside the planets, with a few demons and warships forming the first line of defense. When the first line of defense was breached, the demons on the 3 planets would mobilize to form the second line of defense. If the human army came, these 2 lines of defense wouldn't hold. The demons knew this, but the 2 lines of defense were enough to buy time for the demons at the star. This time, the goal wasn't to fight the human race but to find the military star map. As long as they found the military star map, they would be the victors. Even if all the demons died here, as long as someone could take the military star map back, it would be an unimaginable victory. They didn't expect the first line of defense to be breached almost instantly. The second line of defense also only lasted a few minutes, much less than expected. Near the star, a special demon warship was docked. The surface of the warship was engraved with heart patterns. There were human hearts, black snake hearts, golden eagle hearts. Almost every race's heart pattern could be found here. This was the warship of August, the heart-eating demon. He loved eating hearts from various races. After eating a heart, he would engrave its pattern on his warship as a trophy. August was the commander of the demons in this operation. The heart-eating demon's head was large at the top and small at the bottom, forming an inverted triangle. His body didn't look strong, standing only 3 meters tall, just slightly taller than humans. Among the demons, he was considered very thin and small. But the heart-eating demon was one of the demon royalty, known as the demon strategist. Demons generally weren't very intelligent, often irritable and angry. But the heart-eating demons were one of the few highly intelligent branches among the demons. Many demon leaders and officers were members of the heart-eating demon clan. Receiving the battle report from the front, August's face turned ashen, becoming extremely grim. Chapter 1242. Chapter 1242, 1242. Chapter 1242. This is the advantage of numbers. The demon defenses in Area 7 to 77 were all personally arranged by him, and even the harassment plans outside the defenses were custom-made by him. He anticipated the possible actions of the human race, including the potential for a destructive strike on Area 7 to 77. In response, he also formulated strategies and brought a special treasure. As long as he could find the military star map, he was confident he could bring it back. Even if the human race used destructive means, it would be useless. He was confident that victory belonged to the demons. But now, it seemed that there were some problems with the plan. Still haven't found the military star map. August's tone was low and very displeased. August actually knew he shouldn't ask this question. If the military star map had been found, it would have been in his hands by now. Since it hadn't returned, it meant it hadn't been found. When he asked this question, it showed that he was a bit flustered. Since receiving the battle report, an uneasy feeling had been lingering in his heart. Especially upon learning that only one human had come, that feeling became extremely strong. The heart-eating demon belongs to the hell lineage of demons, and they are skilled in a peculiar law, the law of the mind. The law of the mind has a magical function, giving some premonitions about future events. The premonition is very vague, without clear images or specific details. It only tells you whether the future event is good or bad. Even so, it is enough. August shook his large square head, trying to shake off that uneasy feeling. After all, a premonition is just a premonition and not necessarily accurate. Historically, there have been many inaccurate premonitions. One person broke the warship's barrier in seconds. It only took 5 minutes to break through the second line of defense, and the demon battle formation was cracked by him using soul attacks. He has a massive skeleton army, with the weakest at the 9th stage of True God and the strongest being a skeleton over 10,000 meters tall with the combat power of a 6th stage God King. His own combat power seems to have reached the level of a 7th stage God King. According to the rules of Area 7 to 77, this means he has the ability to fight above his level. Are these skeletons puppets? Puppets with soul attack capabilities. The human race can't possibly have such powerful puppets. I guess he obtained some ancient relic. In ancient times, there were indeed powerful skeleton puppets. His soul attack power is at the true god level. Besides that, the skeletons don't have the ability to form battle formations. In other words, although they are numerous, they are actually a scattered force. As long as his soul attack ability can be restricted, they are not to be feared. 7th stage God King combat power. We also have that. August kept thinking and quickly formulated a strategy against Lin Moyo. At the same time, orders were passed down, and the demons immediately took action. August stood on the bridge of his warship, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black starry sky. Originally, I thought the warship barrier could hold for half an hour, and the second line of defense could hold for 3 hours. Now, the plan is disrupted. It's really a headache. Who is this guy? When did the human race produce such a person? Could he be a genius from the Divine City? There are indeed many geniuses from the Divine City training on the battlefield, but none seem to be like this. August couldn't figure it out, and his big head started to hurt. In his sight, several demon battle formations were approaching at an astonishing speed. The starlight shone on the battle formations, reflecting brilliance. August's eyes flashed with disdain and killing intent. These people were deserters. In his opinion, even if they were to die, they should die there, at least delaying for a few more minutes. As for bringing Lin Moyo here, then he saw Lin Moyo and the vast undead army following closely behind the battle formations. Lin Moyo flapped his undead wings, looking unhurried. August sneered, "Since you're here, let's have some fun." Under his previous orders, the demons had already assembled. The number was not large, only 40,000 demons, forming 4 battle formations. Each battle formation had only 10,000 demons. Although the number was small, the momentum was even more astonishing. The demons forming the battle formations were all at the God King level. Compared to the battle formations of 100,000 true God level demons, they were only stronger, not weaker. Moreover, Lin Moya's soul attacks posed no threat to them. After the previous analysis, August already had a way to deal with Lin Moyo. When August's gaze locked onto him, Lin Moyo also noticed his presence. Both felt a chill in their hearts. At this time, the two were at least 500,000 kilometers apart. Even with the eyesight of cultivators, they could only see a tiny dot, but both felt each other's gaze. August's unease surged again but was quickly suppressed. Lin Moyo felt the same, sensing that this guy would cause him some trouble. The demons must have already sent the message back. Since the other party was waiting for him here, they must have a way to deal with him. Although demons are not smart, with enough numbers, there will always be some smart ones. At this point, Lin Moyo had no retreat. He was on the passive side and could only move forward. The distance between the two kept shrinking. When only 200,000 kilometers remained, they finally saw each other clearly. Lin Moya saw August. Heart-eating demon. Lin Moya recognized his identity at a glance. No need to know the specific name, just knowing the identity was enough. After all, there would be no interaction between the two. Meeting meant one thing: kill, no rest until death. The heart-eating demon is known as the demon strategist, and Lin Moyo naturally knew this. So it was not surprising to see August here. August looked at Lin Moyo from afar and waved his hand gently. Under the starlight, a brighter flame suddenly lit up. The abyssal fire burned fiercely, and a battle formation in the shape of a battle blade suddenly appeared. In front of the blade-shaped battle formation, there was also a shield-shaped battle formation. The combination of blade and shield greatly enhanced their power. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. This time, the number of demons forming the battle formations was significantly reduced. Each battle formation had only 10,000 demons, 10 times fewer, but the power was even greater. Every demon in the battle formation was at the God King level, meaning his soul attacks would be ineffective. Although they could still cause some impact, destroying the battle formation would be much more difficult. A battle formation of 10,000 God King level demons posed a far greater threat than before. The battle formation activated, charging towards Lin Moyo. Facing the God King level battle formation, the true God level skeletons were useless, and it was only a matter of time before they were all killed. August knew this and wanted to see how Lin Moyo would respond. He seemed confident of victory, muttering to himself, "Sometimes, numbers are not decisive." He stopped mid-sentence. In his sight, the skeletons suddenly combined. Their numbers sharply reduced by 3 times, from 1,000,000-strong army to 100,000-strong army. 300,000 skeleton generals, 50,000 Death Dragon Knights, and 1,000,000 Lich generals. Then all the Death Dragon Knights and 2/3 of the skeleton generals ignored the approaching demon battle formations and split into 2 groups, heading straight for the 2 stars. August's face turned very ugly. This was the only flaw in his plan, and Lin Moya saw through it at a glance. Lin Moya's actions told him the advantage of numbers. Chapter 1243. Chapter 1243, 1243. Chapter 1243, First Kill Lin Moyo. The undead army held both numerical and qualitative advantages. If dispersed, the undead army's numbers exceeded 10 million, more than double that of the demon army. If using fusion spells to combine all the skeletons, they could form tens of thousands of Lich generals. In terms of numbers, they still surpassed the demon army, and in terms of quality, they completely crushed them. The skeleton generals had combat power infinitely close to the 3rd stage of God King, the Death Dragon Knights were equivalent to the 2nd stage of God King, and the Death Knights barely stepped into the God King realm. The Lich generals had weaker combat power, but they were not meant for direct combat. This combat power was enough to crush the demon army. The only drawback was the lack of battle formations. The battle formations in the demon army significantly enhanced their combat power, giving them a chance to compete with the undead army. Lin Moyo had to admit that the demon army's battle formations were very strong, especially the battle formations purely composed of God Kings, which he couldn't think of a good way to deal with without using his trump cards. But it didn't matter, as there were only 2 such battle formations. Lin Moyo used 1,000,000 skeleton generals to hold them off, while the remaining 2,000,000 skeleton generals, along with 50,000 Death Dragon Knights and 50,000 Death Knights, directly attacked the star. His goal was the military star map 433, not to fight the demons to the death. The demons searching for the military star map in the star were mostly at the 8th or 9th stage of True God, and they would be powerless against the undead army. If they formed battle formations, the skeleton soul archers would show them the terror of soul attacks. August's eyes were filled with danger and anger. The uneasy premonition he had just suppressed surged uncontrollably. He stared intently at Lin Moyo and quickly issued new orders. On his warship, a bewitching demon appeared. The warship shone brightly, like a small star. A vast energy emanated from the warship, forming a barrier that enveloped the bewitching demon. The bewitching demon stood within the barrier, letting out a deafening high-pitched scream. After the scream, a rousing melody followed. The barrier acted as an amplifier, magnifying the melody several times, echoing through the starry sky. The terrifying melody of the demons reverberated in the starry sky, and the bewitching demon's voice joined the performance. 2 other bewitching demons played strange notes on their instruments, creating a grand and majestic symphony. The demons' momentum surged with the music, and their power increased. The demons at the 9th stage of True God were elevated to the God King realm. The temporarily elevated demons formed battle formations on the spot. Groups of 10,000 appeared in the starry sky, forming numerous battle formations. The battle formations turned into swords and shields, with the swords emitting green abyssal flames, like blood, scattering in the starry sky. The shields closely guarded the swords, providing protection. From a distance, it looked like countless invisible warriors stood in the starry sky, wielding swords and shields, slashing at the undead army. Flames shot out, and the abyssal fire swept through the starry sky, burning many skeleton generals to death, forcibly elevating their realm. The bewitching demon has such an ability. This is troublesome. Lin Moya glanced around and saw 3 bewitching demons in the starry sky. The leader was the one standing on the warship, within the barrier. This bewitching demon had a powerful aura, likely at the 5th stage of God King, making it difficult to kill. Lin Moya believed that since it dared to come out, it must not fear attacks. The barrier around it not only amplified the music but also provided protection. The skeleton generals dispersed, unable to deal with the battle formations, so they focused on killing the scattered demons. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. He just needed to delay until the human army arrived, and everything would be resolved. Delaying was not difficult for him. The skeleton generals seemed to be killed, but they would silently revive in the next second. As long as he controlled the timing and sequence of their deaths, he could delay indefinitely. The undead could revive 5 times in 150 seconds, so as long as the average interval between deaths didn't exceed 30 seconds, he could keep delaying. In this situation, the demons couldn't search for the military star map, achieving his goal. The sword energy of the skeleton generals fell densely, all blocked by the demon shields. The demon shields had astonishing defense, and unless all the skeleton generals' power was concentrated in a full-force attack, it was hard to break them. But Lin Moya never intended to break the shields, he just wanted to delay time. August's eyes were cold, and he realized something was wrong within a minute. In that minute, at least tens of thousands of skeleton generals were killed. But the number of skeleton generals didn't decrease at all. Realizing something was wrong, he observed carefully and finally saw the clue. Wherever the battle blade passed, everything turned to ashes, including the skeleton generals. But as the battle blade moved away, new skeleton generals were reborn from the ashes. They can revive. What kind of puppets are these? August was greatly shocked and understood Lin Moya's intention. Lin Moya was just delaying time, and time was precious for both sides. Once the human army arrived, all previous efforts would be in vain. August made a quick decision and ordered, "Ignore the skeletons, kill the human." He didn't know Lin Moya's name, but there was only one human here, so it had to be him. The demons received the order and immediately ignored the skeleton generals, charging at Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled. After 2 minutes of rest, the swelling sensation in his soul had slightly subsided. Now that the demon battle formations were coming at him, Lin Moya didn't want to engage them directly. With the combat power of a 7th-stage God King, he couldn't handle these demon battle formations. The demon battle formations were one of the demon race's trump cards in the great world. 10,000 God King demons, many of them at the 3rd stage of God King. With their combined power, even Lin Moya, with the combat power of a 7th-stage God King, would be unwise to confront them head-on. Unless he pushed his power higher, to the 8th or even 9th stage of God King, he might have a chance against the demon battle formations. But doing so would cause his soul to collapse in a short time. The undead wings vibrated, and Lin Moya turned into a meteor, avoiding the demon battle blade and flying towards the black hole. The demon battle blade also turned frantically, continuing to chase Lin Moya. "You can't escape." August's warship also quickly changed direction, pursuing him. In this situation, without eliminating the undead army, it was impossible to search for the military star map. But to eliminate the undead army, they had to kill Lin Moya, the controller. Lin Moya's speed was very fast, driven by the power of a 7th-stage God King, greatly enhancing the speed of the undead wings. The effect of the lightspeed law halo was already evident, and Lin Moya's speed exceeded 30,000 kilometers per second. The demon battle blade kept chasing, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Moya had crossed 2 stars and was approaching the black hole. Suddenly, a roar came from the black hole. Chapter 1244. Chapter 1244, 1244. Chapter 1244, the legendary terrifying giant beast. A roar filled with anger echoed through everyone's soul world. Outside Lin Moya's soul world, a black hole snake suddenly appeared, roaring furiously at his soul. The entire soul world trembled violently, and the crystal barrier buzzed. The roar penetrated the crystal barrier, transforming into an invisible sound wave that bombarded the soul. Lin Moya's soul emitted a purple light, and his soul robe also shone brilliantly. With the peak quality of a 4th-grade soul, combined with the enhancement of soul essence, his soul's defense was greatly strengthened, along with the protective effects of the soul robe. Lin Moya completely blocked this wave of soul attacks without any damage. This soul attack was very strong, enough to harm a God King realm soul. Moreover, this was an indiscriminate attack, affecting everyone. The undead army almost collapsed collectively. Although the skeletons were powerful, their true level was limited by Lin Moya when still at the true God realm. Their souls were not strong, and this attack was also fatal to them. Fortunately, the undying undead existed, and in the next second, all the skeletons revived again. One attack caused the undead army to collapse collectively. Lin Moya knew that the demon army must have suffered even more. He turned his head and saw that it was indeed the case. The demon battle formations chasing him stood stiffly in the starry sky. The battle formations completely collapsed under the roar, and the demons within were almost all dead or severely injured, falling into a coma, half dead. The best way to deal with demon battle formations was a strong soul attack. This soul attack killed at least 1,000,000 demons. More demons were severely injured. Even the God King realm demons were significantly harmed, and the battle formations collapsed, unable to continue chasing Lin Moyo. The bewitching demon's melody abruptly stopped, and in the next second, it switched to a gentle tune, soothing the demon army's wounds. August's expression changed dramatically, and what happened before his eyes completely exceeded his expectations. The unease in his heart rose to the extreme, far surpassing the unease Lin Moyo had brought him. Run! In the next second, a scream came from afar. August recognized the voice's owner. It was one of the demons he had sent to the black hole to search for the military star map. Among the team dispatched this time, there were 10 demons who had reached the 6th stage of God King, the strongest in the army. After arriving here, he sent 10 of them to the black hole to search. He likely hid the military star map in the black hole. Entering the black hole was dangerous even for a 6th stage God King, but there was no choice, they had to go. In the voice, 3 demons flew out of the black hole, heading towards August's warship, ignoring Lin Moyo along the way. They looked panicked, as if they had seen something terrifying. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know what had happened, the previous soul attack and the current expressions of the 3 demons made it easy to deduce that something had indeed gone wrong. Without thinking, Lin Moya flapped his undead wings and flew far away. At this moment, another roar sounded, and the second wave of soul attacks arrived. The 3 6th stage God King demons screamed in pain, flying even faster, not daring to look back. Lin Moya's soul was impacted again, and the undead army collapsed collectively once more, then revived under the effect of spells. The demon army is finished. Lin Moyo thought to himself. With just a few seconds between the 2 soul attacks, it was enough to completely wipe out the demon army. Except for some God Kings, there would be no survivors. Looking around, it was indeed the case. The starry sky was filled with corpses, with only a few God King realm demons still alive, but they were not in good shape. Even some God King realm demons with weak souls had already died. Their souls collapsed, and they died miserably. On August's warship, the barrier flickered, barely blocking the soul attack. As a heart-eating demon, August's soul was inherently strong, and with his 4th stage God King cultivation, the impact on him was not significant. But he was drenched in sweat, thinking of a legend. The legend said that in the center of the black hole in Area 7-77, a terrifying starry sky giant beast was sleeping. It was the ancestor of all black hole snakes, rarely waking from its long slumber. Once awakened, it would destroy all living beings in the entire area. This was just a legend, never confirmed, because those who had seen it were all dead. Now August could responsibly say that the legend was true, that such a terrifying giant beast really existed. He hadn't even seen its face, and just 2 roars had already killed most of the demon army. Moreover, the 3 6th stage God King demons who flew back were extremely terrified. 10 had gone, but only 3 returned. The fate of the other 7 was obvious. The 3 6th stage God King demons flew back to August's warship as fast as they could, shouting urgently, "Run, run! Hurry, if we don't run now, it will be too late. Don't just stand there, run! It's coming after us!" The 3 shouted urgently, not caring about anyone else's feelings. Even Lin Moyo, tens of thousands of kilometers away, heard them clearly. August realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately started the warship, turning to fly away. Lin Moya's expression also changed slightly. He thought of the approaching human army. The demon army's experience was still fresh in his mind. If the human army arrived, they wouldn't fare much better. Soul attacks are always the hardest to defend against. For most races, souls are extremely fragile before reaching the God-sovereign realm. Even his soul was impacted. If it were someone else, the result would be predictable. Lin Moya's mind raced, and a large number of skeletons quickly flew away. He also took out the War King Tower and held the jade token given by Zhu Kaiwu, ready to escape if there was any danger. August's warship was very fast, even faster than the War King Tower, with a speed exceeding 150,000 kilometers per second. But after flying for a few seconds, less than 1,000,000 kilometers, it suddenly stopped in the starry sky. The warship struggled, trembling continuously, but it seemed to be caught by an invisible force in the starry sky, making it difficult to move. The warship shook more and more violently, emitting a buzzing sound. On the warship, the bewitching demon's barrier twisted and deformed. The bewitching demon was so frightened that it immediately retreated into the ship. The barrier shattered with a bang, and the warship creaked. Lin Moya watched as the warship twisted like a pretzel under the invisible force, eventually exploding into a ball of fire. Several figures flew out of the warship, including the 3 6th stage God King demons in August. The warship, along with the bewitching demon, was destroyed in the explosion. In the firelight, Lin Moya finally saw who had made the move. A large amount of firelight was absorbed, revealing a faint outline. It was an enormous black hole snake. The snake devoured all the light, making it invisible. Its body was over 100,000 kilometers long, the largest starry sky giant beast Lin Moyo had ever seen. Its body was so thick that Lin Moyo couldn't even estimate its size. If it coiled up, it would be larger than an ordinary star. It seemed to have tentacles growing from its body. These tentacles had crushed August's warship into pieces. The black hole snake's eyes looked at August and the others, its giant mouth opening, and a black tongue flicking out, roaring again. Chapter 1245. Chapter 1245, 1245. Chapter 1245, The Black Hole Snake That Accepts All. The soul attack was overwhelming. Lin Moya was close to the soul attack, while the 3/6 stage God King demons were millions of kilometers away, and the difference was not just a little bit. The 3/6 stage God King demons screamed in agony, experiencing unimaginable pain. Even August felt an unimaginable pain. His skin, which was usually iron blue, turned pale. After the black hole snake roared, it did not stop. It opened its huge mouth, and a massive suction force emerged. The black hole snake's huge mouth was like a real black hole, directly sucking in August and the other three. Despair appeared on the demons' faces at this moment. Resistance became futile. At the critical moment of life and death, August took out a small knife. He forcefully stabbed the knife into his own body, pushing it in so hard that the entire blade was embedded. The wound exploded, and black blood spurted out, soaking the knife. A gem on the knife's handle suddenly lit up, and a green flame enveloped August. Then the flame disappeared, taking August with it. He escaped. Lin Moya saw all this and realized that August had escaped. He could no longer sense August's presence, indicating that August was already very far away, possibly even out of Area 7 to 77. Lin Moya suddenly felt a chill. He realized that if August found the military star map, the human race's backup plan would be useless. Before Area 7 to 77 was destroyed, August could completely leave and take the military star map back. Lin Moya was not surprised that the demons had such a treasure. The black hole snake swallowed the 3/6 stage God King demons in one bite, and its huge eyes showed a trace of bloodthirst. Then the black hole snake turned around in the firelight, its massive body sweeping through the burning warship, sending it flying like garbage. The black hole snake came to the starry sky filled with demon corpses. Most of the demons here were dead, with only a few God Kings still alive. But these God Kings, having endured 3 soul attacks, had lost their will to resist. The black hole snake was not polite whether dead or alive, it accepted all. It opened its mouth wide enough to swallow stars, and the suction force emerged. Whether alive or dead, all were sucked into its mouth. Lin Moya watched, his eyelids twitching, and a thought arose in his mind: my storage treasures. Millions of corpses, millions of storage treasures, how much stuff must be inside them? Even if they weren't valuable, they could be exchanged for a large number of points. But now, they were all gone. As he pondered, Lin Moya activated the War King Tower and flew away without looking back. He didn't want to fight such a terrifying creature, it was too scary. Lin Moya felt that even if this creature wasn't a god sovereign, it was infinitely close to one. It wasn't that he couldn't fight it, but that fighting it was meaningless. His goal wasn't to kill the starry sky giant beast but to find the military star map. Now that the demon army was dead, he had plenty of time to search once it left. As he thought, Lin Moya looked back. In the blink of an eye, the War King Tower had flown millions of kilometers. It had just reached the second line of defense set up by the demons. There were still many demon corpses floating here. As the War King Tower passed through this area, Lin Moya suddenly noticed that the corpses were disappearing. To be precise, the corpses were flying towards a certain place at an astonishing speed. The black hole snake. Lin Moya was shocked to find that the black hole snake was still there. It had the characteristics of a black hole, swallowing all the light, making it invisible to the naked eye. Lin Moya immediately connected to the skeletons and entered the undead vision. In the undead vision, he saw a soul flame as bright as a star. The stronger the soul, the stronger the creature. The soul flame before him was the strongest Lin Moya had ever seen. The black hole snake was indeed still there, tens of thousands of kilometers away. It stayed in place, swallowing the corpses in the starry sky. A few seconds later, it finished swallowing the corpses and moved again. Lin Moya was alarmed. The black hole snake was too fast, far surpassing the War King Tower, and it caught up in an instant. It seems a battle is inevitable. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. He had trump cards, and although he didn't know if he could kill the black hole snake, he wasn't afraid. The black hole snake approached the War King Tower, and just as Lin Moya was about to act, it stopped again. This was the first line of defense set up by the demons. After Lin Moya broke through, the area was filled with warship debris and many demon corpses. The black hole snake began to swallow the demon corpses and warship debris. Lin Moya found it strange it didn't seem to want to fight him. It followed him, seemingly just because they were on the same path. It made sense to the black hole snake. He was as insignificant as a speck of dust. In terms of size and strength, he was nothing. He hadn't offended it, so there was no need for it to fight him. Lin Moya guessed that the demons must have disturbed its sleep. Lin Moya quietly changed direction and flew in another direction. After flying 50,000 kilometers, he stopped and used the undead vision to watch the black hole snake. The black hole snake continued to accept all, swallowing demon corpses and warship debris alike. In total, it swallowed thousands of warships and over 4 million demons. What a huge appetite it must have. After swallowing all the demons and warships, the starry sky became empty. Lin Moya kept watching, ready to act if the black hole snake continued to chase him. If it flew in another direction, he would stay put. But the black hole snake seemed to be full and stopped in the starry sky, motionless. Its pitch-black body swallowed all the light, making it invisible even up close. Even soul sensing was useless, as it would be silently swallowed, making it undetectable. Only the undead vision could see it. In the undead vision, the black hole snake slowly coiled its body, turning into a ball. Its body was so large that it looked like a non-luminous star. If someone crashed into it, they would be shattered. Is it full? What's it doing, coiling up here? Lin Moya wondered, then suddenly frowned. The skeleton generals he had sent out encountered the human army. Thousands of human warships formed a spearhead formation, rapidly advancing through the starry sky. Lin Moya immediately flew the War King Tower over and ordered the skeleton generals to intercept the human warships. Hua Yahang, a third-rank captain and the leader of the 1st Battalion of the 7th Fortress Legion, had reached the 6th stage of God King. This time, the human army was under his command, heading to the center of Area 7 to 77 to find the military star map. According to his information, the demon army had set out earlier. Moreover, they had been harassed by the demon army along the way, delaying them a bit. By his calculations, they were already 40 minutes behind the demon army. 40 minutes was enough time to accomplish many things on the battlefield, and Hua Yohang was anxious. Captain, there's a situation ahead. Chapter 1246. Chapter 1246, 1246. Chapter 1246, Senior, your information is incomplete. The scout at the front of the team suddenly reported that someone was blocking their path. Hua Yohang thought it was demons again and immediately asked, how many demons are there? Send a small team to eliminate them. The main force should continue advancing without stopping. Captain, it's not demons. A screen appeared in front of Hua Yohang, showing a group of skeletons holding swords and shields, blocking the way. Each one emitted a strong aura, none of them weak. Puppets. Hua Yohang was slightly taken aback, but the situation was urgent, and he needed to act quickly. He couldn't afford to delay here. After weighing the options, he decided to ignore the skeletons and continue advancing. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping, Lin Moyo, who was still millions of kilometers away, frowned. Their flight path, although not directly colliding with the black hole snake, might still disturb it, leading to their deaths. The tragic state of the demon army was still fresh in his mind. Lin Moyo issued an order, and the 100 skeleton generals immediately raised their swords and slashed. Hundreds of sword energies tore through the starry sky. Alarms blared on the human warships, and the ships lit up brightly. The formations activated, raising defenses. The sword energies struck the formations, causing them to twist and deform. The skeleton generals, with attack power infinitely close to the 3rd stage of God King, had sword energies that were equally powerful. The composition of the human army was very similar to that of the demons, with God Kings as captains and 8th or 9th stage true gods as soldiers. The difference was in the numbers. Each human warship had tens of thousands of people, while the demon warships had only 1,000. The sudden attack by the skeleton generals, with power reaching the God King realm, forced the entire team to stop. 100 skeleton generals represented 100 God King realm powerhouses, which was no small number. Although the human army was not afraid, they needed to be cautious to avoid unnecessary losses. Seeing the warships stop, the skeletons did not attack further. Hua Yohang frowned. These skeletons didn't seem to want to fight but just to stop them from advancing. At this moment, more light points appeared in the distance, and more skeleton generals arrived. Lin Moyo had previously scattered thousands of skeleton generals because he didn't know from which direction the human army would come. Now that he had found the human team, the skeleton generals quickly began to gather. Seeing more and more skeleton generals, Hua Yuhang became increasingly vigilant. The defensive formations on the warships continued to operate, and the army left the ships, forming battle formations, ready to fight at any moment. However, the skeleton generals remained motionless, and Hua Yuhang did not initiate an attack. There were now nearly 1,000 skeleton generals. Even if they could win, there would be losses. He couldn't leave part of the team to fight, as that would increase the losses many times over. Hua Yuhang tried to communicate with the skeleton generals, but it was futile. These skeletons seem to be puppets, and they don't seem to have any malice, just not wanting us to advance. Why is that? Who is their master? As long as they were puppets, there must be a controller behind them. Hua Yuhang thought of something. Before setting out, the Legion commander had told him that someone had been sent in to try to stop the demons and buy him some time. At that time, Hua Yuhang didn't take it seriously. The demons had dispatched at least millions of troops. What use was sending one person? Even if the person sent was a 6th stage God King, it wouldn't matter. Even a genius with the combat power of a 7th or 8th stage God King wouldn't be enough. He himself was a 6th stage God King and commanded the army, so he understood the disparity. Facing an army formation, unless a God Sovereign intervened, it wouldn't be enough. Now, thinking back, the Legion commander didn't seem to be joking. Could it be that these puppets belonged to that person? At this moment, he saw a golden light approaching from the distance, stopping in front of him within seconds. Seeing the War King Tower, Hua Yuhang breathed a sigh of relief. He recognized it at a glance. It was a human treasure. Lin Moyo also breathed a sigh of relief, finally catching up. The area where the black hole snake was coiled was less than 2 million kilometers away. At the speed of the human army, it would take only half a minute to reach it. Hua Yuhang left the warship. He sensed a threat from Lin Moyo, indicating that Lin Moyo was very powerful. Such a person required his personal attention. Hua Yuhang saluted. Hua Yuhang, captain of the 1st Battalion of the 7th Fortress Legion, 3rd rank captain. Lin Moyo also saluted. Lin Moyo, honorary 2nd rank officer. Hua Yuhang was deeply respectful. A 2nd rank officer was nothing special, but an honorary 2nd rank officer was entirely different. The honorary title was not given to just anyone. He knew Lin Moyo's identity. For nearly 100 years, the military in the Vermilion Bird battlefield had not awarded an honorary title. Only recently had the title been given to one person. Those who received the honorary title were all geniuses, and now it seemed true. Hua Yuhang asked, Brother Lin, have you already entered the central area? Lin Moyo nodded. The demons in the central area are all dead, and their commander has escaped. What? Hua Yuhang was stunned, looking at the skeleton generals and then at Lin Moyo, in disbelief. In his understanding, the demon army couldn't be dealt with by just a few hundred skeletons. Lin Moya didn't answer but asked, Captain Hua, can you contact the outside? Hua Yohang nodded. The Human Emperor Network temporarily covers this area. We can communicate with the outside world, but only by voice, not by video. Please contact Zhu Jinsho for me, Lin Moya requested directly. Hua Yohang didn't hesitate upon hearing Zhu Jinshao's name. Please follow me. He had heard from the Legion commander that Lin Moya was personally sent by Zhu Jinsho. If Lin Moya wanted to contact Zhu Jinsho, he wouldn't dare refuse. Hua Yohang's warship was the flagship of the fleet, larger than the other warships, with different arrangements inside. Hua Yohang led Lin Moya into the warship and activated a formation at the command platform. The formation glowed softly, and a dignified, elderly voice came through. Yohang, have you arrived? What's the situation? Hua Yohang immediately replied, Legion commander, I met Lin Moya. He wants to contact Jinsho. All right. The other side agreed without hesitation. A few seconds later, the formation glowed again, and Zhu Kaiwa's voice came through. Brat, how's it going over there? Lin Moya replied softly, the demons are all dead, and they didn't get the military star map. Zhu Kaiwa sounded slightly surprised. Did you kill them? Lin Moya shook his head. Not all of them. I killed some, about 1/5. The rest weren't killed by me. Zhu Kaiwa snorted. Stop beating around the bush, just say it. Lin Moya didn't comply but said, Senior, your information was incomplete. I was almost killed because of you. Zhu Kaiwa retorted, you can talk nonsense about food, but not about this. That information is the most comprehensive on the battlefield. Then explain the giant snake in the black hole. Chapter 1247. Chapter 1247, 1247. Chapter 1247, in the end, it still has to be me. Hua Yohang was already dumbfounded by what he heard. Lin Moya said he had killed 1/5 of the demons. According to what he knew, the demons had dispatched at least 5 million troops this time. 1/5 would be 1 million. Could Lin Moya have single-handedly killed 1 million demon soldiers? The demon battle formations were not just for show. The combination of sword and shield formations, along with the deadly abyssal fire, was a headache even for an army. How did Lin Moya manage to do it, relying on just a few hundred skeleton puppets? At this moment, Zhu Kaiwa's deep voice came from the formation. What did you say? Say it again. His voice trembled slightly, and there was a noticeable heavy breathing sound beside him, which was the Legion commander's voice. Clearly, the black hole snake Lin Moya mentioned was extraordinary. Black hole snakes were common. Anyone who frequented Area 7 to 77 would encounter them. Either kill them or be killed. It was a common occurrence. But the black hole snake Lin Moya mentioned seemed different. Lin Moya repeated, I said, there is a black hole snake 100,000 kilometers long in the central black hole, which is not in your data. A black hole snake 100,000 kilometers long. Just hearing it gave Hua Yohang a creepy feeling. He had seen black hole snakes, and those tens of thousands of meters long were already quite powerful. A black hole snake 100,000 kilometers long, could it still be called a black hole snake? On the other side of the formation, Zhu Kaiwa was silent for several seconds before speaking again, his voice even deeper. I didn't expect such a starry sky giant beast to really exist. The ancestor of the black hole snakes truly exists. The origin of black stone and black hole snakes is finally confirmed. After hearing this, Lin Moya thought to himself, so you didn't know either? Zhu Kaiwa asked, what happened after it appeared? Tell me the details. Lin Moya recounted the events after the appearance of the black hole snake ancestor. Hua Yohang listened with a pounding heart. A massive soul attack directly shattered the demon army. Then it devoured the demon army like food, eating them all. Only the commander escaped using a treasure. Lin Moya glanced at Hua Yohang. That's why I had the skeletons come over to stop you from advancing. If you disturb it, you might also become its food. Hua Yohang nodded. The demon army had no resistance, and clearly, they wouldn't fare much better. Although he was confident, he wasn't arrogant and was well aware of his army's capabilities. Hua Yohang couldn't help but feel grateful to Lin Moya. If it weren't for him stopping them, his team might have been doomed. Zhu Kaiwa's voice came from the formation. You said it's now coiled in the starry sky, and you can see it. Lin Moya nodded. Yes, I can see it. What do you plan to do? Lin Moya had already thought about this. There are two options. The first is for all of us to leave Area 7 to 77, and you destroy it, taking the black hole snake ancestor and the military star map with it. The second is for me to search alone, and the army returns. They can't see the black hole snake, so having more people is meaningless. Hua Yohang looked at Lin Moya, puzzled by his choice. The second option was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Why would Lin Moya choose this, completely disregarding his own life? He didn't understand, but his respect for Lin Moya grew immensely. He felt Lin Moya was a person worthy of respect. His gaze changed, and Lin Moya sensed this change, feeling a bit strange, not knowing what Hua Yohang was thinking. Zhu Kaiwa's voice came from the formation again. The first option is not feasible. We can't be sure that destroying this void will kill the black hole snake ancestor. Moreover, the cost of destroying this void is too high. If the military star map is swallowed by the black hole snake ancestor and it doesn't die after the void is destroyed, then the strong ones in the demon race, without restrictions, will kill the black hole snake ancestor and retrieve everything inside it. Lin Moya said helplessly, in the end, it still has to be me. I just want to ask, what if the military star map is really swallowed by the black hole snake ancestor? And how can I determine if the military star map is swallowed by it? There was silence on the other side again. Hua Yohang finally seized the opportunity to ask, Brother Lin, is there really such a large black hole snake? Lin Moya smiled slightly, do you want me to take you to see it? Hua Yohang's smile froze on his face, no, no. All the demons who saw it were dead. Wouldn't he die too if he went to see it? Lin Moya shook his head, but even if you go, you won't see it. It has the characteristics of a black hole, swallowing light, making it hard to see with the naked eye. Even soul sensing will be absorbed, making it undetectable. Hua Yohang responded with an "oh," but he realized something was off and wanted to ask, if it's invisible, how did you see it? At this moment, the formation glowed again, and Jukaiwa's voice came through, I'll give you something that can temporarily harness the power of the Human Emperor Network to locate the military star map. But the power of the Human Emperor Network is weak here, and the locating distance is very limited, only about 10,000 kilometers. Lin Moya guessed it was a treasure similar to a locator array disk and immediately agreed, alright, give it to me, and I'll go find it. But I have a question. If it's confirmed that the military star map is swallowed by the black hole snake ancestor, what should I do? Zhu Kaiwo had clearly considered this, then give up and think of another way. The formation's light flickered more intensely, becoming more solid, as if something was forming inside. A material transmission? Lin Moya didn't expect the formation to have this function. He glanced at Hua Yohang, who also looked surprised. Lin Moya asked curiously, isn't this your worship? You didn't know it had this function? Hua Yohang shook his head, indicating he really didn't know. Lin Moya chuckled, you're not very competent. As the owner of the worship, how can you not know its functions? After a life and death battle, Lin Moya felt relaxed and even joked a bit. The voice of the Legion commander from Fortress Number 7 came from the formation. It's not that he didn't know, but this formation wasn't originally for transmitting items. After this transmission, the formation will be destroyed and needs to be re-established. So that's how it was. Lin Moya smiled at Hua Yohang, sorry, I misunderstood you. Hua Yohang quickly shook his head, Brother Lin is right. I was just promoted to captain not long ago and am not very familiar with many functions of the worship. Lin Moya thought to himself, he's an honest man. The item in the formation finally fully materialized. It was indeed an array disk, palm-sized, similar to a locator array disk. It had a strong military style, with no decorations, far from exquisite, but definitely practical. The formation collapsed at the moment of transmission, and Lin Moya heard Jukaiwa's voice, don't die. Lin Moya chuckled, put away the array disk, and began refining it with his soul power. At the same time, he said to Hua Yohang, you should go back first. Chapter 1248. Chapter 1248, 1248. Chapter 1248, Entering the Black Hole, Searching for the Star Map. Hua Yohang led the human army away, but they wouldn't leave directly, they would take the humans in Area 7 to 77 with them. Lin Moya wasn't sure how long the black hole snake ancestor would stay awake or if it would continue eating after waking up. If it wanted another feast, all living beings in this area would be doomed. Lin Moya dared to search for the star map only because he held the life-saving jade token given by Zhu Kaiwu. He had to complete his mission if he gave up now. Who knew if it would affect his mission rating and ultimately his entry into the Divine City? After refining the jade disc, he learned that it was called the Star Fixing Disc, part of a set with the military star map. Using the jade disc and relying on the Human Emperor Network, he could indeed locate the military star map. Lin Moya confirmed two things. First, the military star map was not just a record of the specific locations of star fortresses and outpost bases. It must have other functions, otherwise, neither the demons nor the humans would value it so highly. As for what those functions were, he wasn't sure, but they were definitely related to security. Second, Lin Moya discovered that the Human Emperor Network's ability to interfere with reality was stronger than he had imagined. Here, the Human Emperor Network only temporarily covered the area, its power extremely weak, yet it could still interfere with reality. This meant that in the human territories, the Human Emperor Network's ability to interfere with reality would be even stronger. It just hadn't shown it yet. Perhaps only such a powerful force can monitor the entire human world. Putting his thoughts aside, Lin Moya returned to the central area. Through the undead vision, he saw that the black hole snake ancestor was still coiled in the starry sky. He didn't know if it had fallen asleep again or was just digesting what it had recently eaten, nor did he know when it would wake up. Lin Moya leaned towards the latter. If it were going to sleep, it should return to the black hole. All animals and beasts have this instinct, and Lin Moya believed the black hole snake ancestor was no exception. Once it finished digesting, it would probably wake up, so Lin Moya knew he had to act quickly. He left a few skeleton generals in different positions, each more than 500,000 kilometers apart, to keep an eye on the black hole snake ancestor from a distance. If it made any move, Lin Moya would know immediately. He then headed straight for the black hole. If the black hole snake ancestor were to return, it would definitely go back to the black hole, so the black hole had to be searched first. If the military star map wasn't in the black hole, he would then search the stars and planets. But Lin Moya didn't hold much hope. If the military star map were on the stars or planets, the demons would have found it by now. Thinking it over, the military star map was either hidden in the black hole or eaten by the black hole snake ancestor. Lin Moya still couldn't figure out how Rengzing managed to hide the military star map here. Even Zhu Kaiwa found it difficult, yet Rengzing did it. That's why those who become gods are extraordinary. Lin Moya had already withdrawn his 2 original spells, and his aura kept dropping. From the 7th stage of God King, he quickly fell back to the 1st stage of God King, then to True God. He stabilized at the 7th stage of True God. A great battle had consumed a large number of souls, pushing Lin Moya to the 7th stage of True God. With the increase in realm, his combat power grew stronger. The 3 most basic skeletons now had the combat power of peak True God. The Death Knights had reached the God King realm, and the Bone Dragons were at the peak of the 1st stage of God King. The Death Dragon Knights had reached the peak of the 2nd stage of God King. The Skeleton Generals had officially reached the 3rd stage of God King. According to Lin Moya's estimation, the Skeleton King's combat power should have reached the 7th stage of God King. With all states and the 2 original spells, the Skeleton King could probably rival an 8th stage God King. Each stage increase significantly boosted combat power, as if there were no bottlenecks. This was completely different from other geniuses. Normally, the higher the realm, the greater the gap between each stage. In the Super God realm, one could challenge 3 or 4 stages higher, but in the True God realm, it might only be 2 or 3 stages, and in the God King realm, it might only be 1 or 2 stages. In the God Sovereign realm, one could only be invincible within the same realm, losing the ability to challenge higher stages. As for cross-realm battles, they were even more impossible. If one could still challenge 1 or 2 stages higher in the God Sovereign realm, they would be top-tier geniuses, key targets for cultivation by the human race. But looking at himself, Lin Moya had a strange expression. At this rate, once he reached the God King realm, he might be able to contend with God Sovereigns. Based on past experience, once he reached the God King realm, the number of his undead army could greatly increase. Then, using the power-gathering spell, his improvement would be astonishing. The key was whether his soul and body could withstand it. My body is not a problem, the difficulty lies in the soul. But I can't neglect the body either. I need to find a way to continue strengthening it. Once I reach the God King realm, I'll ask around, there must be a way. As he pondered, he had already crossed 2 stars and entered the Black Hole's territory. This was his 2nd time entering the Black Hole's world, but the first time didn't count. He was brought in by someone and felt nothing. This time, as he crossed the Black Hole's boundary, he felt its power. A huge tearing force fell on him, as if trying to tear his body to pieces. Lin Moya felt as if countless hands were pulling at him. The pulling force wasn't purely physical but contained laws, the Black Hole's laws. Fortunately, his passive spells dispersed much of the damage, causing him no harm. Not only was his body being pulled, but his soul was also subjected to immense force. However, Lin Moya's soul was strong enough to remain unaffected. The pulling force acted on the crystal barrier of his soul world, merely causing it to tremble slightly. No wonder God Kings find black holes dangerous, because their physical strength is insufficient to withstand the constant pulling force of the black hole. The demons generally have stronger bodies than humans, so they can enter at the 5th stage of God King without much danger. For humans, at least the 8th stage of God King is needed to move here. No wonder humans know nothing about the black hole. 8th stage God Kings can't enter, and 6th stage God Kings will die if they do. It's truly unsolvable. Lin Moya analyzed the black hole's information, becoming even more curious about Hirengzing. How did he manage to place the military star map here? In the darkness, Lin Moya didn't change direction, continuing to fall towards the strongest gravitational pull. Suddenly, a light appeared, followed by more lights. The darkness vanished, revealing a colorful and strange world. A large amount of light was twisted here, unable to escape due to the black hole's immense gravity, bouncing around inside. The light intertwined, forming an indescribably strange world. So, the inside of a black hole isn't dark. The darkness is just the surface, the inside is bright. The chaotic light made it impossible to discern any images, like seeing jumbled scenes during teleportation. Lin Moya took out the star-fixing disc and activated it. He also summoned a skeleton and switched to the undead vision. In the undead vision, the chaotic colors disappeared, leaving only gray and white. Chapter 1249. Chapter 1249, 1249. Chapter 1249, strike while it's down. The star-fixing disc emitted a faint light, appearing gray in the undead vision. As for its true color, it didn't matter at all. The star-fixing disc lit up briefly, with no further response. It could only locate the military star map within a range of 10,000 kilometers, which wasn't very large, so it was normal not to sense anything. Choosing a direction, Lin Moya quickly flew forward, not wanting to waste time. He left a skeleton general at his original position, using the skeleton for positioning, which was more convenient than making marks. Every few thousand kilometers, Lin Moya activated the star-fixing disc and continuously placed skeletons. As he measured the black hole's terrain, gradually, the bizarre world became filled with skeletons. So, the black hole is a sphere. Lin Moya sensed the shape of the black hole and discovered it was spherical, not much different from an ordinary star. However, in the black hole, due to the massive amount of matter being attracted and compressed under immense gravity, the black hole's terrain was incredibly solid. Even if Lin Moya exerted all his strength, he could hardly leave a mark on it. What is this? In this bizarre world, Lin Moya saw a large pit. A large amount of light was being sucked into this bottomless pit. The pit seemed to lead to another world, or perhaps to the core of the black hole. As Lin Moya gazed into the pit, he suddenly felt a sense of horror. He realized he couldn't go in. If he did, he would surely die. Although he needed to find the military star map, he wouldn't risk his life. He bypassed the pit and continued searching in the black hole. After an unknown amount of time, he finally explored the entire black hole but still found nothing. Feeling a bit disappointed, Lin Moya left the black hole world. As the tearing force on his body disappeared, his vision gradually cleared, and he saw distant stars and planets. The inside and outside of the black hole seemed like two different worlds, especially that bottomless pit, which gave him a sense of mortal danger. Retracting his gaze from the black hole, he connected with the distant skeleton general and saw the black hole snake ancestor still coiled in the starry sky. The soul flame of the black hole snake ancestor burned intensely, blazing fiercely. Could it really have been swallowed by that thing? Lin Moyo muttered, his gaze suddenly sharpening. In the undead vision, the soul flame of the black hole snake ancestor suddenly changed. The previously stable and fierce soul flame became violent. Its body swelled and contracted continuously, and its black scales clapped together, making a banging sound. The black hole snake ancestor opened its huge mouth, flicked its long tongue, and its eyes glowed with a bloody light. A massive suction force emerged from its body, and Lin Moyo felt the surrounding space suddenly darken as all the light was drawn towards it. At this moment, its suction force surpassed that of the black hole, competing for the light of the stars. Lin Moyo felt the immense suction force. If he didn't resist, he would be pulled in as well. Lin Moyo was puzzled. What's going on? Did it eat too much and get indigestion? It looks like it's in pain. The black hole snake ancestor indeed appeared to be in pain, its bloody eyes glowing menacingly. Absorbing a large amount of light, its black hole-like body revealed its outline in the starry sky. The soul flame grew more explosive, burning like a towering pillar of fire. The black hole snake ancestor suddenly let out a sharp hiss, and a powerful soul attack swept across the starry sky. Lin Moya's vision went black, and the observing skeleton generals instantly died. In the next second, the skeleton generals revived, and Lin Moya quickly reconnected to the undead vision. In the undead vision, he saw a large number of soul flames. Lin Moya was shocked. It split. Each soul flame represented a black hole snake. Of course, they were just ordinary black hole snakes, not very powerful. Lin Moyo had killed many such black hole snakes before. So, this is how black hole snakes are born. No wonder it's called the black hole snake ancestor. It truly is the ancestor of black hole snakes. Are those black stones? As the black hole snake ancestor split into black hole snakes, many black fragments also split from its body. These black fragments were black stones, highly valuable. The black hole snake ancestor was not only the source of black hole snakes but also the source of black stones. In the next second, the black hole snake ancestor let out another sharp hiss, and the thousands of black hole snakes and tens of thousands of black stones scattered into the starry sky, disappearing in an instant. Then the black hole snake ancestor turned and flew towards the black hole. Lin Moya noticed its speed was much slower than before, seemingly weakened after splitting. Even so, Lin Moya didn't want to provoke it. No matter how weak it was still much stronger than him. Lin Moya restrained his aura and quietly activated the star fixing disc. He stood on the path of the black hole snake ancestor, maintaining a distance of about 3,000 kilometers. This distance was almost like being right next to it for the black hole snake ancestor. After all, its body was over 100,000 kilometers long, and a mere 3,000 kilometers was nothing to it. Lin Moya did his best to restrain his aura, treating himself like a speck of dust, remaining motionless. When the black hole snake ancestor's head passed by, the star-fixing disc showed no reaction. But when its abdomen passed by, the star-fixing disc suddenly lit up, displaying an arrow. However, the black hole snake ancestor moved too fast and quickly went beyond the range of the star-fixing disc. It's really in its stomach. Lin Moya felt a headache. This was the worst outcome but also the best. The best outcome was that if the black hole snake ancestor had swallowed it, it wouldn't fall into the hands of the demons. The worst outcome was that retrieving it would be extremely difficult. Now, Lin Moyo had two choices: return and inform Zhu Kaiwu, letting him and his team figure it out, or take action himself and kill the black hole snake ancestor, though he wasn't confident. The black hole snake ancestor was very weak now, so if he wanted to kill it, this was the best time. If he missed this opportunity, he might never get another chance. If it returned to the black hole or even entered that large pit. Lin Moya considered this for only 0.1 seconds before making a decision. Strike while it's down. His eyes flashed with determination, and his killing intent surged to the extreme. He unleashed his law domain, and the skeleton generals appeared collectively, slashing at the black hole snake ancestor. The sword energy of the third stage God King fell on the black hole snake ancestor, making a clanging sound as if hitting steel. In the undead vision, the black hole snake ancestor's scale showed some marks. The sword energy didn't cause any real damage. This result was entirely within Lin Moya's expectations. If the skeleton generals were effective, it would be surprising. 9-star spell, Summon Skeleton King. With a point of his finger, the Skeleton King's throne appeared in the starry sky, and the Skeleton King slowly rose from the throne. The Skeleton King had reached the 7th stage of God King, exuding immense power. Its blood-red cloak fluttered in the starry sky. As the Skeleton King appeared, Lin Moya's aura also surged. Original spell, Power Gathering. Original spell, Strong Soldier. Lin Moya's power rapidly increased, quickly reaching the God King realm. Ignoring the swelling sensation in his soul, Lin Moya crossed the boundary. Chapter 1250. Chapter 1250, 1250. Chapter 1250, The Law of the Black Hole, Fight to the Fullest. The power of the skeletons continuously flowed into Lin Moya's soul, and his power level kept rising. Finally, his soul reached its limit, the true limit. Just a little more, and his soul would explode on the spot. Even in his current state, he couldn't maintain it for long. Activating 2 original spells simultaneously, without external supplementation, wouldn't last long. With Lin Moya's current strength, it would last less than 2 minutes. Now his realm had reached the peak of the God King realm. Although he might be slightly inferior in the laws compared to a true peak God King, the difference wouldn't be much. Time was running out. Within 1 or 2 seconds of Lin Moya's power surge, the black hole snake ancestor had already noticed the Skeleton King. In its eyes, the Skeleton King was like dust. A skeleton king only 10,000 meters tall might be a small snack. However, the black hole snake ancestor clearly had no interest in skeletons without flesh, blood, or life aura. This was one reason it had previously ignored the skeletons. In its eyes, skeletons without life aura were like a pile of rotten meat, not even as good as eating some materials. If the skeletons hadn't actively provoked it, it wouldn't have bothered with them. It turned its head, looking at these dust-like beings, and let out a sharp cry. The cry contained a powerful soul attack, causing widespread damage. In Lin Moya's soul world, the shadow of the black hole snake ancestor appeared again, and the soul attack shook the soul world. The skeleton generals collapsed one after another, with over half of the million skeleton generals dying instantly. The soul attack was so terrifying, clearly showing Lin Moya that numbers might not always be effective against true powerhouses. But Lin Moya also deeply felt the weakness of the black hole snake ancestor. If it hadn't split before, this attack would have left no skeleton generals alive. The black hole snake ancestor seemed to have done something trivial, roaring once before turning its head away again. It wanted to return to the black hole for a good sleep, perhaps for another 1,000 or 800 years. At this moment, another sword light flashed, and the skeleton king made its move. Its god-slaying sword aimed at the black hole snake ancestor's head. In the sword light, the black hole snake ancestor's head tilted slightly, then turned back. Lin Moya saw anger in its eyes. The skeleton king's sword had hurt it. In the undead vision, several scales on the black hole snake ancestor's head cracked, revealing some unknown colored liquid, likely its blood. It's effective. Under the enhancement of the strong soldier spell, the skeleton king's attack power reached at least the peak of the 7th stage of God King, possibly even the threshold of the 8th stage. Lin Moya couldn't make an accurate judgment, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that the skeleton king's attack had injured the black hole snake ancestor. The black hole snake ancestor, filled with anger, opened its huge mouth. A massive suction force emerged, and the recently revived skeleton generals were uncontrollably pulled towards the black hole snake ancestor. With a thought, Lin Moya instantly recalled the skeleton generals. The skeleton king was unaffected by the suction force. Lin Moya spread his undead wings and took the giant bone sword from the skeleton king's hand. The giant bone sword quickly shrank, becoming an ordinary long sword in Lin Moya's hand. The skeleton king's bone sword had no additional functions but was sturdy and sharp enough, comparable to a god king realm treasure. At least it could withstand Lin Moya's power. Spell, God Slaying. Sword light exploded on the black hole snake ancestor, shattering its scales. The black hole snake ancestor screamed in pain. This time, there was no soul attack, it was a scream of pain. The sound, still in the form of a soul sound, spread across the starry sky. Almost half of Area 7 to 77 could hear this sound. The anger in the black hole snake ancestor's eyes grew stronger. This insignificant little creature had hurt it again. Its body twisted, and its massive tail swept towards Lin Moya at an astonishing speed. Lin Moya vibrated his undead wings, trying to sever the soul lock. At this moment, the black hole snake ancestor's eyes glowed with a bloody light, and Lin Moya's soul roared, causing him to freeze. The black hole snake ancestor revealed a new method. Its soul attack could be emitted not only through sound but also through its eyes. The roar was omnidirectional, but the eye's soul attack targeted a single entity. The eye's soul attack was stronger, even affecting Lin Moya. Outside his soul world, the shadow of the black hole snake ancestor appeared again, and a bloody light, like a sharp arrow, struck the crystal barrier. The crystal barrier blocked most of the soul impact, but a small part of the attack penetrated, targeting his soul. Purple light appeared on the surface of his soul, and together with his soul robe, they formed a solid defense. The soul attack was blocked, but his soul paused for a moment. The entire process happened in an instant, lasting no more than 0.1 seconds. But 0.1 seconds was enough for a powerhouse at this level to do many things. When Lin Moya regained his senses, a fierce wind howled, and the black hole snake ancestor's tail was already inches away. Lin Moya had no chance to dodge and could only take the hit. His law domain quickly retracted, enveloping his entire body. The bone armor flashed and then shattered in an instant. Lin Moya was struck by the massive tail, flying far into the sky. The black hole snake ancestor's strike was powerful enough to shatter stars, its strength unimaginable. It wasn't just a physical attack, it contained the power of laws. The laws quickly absorbed all of Lin Moya's power and vitality, then exploded, using his own power and vitality to attack him. The entire process was like a black hole absorbing light and matter, then collapsing and expelling everything it had absorbed. The absorption was slow, but the expulsion was like a cannonball, terrifyingly fast. This was the law of the black hole, one of the most terrifying laws in the first tier. The skeletons in the stellar spell quickly collapsed, one after another, collapsing 4 times in a row before stopping. This strike also contained the ability to track the soul, determined to kill Lin Moya. Antares once said that soul tracking was a common attack method in the Great World. But after entering the Great World, Lin Moya found this wasn't the case. Not even many true gods, let alone super gods, could use soul tracking. Now Lin Moya finally experienced what soul tracking was. One attack, multiple injuries, all aimed at killing the target. It wasn't that no one could use soul tracking, it was that super gods and true gods couldn't. Antares had high standards. What he referred to were those above the God King realm. Lin Moya was sent flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers before he barely regained control of his body. At this moment, a massive suction force acted on him, pulling him uncontrollably towards the black hole snake ancestor. The black hole snake ancestor opened its mouth, like a black hole, forcibly pulling Lin Moyo back at a speed almost exceeding his own. The undead wings vibrated frantically, resisting the suction force, buying Lin Moyo a bit of time. Sword light flashed, and Lin Moyo slashed again, targeting the black hole snake ancestor's mouth. At the same time, he pointed with his left hand, and red light filled the sky. After the sword strike, Lin Moyo didn't wait to see the result. A phantom bow appeared before him. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.